Fairy Tale. Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 81. Return from the desert along the original route. Passing through the previous mine. Not far away, Mobai saw a huge tree house standing in the distance, which was out of tune with the surrounding desolation. Lisana's sense of security instantly strengthened a little, and she whispered, "It's just in front." Okay. As the height continued to decrease, the two of them stood firmly on the ground, and Mobai folded his wings and stood in front of the tree house. So it's so close. Going in the opposite direction is. Before Lisana stepped forward and opened the door, Mobai faintly heard crying and scolding coming from inside. Suddenly had a bad premonition. Creaky. As the door was pushed open, what came into view was indeed a mess. The 7-foot-tall man sitting in the middle of the hall was Elfman, but he was not as rough and bold as he was in my impression. He kept shouting, "Man XXX," all day long. Instead, he kept wiping his tears and snot with his arms and crying non-stop. "Woo-woo, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Lisana go out alone. I'm sorry, woo-woo." Although Mobai had been mentally prepared. But when he saw this scene with his own eyes, he was still a little dumbfounded. "It's so noisy. Lucy, the gorilla girl with super strength, can you be quiet? Go fix your machine. Don't get involved in things you shouldn't be involved in, okay? You skinny mechanical maniac." Lucy and Levy, who were good friends in a slant, were now like Nazgûl in the past. They quarreled non-stop when they met and almost fought. Especially Lucy, whose personality changed greatly. In a slant, she was still a kind and lovely rich girl. But in Edris, she became a bad and violent woman who always spoke with her fists. Suddenly, a sweet male voice came from the bulletin board. Mobai looked carefully and found that it was Gray. "Juvia, do you want me to accompany you to find Lisana ? However, Gray in Edris is not the stripper. Quite the opposite. At this time, Gray was wrapped in countless cotton clothes. The whole person was like a huge meatball, and a bright red scarf was tied around his neck. But what made Mobai most shocked was the next scene. Gray slowly crawled to Juvia, his eyebrows full of flattery. "Juvia-chan let me go with you . Juvia, however, looked disgusted and said, "Go away. Wearing so many clothes, I feel so cold when I see you, stay away from me. I will go find Lisana by myself." Gray smiled innocently. "Hee, it's more comfortable to wear more." Mobai sighed lightly and couldn't help but sigh. It's really the opposite of Gangtian. Although I knew the plot in advance. But seeing is believing. Mobai watched with great interest. Although many people's characters were misplaced, the noisy atmosphere did not change at all. It was still the familiar fairy tale. "Lisana." In the chaos, someone suddenly shouted. Then, almost everyone in the hall stopped their work and cast their eyes to the door, focusing on Mobai and Lisana. Elfman's eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief, and he even stammered, "Lisana, you're back." Lisana walked forward with a wry smile, and casually took out a tissue from the table and handed it to him. "Don't cry, brother, although I was chased by the kingdom army, I was lucky to meet brother Mobai, so I was able to escape." Seeing that Lisana had indeed returned safely, the members of the guild temporarily stopped arguing, gathered together, and smiled. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. By the way, this guy looks a little unfamiliar. Did he save you? He looks pretty handsome, huh? Much better than Gray who was pestering me all day long. Woo-woo. Juvia-chan, I'll be sad if you say that. Woo-woo." More and more pairs of curious eyes looked over. Facing this group of familiar yet unfamiliar companions, Mobai was not shy. He simply lifted the corner of his clothes and showed his guild emblem openly, saying, "In short, I am from another parallel world, a slant. In my world, there is also a wizard guild called Fairy Tale." I know this sounds nonsense, but it is indeed true. The crowd suddenly fell silent. All members stared at Mobai in a daze. After a few seconds of silence, Kana suddenly stretched out her arm from the back row and asked loudly, "Since there is fairy tale in your world, will there be another me?" Mobai immediately confirmed, "Yes, yes. You are Kana. In a slant, you were a drunkard and always wanted to get me drunk." Kana couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Really? That's quite interesting." Mobai looked up and down at Kana again. She was wrapped tightly in a white dress, and her manners were full of elegance, like a well-behaved girl next door. It can be said that she is completely different from the drunkard I knew before. After hearing Mobai's answer, others immediately became interested. And me. Hee, I must be happily together with Juvia in a slant, right? Quote. Actually, I also want to know what I am like in a parallel universe. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Mobai was overwhelmed and could only reply one by one while recalling. Elfman, when you were in a slant, you were a man who fought with people every day. You felt uncomfortable if you didn't fight for a day. Gray, you were a pervert who took off your clothes when you were excited. No matter how you persuaded, you wouldn't be persuaded. Don't laugh at Juvia. I remember that you were crazy about this stripping bastard in a slant. Why are Lucy and Rebecca quarreling again? I remember that you two were best friends. Jet and Troy are simply epic enhancements. They used to be minor roles, but now they have become version T0. Arzak and Bisk are similar to the other side, they are still a couple in love. Mira has not changed much, same gentleness, same good figure . Just as Mobai answered one by one, Lysana's figure quietly left and walked into the back hall. Although the movement was very light, Mobai still noticed it. What is this girl thinking? Chapter 82. Not long after, Mobai found an excuse to get away, walked through the noisy crowd, and headed for the back hall. Since it was just a tree house, the back hall was not very big, and there were only a few rooms left after passing through the corridor. It was much smaller than the fairy tale headquarters in a slant. Mobai called softly, "Lysana. Are you here?" After a few seconds, Lysana's panicked response came from the room on the right. I'm. Wait for me." After a while, as the door creaked open, Lysana leaned out of the room and forced a smile at Mobai. "Brother Mobai, what's the matter?" Mobai did not answer directly. He found that Lysana's eyes were red, and there were even traces of tears. Noticing Mobai's strange look, Lysana immediately pretended to be sleepy and yawned, saying, "I'm so tired from running all the way. I just wanted to take a rest. Really, I wanted to go in and sit down." Mobai smiled and turned around and pretended to leave. Lysana bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, hesitated for a moment, and still took Mobai's arm as he was about to leave. "Come in and stay for a while." Lysana's room is very simple, and there are not even many decorations that little girls like most. It can be seen that due to the constant hunting by the Kingdom Army, the members of Fairy Tail usually live in a difficult situation. Sitting on a low wooden chair, holding the hot tea that Lysana had just poured for him, Mobai suddenly said, "Do you miss home?" Ah! Fear flashed across Lysana's beautiful eyes, and she subconsciously took a half step back, pretending to be calm and said, "I don't understand what you mean. Here, Fairy Tail is my home." "No, I mean Fairy Tail in a slant. That's your original home." Mobai's tone was unquestionable and firm. This speech made Lysana stunned in place, tears kept rolling in her eyes. Seeing Lysana's grievance, Mobai sighed, walked up and gently put his hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Lysana, you are not from this world either, but from a slant like me. Right?" Going back a few years, Lysana of Edris unfortunately died in a mission. At that time, the three Mirajan sisters in a slant went out to carry out the commission. Elfman forcibly received the soul of the beast, and thus lost his mind, and attacked his sister Lysana in a rage. When Lysana was seriously injured, she happened to catch up with the operation of the Anima device, so she was taken to Edlas. And accidentally entered the Fairy Tail Guild in this world, replacing the deceased Edla's Lysina. Mirajan and Elfman in Edlas were naturally overjoyed at their sister's resurrection. But far away in Aslant, everyone was immersed in the pain of losing Lysina. At this moment, Lysina finally couldn't control her inner emotions. Tears burst out, her delicate body trembled, and she cried on Mobai's shoulder. For many years, she has also been suffering from the pain of missing her hometown of Aslant all the time. The grievances that have been accumulated for a long time finally broke out. Sister Mira, Brother Elfman, and Natsu, everyone in the guild. Everyone, are you all okay? Mobai raised his finger and gently wiped the tears from Lysina's cheek, comforting her softly as if he were treating his own sister. Everything is fine in the guild. It's just missing a little girl named Lysina. Mira often mentioned her to me and said she was very cute. Sister Mira. Seeing that Lysina was about to get emotional again, Mobai quickly revealed his purpose. Ahem. Actually, one of the purposes of my trip to Edris is to take you with me. Don't be too sad, you can go back soon. After hearing this, Lysina slowly calmed down, paused for a moment, and said hesitantly, I can't go back yet. And her answer was within Mobai's expectations. Mobai immediately asked, are you reluctant to leave the guild here? After half a minute of psychological struggle, Lysina suddenly seemed to have made up her mind, wiped away her tears, and said firmly, well, everyone in Edlas is very kind to me, especially Sister Mira and Brother Elfman. I can't make them sad anymore. Obviously, Lysina also regarded the fairy tale guild in Edlas as her home. Once she followed Mobai back to Aslant, it meant that Mirajan and Elfman here would have to bear the consequences again, the pain of a permanent separation. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alas, silly girl. Who told you that once you go back, you can never come here again? Lysina raised her head suddenly, and her crystal eyes showed unexpected joy. You mean, even if I return to Aslant, I can occasionally come back to Edris to visit Sister Mira? Mobai nodded gently and smiled. Of course. It's just about the method of shuttling between the two worlds. It involves some knowledge related to teleportation magic, and I need to study it further. Recalling the scene when I first came to Edris, it was the teleportation magic of Mistgang that was borrowed. Mobai thought, since he agreed to come here to help Mistgang solve the problem of Anima. In return, he taught me the teleportation magic. Isn't it too much? Even if we take a step back, the magic props industry is quite developed now, and some TP scrolls are still for sale, right? It's not that I can never come back after leaving Edris. Thinking of this, Mobai said half-jokingly, what's the saying? As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Lysina burst into laughter and finally burst into tears. Thank you, Brother Mobai. This call of brother. Mobai's heart was a little shaken. Just when Lysina agreed to return to Aslant with him, Mobai had no time to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately smelled a hint of danger. Wait, there seems to be movement outside the guild. Lysina was stunned. Movement? Is it the kingdom army again? I'm afraid there is more than one person coming. Mobai slowly stood up, opened the door and walked towards the hall, and Lysina hurriedly followed. Chapter 83. Fairy Tale Lobby. The anxious crowd had already become a mess, with quarrels and anxiety everywhere. Just a minute ago, Natsu from Edlas had just returned to the guild after reconnaissance, looking extremely nervous, and brought bad news to everyone. Quick, move the tree house. The king's elite guards are on the way, more than 100 people, and will surround this place soon. The wizards in the hall were shocked. We were discovered again so soon. Didn't we just move here yesterday? It seems that the king is determined to wipe out our guild. Why don't you worry about the tree house, pack up and run. Where can you run to? Can you outrun the elite guards? Alas. For several years, the Fairy Tale Guild has had to live a life of displacement due to being wanted by the kingdom. At that time, the mechanical maniac Rebecca also improved the structure of the guild tree house. Once an emergency occurs, the entire treehouse can be uprooted and quickly ejected to a distant place, taking everyone away quickly. It was in this way that Fairy Tale was lucky enough to escape the pursuit that lasted for several years. Listening to the uneasy voices of the crowd, Lucy asked more and more irritably. "Rebecca, is the machine repaired? The royal guards have arrived at the door of the guild and will come in at any time." Rebecca was also very anxious and said impatiently, "Why rush? After so many relocations, the magic source is no longer enough. Even if the machine is repaired, it can't be started again. So we can't run away this time." Rebecca nodded reluctantly and said regretfully, "I have tried my best. All the magic items in the guild have been taken out and charged, but it is still not enough to start the ejection device." The guild suddenly became silent. Dead silence. Many people began to look around, nostalgically looking at this dilapidated but warm hall, the guild treehouse that had sheltered them countless times. Their eyes were full of frustration and reluctance, as if they were saying their final goodbyes. Once they were caught by the kingdom army, they might never have the chance to meet their partners again. As for this treehouse, it could only be burned down and turned into ashes in the end. There was silence for a long time. Natsu slowly put away the sorrow on his face, changed his cowardice in the past, walked to the middle of the hall, and said solemnly, "Everyone, although we no longer have any magic to use. However, at least we can't sit and wait for death, right? Even if we are destined to be executed by the kingdom army in the end." After the words fell, everyone in the hall looked at each other. Lucy stepped forward, looked at Natsu meaningfully, and praised. "Well said, Natsu. I won't beat you today." "Ah." Natsu was embarrassed. At this moment, everyone in the guild came back to their senses and echoed what Natsu had just said. "Fight them. I've been hunted for so many years, I've had enough of this kind of life." "I agree. I don't steal or rob, I get paid by completing the tasks assigned by the client, why should I be wanted?" "That's right. I want to fight for the guild with Juvia-chan to the end." "Gray, get out." Just when everyone was enthusiastic, a weak voice suddenly came from the entrance of the back hall corridor. Can I say something?" Everyone looked over. It was Mobai and Lysina behind him. Lucy frowned slightly and asked in confusion. "Mobai, it's very dangerous here now. The kingdom army will come soon. You should leave quickly. We can delay you for a while if we stay." Mobai smiled and shook his head, and walked straight to Natsu. "Natsu, what's the name of the leader of the elite guard you mentioned?" Recalling the scene he saw at that time, Natsu said, "That man has chased us many times. I have seen him. I think his name is Jace." "Jace?" Mobai searched his memory, but couldn't find any footage of this name appearing in Fairy Tale. It seems that he is just a supporting role. Looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar companions in the guild again, Mobai raised his voice slightly and said calmly, "I understand your desire to protect the guild, but after all, they have powerful magic equipment, and we are almost unarmed. If we rush out like this, it will be no different from sending our heads away, except for increasing our momentum." Before Mobai finished speaking, Lucy interrupted impatiently. "What can you do? You can't go out and kneel down to beg the kingdom army to let us go, right?" Mobai smiled, and then expressed his thoughts. "I forgot to introduce the world I originally lived in, Aslant. It is a world full of Magicka's country. In Aslant, wizards don't need props, and their own strength is enough to cast various practical magics." Lebby seemed to understand what Mobai meant. "You mean, you don't need props to use magic?" Mobai nodded gently, and as his right palm opened, a bright flame flickered out. Everyone immediately felt the essence of the magic breath, and looked at Mobai in astonishment. He really didn't use magic props. The magic power is generated from his body. And this magic power seems to be no weaker than the various offensive equipment we used before. But Mobai alone can't deal with hundreds of guards outside. Why don't we use this magic power to power the tree house? At this time, it is better to run away. After a lot of discussion, everyone realized that Mobai had already started to walk out of the guild with confidence, but he said a few words calmly. The noise may be a bit loud later. Be careful to protect yourself and don't get hurt. The door of the tree house was slowly pushed open. Until Mobai left the hall. The shocked guild members realized that Mobai was going to fight the 100-man Royal Elite Guard alone. Is he really okay? This is too risky. Don't worry Tilda, I forgot to tell you that when Brother Mobai saved me, he also defeated Shugboy. In the corner, a lively girl's voice suddenly came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was Lisana who spoke. Unlike others, Lisana looked at Mobai's back with expectation and appreciation. Obviously, she had absolute confidence in his strength. Outside the tree house. In the endless desert, a mighty royal guard had been standing there at some point. Hundreds of strong soldiers were fully armed from head to toe, with swords, spears, halberds, muskets and cannons. They represented the strongest combat readiness of the entire kingdom of Edris. At the front of the team, the leader Jace had a cold and hard look in his eyes, vowing to remove the thorn in his eyes. Fairy tale. As long as I catch you all today, I can naturally serve as the captain of the 5th Magic Combat Unit to be established. Jace was wearing armor as black as ink, and his eyes were full of desire for war and killing. In terms of strength, he was no worse than the other 4 captains of the Magic War team, but he lacked some achievements. If he could wipe out Fairy Tale now, it would obviously be a big stepping stone for his promotion. As the door of the tree house in front slowly opened, Jace immediately grasped his sword carefully and gestured to the surrounding guards to be alert. At present, the situation of Fairy Tale is still unclear. If the other party wants to fight with me, it may cause some losses, so it is better to be careful. The eyes met in front of the book house. Jace and his royal guards were surprised to find that only one person walked out of the guild. It was Mobai. Mobai glanced at the other party calmly. This leader should be the Jace that Natsu mentioned. It's a pity that the strength of his magic tools is not as good as Bayera and Shugboy. But he seems to be only a few years older than me. To be able to become the commander of the Kingdom Army of Edris at this age, he is probably a very qualified young man. Jace frowned. He picked up the wanted book on his waist and looked at it. He looked up several times to compare it with Mobai one by one. But he flipped through it. But he still couldn't find a wanted criminal's information that matched Mobai in front of him. Jace lost interest and shouted forward, "There is no information about you on the wanted list. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately and don't affect the royal guards in performing their duties." But Mobai didn't mean to leave. Under the gaze of the soldiers, he walked step by step to Jace and whispered, "Your list is too old. I am also a member of Fairy Tale, maybe you can add me in." Jace was stunned. What kind of strange request is this? Someone actually wants to add himself to the wanted list. Chapter 84. At the same time, the door of the treehouse, which had been closed, opened again, and familiar fugitive fairies walked out of it and stood firmly behind Mobai. Jace seemed to understand the situation in front of him and sneered. "So you are the foreign aid invited by the fairies. No wonder they neither ran away nor resisted. However, it is not so easy to be the first bird to stand out." He looked at Mobai up and down with interest again. Jace suddenly laughed sinisterly twice, pointed at the royal soldiers beside him, and said playfully, "Let's do this, I will fight with you later. If you lose, I will take you back to the palace for trial. They stay here to flatten the fairy tale. If I lose, haha, I will naturally not give up. They will still flatten this guild that should have died long ago." The threat is self-evident. In Jace's view, the fairy tale at this time is a fat fish on the chopping board, and it is a second-class merit that will soon befall him. How could they let them go so easily? Mobai's face also changed slightly when he heard this. Since this group of so-called royal guards are going to flatten fairy tale no matter what, then we can only kill everyone. As the fiery red dragon-slaying crystal in his body was activated, the flame of magic gradually jumped from Mobai's fingertips. Just as he was preparing to attack, he heard Natsu's voice from behind. "Mobai, catch this weapon." A long stick flew through the air, and Mobai raised his right arm and caught it steadily. "Thanks." After holding the weapon in his hand, Mobai realized that this thing was not a stick, but a long sword with blades on both the upper and lower sides, and the structure was very special. If you are not careful when using it, you may stab yourself to death with the other end before you touch the enemy. Magic props. It's a pity that the magic power inside has been exhausted. If it can be recharged. Thinking of this, Mobai was not in a hurry to explode the fire attribute magic power that had just been brewing, but instead transferred it all into the long sword in his hand. As the energy was continuously injected, the long sword also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dull pattern suddenly glowed with a more dazzling fiery red light. The blade was burning with blazing red flames, like a flaming blade from hell. Success. On the opposite side. Seeing the movement coming from Mobai, Jess immediately made up his mind. Delay will lead to changes. We must take him down quickly. The group of people from Fairy Tail have been running for so long, it is estimated that the entire guild can't produce much magic source. As long as this kid is dealt with, the entire guild will be captured. Jace was about to order a collective siege. In an instant, Mobai's figure, who was originally standing in place, disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The royal guards who were ready to go looked at each other, and they didn't know the situation. An ominous premonition suddenly rose in Jace's heart. The next second, a guard's scream suddenly came from the side. Jace hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, but saw 3 soldiers who were originally fully armed and wearing fine armor. At this moment, they were on fire and rolled on the ground and wailed wildly. The fire demon seemed to be unable to extinguish it and bit the soldiers' bodies tightly. What's going on? Captain, we didn't see it clearly. Just now a golden light flashed in our eyes, and then the 3 of them caught fire inexplicably. Jace was shocked, and the moment he turned his head, he saw a scene that made him even more unbelievable. Within his sight, Mobai had brilliant wings of light behind him, and his figure quickly entered and exited the battlefield like lightning, and wherever he passed, a hot wind immediately arose, mixed with terrifying magic. The fire blade in his hand was also waving continuously during this period. The blade light and fire shadow could always accurately pierce the soldier's body, igniting the tough iron armor until it burned to ashes. In just half a minute, more than a dozen royal guards, known as the strongest combat force of the Kingdom of Edris, had fallen. And the Fairy Tail people who provided spiritual support to Mobai in the distance saw this scene. Mobai's speed of attack, the strength of the explosive magic power, and the clean and neat means, had already dazzled them. Except for Lysana, everyone was dumbfounded. Elfman turned his head stiffly and asked stutteringly. Lysana, I just reacted. The Shugboy you are talking about, is it not the captain of the 4th Magic Warfare Corps? Of course. Lysana raised her pretty face proudly and answered. Mobai can defeat Shugboy. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out he really has that ability. Lucy smiled bitterly and walked forward, gently patting Lysana's shoulder and said, It seems that you really brought back a savior for the guild this time. Lysana shook her head. No. Brother Mobai said that although they are not in the same world, he is originally a member of Fairy Tail, one of us. The sight returned to the battlefield. Mobai waved the fire blade again, picking up the last soldier in front of him. During the brief pause, Jace finally looked him in the eye again. At this time, Mobai's eyes burned like torches, and the exposed skin on his body was red with high temperature. The terrifying and majestic magic power overflowed everywhere, like a hell Shura. Jess retreated several steps and shouted to the defeated soldiers beside him, Quick! Start the backup energy and form a destruction formation. As long as the destructive energy cannon is accumulated, even if he is made of steel and iron, he can be blown to pieces. The soldiers under his command heard this and immediately rekindled their morale to defeat Mobai. They took off their armor one after another, fumbled around with their hands, and took out a spherical emerald the size of a longan. This is the top-grade ore that only the royal guards can enjoy. And under Jess's order, the emeralds were gathered together and slowly filled into the backpack behind the artillery soldier, making a low and disturbing rumbling sound. Looking at the series of actions of the royal guards, Mobai thought to himself, they seem to be going to use their big moves. For battles, Mobai always takes the attitude of saving trouble. Even if he crushes the enemy with strength, he doesn't like to give the other party the opportunity to release his trump card. At this moment, Jace would not get what he wanted. Mobai's body burst into magical flames again, and the fire blades between his fingers and palms spun and impacted rapidly, setting off rolling heat waves. It's a good time to try. What kind of power will the dragon-killing magic have after borrowing the power of weapons? Under Jace's constant urging, the royal guards hurriedly filled the cannons and aimed the muzzle of the black hole at Mobai. But the moment they saw Mobai, their bodies froze in place, and they couldn't stop shaking. Jace sensed the danger and looked up, but his face was ashen. At this moment, Mobai had already picked up the fire blade and rushed all the way with tremendous firepower. And behind him, there was a projection of a dark red fire dragon, whose body covered the sky and the sun, looming. This is a dragon. The words in Jace's throat had not yet been completely uttered. The giant dragon's eyes suddenly turned downwards, and then it flapped its huge red wings, raised its head and let out a low dragon roar. Mobai rushed over with the dragon roar, raised the fire knife in his hand, and chopped it down with all his strength. The fire dragon's double flame blades. Chapter 85. The fire blades slashed down. Flames rose from the sky above the barren desert, surrounding the remaining soldiers of the royal guard. As for the artillery that was ready to fire, it was completely melted and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The hissing sound of the burning flames and the wailing of the soldiers reached his ears, and Jace's heart beat faster and faster, and finally realized that he was in a desperate situation. Where did these goblins find this monster from? Jace cursed and looked around, trying to find a breakthrough point. But in the raging fire, Jace suddenly saw a figure walking slowly towards him. In front of him, it was Mobai holding a fire blade. He was instantly scared. With flames engulfing him from behind, and no way to retreat, Jace could only bite the bullet and shout hysterically. We are the royal guards of Edris. If you dare to touch us, King Faust will definitely chase you and fairy tale to the ends of the earth. When Mobai heard this, a funny arc suddenly appeared on his lips. He continued to press forward until he was only a few steps away from Jace, and then he whispered. Don't worry, that old thing Faust won't be on the throne for a few days. Jace wanted to say something else. However, Mobai inserted the fire blade in his hand straight into the ground, urging the last flame wind to sweep all the royal guards including Jace into it. The fire in the desert suddenly became more vigorous, like a blooming flower of flames, a phoenix nirvana. After a brief brilliance, it slowly dimmed, until the flames completely dissipated. The people of Fairy Tale looked from afar. The desert where the battle had just taken place was covered with ashes, and all the hundreds of royal guards fell without exception. At this moment, there was only one person on the field who was still standing there calmly. It was Mobai. The people who realized it later finally couldn't hide their ecstasy and laughed wildly. We won. Such a strong fire magic. It's simply a violent aesthetic. Brother Mobai really did it. He protected our entire guild. Why are you still cheering? Hurry up and stand still. Lift Mobai up. As for Mobai, after completing the last blow, the fire blade in his hand finally couldn't bear his huge magic power and shattered in an instant. After calming down the magic power in his body, Mobai couldn't help smacking his lips. What a pity, the quality of this magic weapon is a bit poor. I thought the fire dragon's double flame blades were powerful, and I could use them more often in the future. At this time, Mobai also felt the movement coming from the front. Looking up, it was the fairy tale companions who were running towards him excitedly. Mobai subconsciously raised his arms to greet them, but was grabbed by Macau and Wakaba who were running over. Realizing that something was wrong, Mobai immediately shouted, "Hey! Wait, there's no need to be so grand." But obviously no one listened to him. Surrounded by a group of fairy tale members, Mobai was lying in the middle, thrown high into the air by several people, and then caught steadily. After being chased by the kingdom army for so long, I finally feel relieved today. Yes, Mobai, you saved all of us this time. How can I thank you? How about this, take any of the guild's beauties you like, we won't stop you. I agree. Of course, you can't take my Juvia away tilde hehe. It was hard to break away from the enthusiastic embrace of everyone. Mobai's side glance suddenly swept over Natsu who was following the end of the team. Natsu's behavior was very strange. Almost everyone was happy to get rid of their anger. Only Natsu was bending over and following at the back, unable to hide the sadness on his face. As if he was going to cry in the next second. Although Natsu in this world was a little cowardly, why was he still dejected at this time? Mobai couldn't help but walk forward and patted Natsu's shoulder in surprise. What's wrong? And the moment he saw Mobai, the tears in Natsu's eyes finally burst out, and he said aggrievedly. That sword is called Red Tide. I bought it with the reward from the first commission. It has been with me for so many years, you just broke it in one time. Mobai realized it then. The inferior weapon that he just broke casually, if placed in the fairy tale guild, it might be a magic tool that they had to work for a long time to buy. Mobai scratched his head embarrassedly, and comforted him like coaxing a child. Ahem, hurry up. Next time I will buy you a new one to compensate. Back to fairy tale in the hall. Everyone was still happily talking about the battle just now. After learning that Mobai didn't drink, Lysina poured him a glass of orange juice, sat next to him obediently, held her cheeks with her jade hands, and said with a smile. Brother Mobai has been in the limelight today tilde. You girl, you just know how to tease me. Mobai rolled his eyes helplessly, drank the drink in the cup in one gulp, and suddenly remembered something in his mind, and lowered his voice. I took a special pill to use magic freely in Edlas. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring one for you. Lysina didn't take it to heart, waved her hand and smiled. It doesn't matter. After so many years in Edlas, I have become accustomed to life here, and I almost forgot that I could use magic before. When Lysina was a child, she followed her brothers and sisters to leave Grak village and go to Fairy Tale. Soon after joining the guild, the three children learned reception magic with the help of Makarov. Unlike Mirajan's demon soul and Elfman's beast soul, Lysina's animal soul can add the power of various birds and beasts to herself, and use the characteristics of animals to fly, accelerate, and enhance her strength. Recalling her past in a slant, Lysina couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Until a blue figure flashed before her eyes, she was brought back to reality. It was Juvia. Juvia smiled at Mobai and Lysina, sat down next to them, and said tactfully. Mobai, do you have time? Mobai was startled. Why did Juvia come to me at this time? It can't be that I was so charming in the battle just now that she was impressed and came to confess, right? Of course, this thought only flashed by, and I am not narcissistic to that extent. Chapter 86. Before Mobai could ask, a distressed male voice came from the hall. Woo-woo, Juvia-chan went to chat up with another man, she doesn't love me anymore. Woo-woo. Mobai was so upset that he knew it was Gray who was crying even without looking. Mobai secretly complained in his heart, Gray in this Edris world is really a dog. Compared to that, the original Aslant stripper is better, although he always walks around in front of me. Putting his eyes back on Juvia's beautiful face, Mobai asked with a serious look, what's the matter? It's like this. Juvia heard the voice and took off the blue-black water gun that had been pinned on her waist, handed it to Mobai, and introduced. This is a high-pressure water gun driven by magic. It was used by me when I was carrying out a commission before. I have always used this weapon. But, it has been unusable due to exhaustion of magic power a week ago. I was thinking, since you can release magic power freely, maybe you can also charge magic items. Looking at Juvia's expectant eyes, Mobai realized that this blue-haired beauty is treating herself as a power bank. But then again, Mistgang asked me to come to Fairy Tale in the first place to ask them for help. Recalling the scene when I first arrived in Edris. When talking about the battle plan, Mistgang's expression was particularly serious, and he seemed to be quite afraid of the Kingdom army. Although the number of Fairy Tale members is nothing compared to the Kingdom army, it is better than nothing. After several battles. Although Mobai has a rough estimate of the strength of the Kingdom army, for the sake of safety, he still asks the guild for help. After thinking about it, Mobai took the water gun with both hands and said softly. Although I'm not sure, at least I can try. Juvia's face immediately showed joy, and she bowed repeatedly to thank him. Thank you very much. Mobai's eyes swept across the entire gun body, and his palm rubbed the magic texture attached to it. From the first impression, the quality of this weapon seems to be not much different from Natsu's knife, both of which are relatively rough magic props. Mobai smiled bitterly in his heart. Don't use too much magic power and burst Juvia's weapon. In the dark consciousness space, dots of blue light flickered, and the water-attributed dragon-slaying magic crystal started to work. Magic power came out from Mobai's fingertips and slowly infused into Juvia's high-pressure water gun. This time, Mobai was particularly cautious in controlling the strength of the magic, fearing that the magic power would increase slightly and the magic prop would not be able to support the explosion. Under Juvia's eager eyes. After about half a minute, the magic patterns on the gun came back to life. Mobai smiled and handed the high-pressure water gun back to Juvia, saying, "The magic is filled, try it." This, so fast. Juvia was a little unbelievable at first. But when she lifted the barrel with both hands again, she immediately felt a stream of pure water magic flowing through it. It was even more powerful than when she just bought it. Juvia couldn't hold back her inner ecstasy, and was about to thank Mobai again, but a round guy suddenly rolled over and blocked her. The smile on Mobai's face froze instantly. "Gray, why are you wearing so many clothes again? I feel hot just looking at you." Gray smiled innocently. "Hee hee, you should wear more clothes to keep warm. It's so comfortable to roll around on the ground like this, Tilda." Gray said, and turned his body 180 degrees on the ground again, looking at Juvia with a flattering face. "Juvia Tilda, I heard that you want to try magic tools, right? Please treat me as a living target and ravage me Tilda. Juvia looked disgusted. "Go away. I feel so hot just seeing you. Take off your clothes and come to me." No. Looking at Gray's appearance, Mobai had an increasing urge to kick him out of the guild. And at this moment, Mobai suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder, and looked back without thinking. Natsu. Natsu scratched his head and smiled at him shyly. After repeated questioning by Mobai, Natsu finally took out a red-black cannon barrel that was about the same size as Juvia's high-pressure water gun, and said shyly, "This is my other magic tool, the flamethrower. Can you help me inject some magic power into it?" "No problem." Mobai agreed immediately. As soon as the voice fell, he put his palms on the cannon barrel, and under the illumination of the red magic light, the surrounding air seemed to beta temperature rose a lot. After less than 10 seconds, Mobai returned the flamethrower with confidence. Natsu couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Is it done now?" Mobai smiled. "You will know if you try it." Compared to the power of the water dragon, Mobai is obviously more proficient in the use of his fire magic, and 10 seconds is enough. Natsu was half believing and half doubting, and stood up to open the side window on the wall beside him, and his fingers were tightly pressed on the trigger of the flamethrower. The index finger joint was slightly retracted, and the trigger was pulled. Boom! The majestic and scorching flame energy suddenly gushed out from the muzzle, and the violent heat flow rushed forward at a high speed like a roaring fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the end of the sight, and instantly exploded in the desert, raising a hot red fire cloud. And corresponding to this powerful power, there is also the huge recoil of the flamethrower. Natsu obviously did not realize this in time. The moment the magic power was released, his body was shaken back several steps uncontrollably, and he sat on the ground. Natsu stared blankly through the window at the fire cloud rising in the distance, his face full of disbelief. Just now, I did this. Chapter 87. Natsu was naturally very clear about the power of his weapon. It was usually used to scare people when avoiding the pursuit of the kingdom army, and its firepower was not worth mentioning. But once it passed through Mobai's hands, this flamethrower seemed to be directly transformed into a civilian nuclear bomb, which could be called a divine weapon. Natsu was still in a daze. Mobai had already walked to his side, smiled lightly, stretched out his arm gently, and said, "Don't doubt it, that attack was caused by you. This weapon is of good quality, and it can store a lot of fire magic. It's just that its original magic reserve is too small to exert its power." The shock in Natsu's eyes slowly subsided, and he stretched out his trembling right hand, held Mobai and stood up. Out of excitement, Natsu's lips moved, but he didn't utter a word. Mobai couldn't help but tease, "Why can't you even speak?" Natsu blushed. After a long time, he squeezed out a few words from his throat. Thank you. After helping Juvia and Natsu to charge their magic tools, and the noise they made just now. The fairy tale people who always like to eat melons and join in the fun gathered around Mobai again. "Hey, brother Mobai, why don't you help me take a look? The magic power of my weapon has been used up for a long time. And me. Gray, can you stand aside? One person can take the place of two people. No, roll aside." Looking at the people who rushed forward and handed over their magic tools crazily, Mobai also sighed lightly. This is the rhythm of draining himself dry. However, first, as partners in the same guild, they have taken good care of Lysina for several years. Second, the war with the kingdom army will still require everyone's strength. Mobai did not refuse too much. He activated the dragon-slaying crystals with different attributes in his body, and magic flowed from his body into his palms, slowly infusing them into various magic tools. Anyway, he is a dragon slayer wizard, and the energy will come back after eating a table and chair. And under the nourishment of the magic breath, the magic textures in front of them burst into light again, reflecting in everyone's sight. But it can't hide the ecstasy in everyone's eyes. Isn't this the magic power they have longed for? And after Mobai's magic infusion, many people were surprised to find that the magic power of the weapon was even stronger than when they just bought it. Take a rest if you are tired, brother Mobai. Charging so many magic tools at once must be quite consuming for you, right? Just as Mobai was concentrating on urging the Dragon Slayer crystal, Lysana's gentle voice suddenly came to his ears. Then, a pink wet towel was put on his face. It immediately brought a little coolness. Mobai smiled, and did not say anything polite to Lysina, even teasing. As considerate as your sister. I wonder which stinky boy will get her in the future. Lysina's face flushed immediately, and she quickly withdrew her hand that was wiping Mobai's sweat in shame and anger, and scolded. Mobai, brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Lysina pretending to be angry and leaving. Mobai shook his head helplessly, turned around and looked at Alzik, the last wizard in the guild who was waiting to charge. Alzik smiled and handed over his gun, bowed deeply to Mobai and thanked him. Thank you for the trouble. Mobai was no stranger to Alzik. Whether in Aslant or Edris, Alzik did not seem to have changed much. Both used guns as weapons, and at the same time, they both had a girlfriend in love, Biska, who is also a sharpshooter. In Mobai's impression, the two seem to be the first among this group of young wizards to get married and have children. With the injection of multiple mixed energies, the gun quickly regained its magic power and shone brightly. Mobai gently stroked the gun in his hand, but did not return it to Alzak immediately, and then asked, "This gun, can I try it?" "Of course." Alzak readily agreed, fumbled out 2 bullets from his pocket and handed them over. Long before crossing, Mobai liked to play some FPS games and had some interest in guns. But he had never been able to try it himself. Now is a perfect opportunity. Under Alzak's guidance, Mobai quickly loaded the bullets, gently put his head on the scope, and squinted one eye. Locking the target, the finger suddenly clicked the trigger. Bang! The bullet suddenly passed through the barrel, cutting through the air at a very fast speed and flying straight. Then it accurately hit the window next to the flower pot. Clang! The crisp cracking sound immediately attracted the attention of the entire guild again, and the broken glass shards were scattered all over the ground. There was complete silence. For a long time. In the crowd, Natsu tiptoed out and quietly cleaned up the broken glass. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Mobai hurriedly put the gun back into Arzak's hand, trying to pass the blame. But it happened to be in this situation. Macau walked up to Mobai and patted his shoulder, laughing. "Great, Mobai. Arzak always shoots wherever he points, but you are different. You shoot wherever you point." Mobai was embarrassed. If you don't know how to praise, don't force it." Cough cough. Tactical cough twice. Mobai asked Arzak again. "I remember the position I aimed at just now was correct. My hand didn't cramp or anything, how could I miss so much?" Arzak smiled and answered happily, "Yes, my gun's trajectory is biased to the left." Huh. Seeing everyone's doubts, Arzak looked stern and said confidently, "As a wizard who uses a gun, I face the risk of being hunted down by the kingdom army every day. So I don't want the gun to be picked up by the enemy and used directly after I die." Mobai suddenly felt a heat in his chest and had the urge to vomit blood. Looked at Arzak dimly. Mobai asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you think there is a possibility that the cause of your death is that the trajectory is biased to the left?" After a while, seeing that everyone has got their favorite magic props, Mobai walked back to the center of the hall and cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, since the magic props in your hands are full of energy. Now Fairy Tale is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. You are powerful wizards." Good. Thunderous cheers and applause came from all around. Mobai looked around again and finally revealed the original purpose of this trip. "Actually, this time I came to the guild, mainly for one thing. I want to ask everyone for help." Before he finished speaking, the surroundings immediately gave a warm response. "Just say it. Our magic power is given by you, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Don't say 1, I will agree to 10. Everyone was enthusiastic. Seeing this, Mobai then became serious again and said, "This matter has to start with Mistgon. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but in your world, he has another identity, Prince Jelal." In the stunned eyes of everyone, Mobai told everything about the plan of Edlas and Anima from beginning to end. Including this trip, Mistgon asked him to come to Fairy Tale to find help. For a long while. After recovering from the shock, everyone looked at each other and finally learned the truth about their world. Natsu smacked his lips and said, "No wonder the country wants to ban all wizard guilds. It turns out that the magic in Edlas is so scarce that it has set its sights on other worlds." Mobai nodded and affirmed, "This is also the purpose of my coming here. If it were a few days later, the town and guild where I was originally located would probably be attracted by the Anima device to convert magic ore. But these things are state secrets, and it's normal that you don't know." This is indeed the case. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, King Faust of Edlas has always claimed that magic is generated and converted by the Anima device. He never mentioned that it was snatched from other worlds, or even the lives of wizards in other worlds, and convert it into magic. Juvia frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Mobai, you seem to have mentioned Prince Jelal just now. Mobai spread his hands and said, Mr. Gang. He is an opponent of the Anima plan. He is now negotiating with the king and wants to stop Anima in a peaceful way. But, Mobai then changed the subject and continued. Mr. Gang himself has made 2 preparations and asked me to ask you for help. Once the negotiations break down, we can only solve it by force. In addition, since the enemy we have to face is the entire kingdom of Edris, the number may be far greater than ours. I won't force you on this matter. Those who are willing to fight with me, we will set off immediately after Mr. Gang returns from his defeat. If you don't want to, you can stay in the guild. Chapter 88. Mobai had just finished speaking. A strange wind suddenly blew up outside the guild, blowing the door open. Everyone looked over with vigilance. Mobai smelled a familiar breath from the wind, and raised his hand slightly to signal everyone not to panic. Looking in the direction, a masked man in a blue-black cloak stood in the light, looking dusty, slowly raised his head and looked ahead. Gently took off the mask on his head, revealing a handsome young face. And on his right eye, there was a scarlet tattoo. It was Mr. Gang who had brought Mobai to Edris before. Lucy looked at him carefully for a while, and asked tentatively. Are you, Prince Jelal? Mr. Gang nodded slightly, walked slowly into the crowd, and faced Mobai. Mobai raised his eyebrows and asked, the negotiations ended so quickly. What was the result? Mr. Gang smiled self-deprecatingly and said bitterly. You were right. The king and his staff will never give up the Anima plan, and they will inevitably have to fight with them in the end. Even I was almost left in the royal city. When Mr. Gang said this, he deliberately emphasized the identity of the king. It seemed that he wanted to distance himself from him. Tell me in detail. Mobai casually moved the broken wooden chair with 3.5 legs next to him and motioned Mr. Gang to sit down and talk in detail. Marajan also kindly brought hot tea. Thank you. Mr. Gang squeezed out a smile from the corner of his mouth, and then quickly put it away, telling Mobai and the members of Fairy Tale who gathered around him about his experience in the royal city this time. Earlier, I did sneak into Anima's control base and managed to cut off all its energy devices. They probably won't be able to restart in a short time. I thought they would give up, or at least be more restrained, but... Mobai took over and said, but you still underestimated their ambition. That's right. Mr. Gang sighed, and then said, perhaps, they can be called crazy. When I entered the palace to negotiate, the king thought he could easily catch me, and inadvertently revealed their next plan to the people around him. The people of Fairy Tale immediately gathered forward again and asked. What plan? Mr. Gang turned his attention to Mobai again and said. The news in the royal city is quite well informed. The king and others already know that you defeated Bairo and Shugboy in succession. Mobai shrugged and did not comment. Anyway, they will know sooner or later. Moreover, the loss of 2 state-level cadres out of thin air is a major safety accident no matter where it is. Mr. Gang said, according to some records, the king and his men have known your identity as a dragon slayer, and have set their sights on the powerful dragon slayer magic source in your body. Mobai's mouth twitched and he said, why do these people have this problem? They like to target me. Mr. Gang bowed slightly to Mobai with a little apology. Until he saw the latter waved his hand nonchalantly, he continued to explain. There is a treasure called the Dragon Lock Cannon hidden in the basement of the palace. As long as the Dragon Slayer is used as the source, it can gather and fire powerful energy. Although Anima has been closed, but because of your appearance, the king and his men temporarily changed the plan and wanted to capture you to launch the Dragon Lock Cannon. Lucy was puzzled and interrupted. Since the king wants magic power, why doesn't he capture Mobai and directly extract his magic power, but instead go to the trouble of launching the Dragon Lock Cannon? Mist Gang paused and asked back, you should have heard of the island floating above Edris Extania. Everyone nodded. Extania is a sky island, and its citizens are all flying cats like Harpy and Shalulu. They are called Transcendents, because the Transcendents have innate magic in their bodies, just like Aslant. The Queen of the Transcendents is suspected to have the ability to control the life and death of all things. Therefore, for a long time, the Transcendents generally believe that they are better than humans. They are angels, and humans are inferior species. Humans should obey the orders of the Transcendents, even if they sacrifice their lives. The Queen of the Transcendents has supreme power over King Edlas. For a long time, humans rarely disobey the existence of the Transcendents. Seeing Mobai, he nodded to show his understanding. At this moment, Mistgang finally told King Faust's crazy plan. The king, he wants to use the terrifying magic in Mobai's body. If the plan succeeds, all the Transcendents will be killed or injured or converted into magic ore, which will be converted into magic and fall from the sky. At that time, Edlas will no longer have the problem of lack of magic. But like Aslant, there will be magic even in the air. Everyone in Fairy Tale almost took a breath at the same time and stared at Mistgang in a daze. They could never have imagined that the king's ambition was so big. Not only did he target Mobai, he even wanted to destroy the kingdom of Extania, which had always been superior to humans. Mobai narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "Want to capture me and use me as a living magic source? With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" Chapter 89. Mr. Gang continued. This time when I went to the royal city, I had secretly contacted Pansalili, the captain of the 1st Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom Army. He was once a member of Extania. The Kingdom Army is too powerful to be confronted head-on. So, we have already discussed. What have we discussed? The crowd asked. Mr. Gang took a deep breath and said resolutely. Completely reverse Anima. Return all the magic power of Edlas to the Aslant world where Mobai is. The voice fell on the crowd like a thunder, giving every magician present a blow. Return all the magic power. Doesn't this mean that the already scarce magic resources will completely disappear in the Edlas world? In other words, even if this battle is successful, are we destined to not be able to use magic in the future? Faced with the questioning, Mr. Gang nodded firmly. When he and Pansalili made this decision together, he had already guessed how everyone would react. After all, magic has been with everyone for so many years. It is always difficult to accept to give it up completely at once. For a long time. Let's just listen to Mobai. Everyone's eyes slowly focused on Mobai. This matter of life and death, I can't make a decision for a while, I still have to find a reliable person to make the final decision. Mobai slowly stood up, looked into the eyes of Mr. Gang, and said calmly, "What are you going to do specifically?" A flash of excitement flashed in Mr. Gang's eyes, and he said bluntly. "The king doesn't know my idea yet. And according to his plan, he only needs to catch you in a short time to launch the Dragon Lock Cannon. I guess that Anima's stronghold will not send heavy troops to guard it for the time being, we can capture it directly. If you want to completely operate the reversal magic, you need to operate there for at least half a day. And in the meantime, I'll have to trouble everyone to help us resist the Kingdom Army." After the voice fell, Mr. Gang stared at Mobai with expectant eyes, waiting for his response. But Mobai thought for a moment and shook his head. Just when everyone thought that Mobai was refusing to reverse Anima's plan, Mobai said, "I have a better way." "What?" "I will rush into the royal city now and kill your father." Realizing that his statement might be a little inappropriate, Mobai adjusted his words and said again. "Ahem. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. If I attract the attention of the king and all his troops, won't the pressure on your side be much less?" "No." Mr. Gang immediately objected. "As far as I know, the king is still planning to use the forbidden magic armored Dragon Knight. You will die if you rush into the royal city now." Dragon Knight. Many wizards who have heard of this name were shocked. "You mean, the sealed forbidden armor that almost destroyed the entire kingdom during the research?" Mr. Gang nodded. That's right. This time the king is determined to capture Mobai alive, and he will definitely launch the Dragon Knight at all costs. Everyone was silent. Although Mobai had already demonstrated amazing power before, easily defeating Shugboy and Jace one after another. But the legendary Dragon Knight is obviously not in the same league as these two people. The power has reached a terrifying level. Many years ago, when the Fairy Tale Guild of Edlas was first established, many people had witnessed the scene of the Royal Magic Research Institute showing the Dragon Knight. That day, due to the loss of control of magic, the destructive energy of the rampaging Dragon Knight almost razed the entire town to the ground. To this day, they can still recall the fear brought by the violent magic power. Mistgang looked at Mobai and added, since they want to burn their boats, they will definitely transfer all the magic power accumulated by Anima over the years into the Dragon Knight. Do you still want to fall into the trap? Mobai heard this, but still smiled disapprovingly, and gently spread his right palm in front of everyone. Inside the palm, 8 different magic beams of different attributes slowly emerged, each emitting unique light and power, shining against each other. Gradually condensed and bloomed into a beautiful flower composed of 8 colors. The essence of magic power spread from the stamens, and this breath was like a breeze blowing across everyone's faces, but it brought a majesty and oppression that could not be ignored. For a moment, everyone was trapped in this magical dragon-killing power, and they were a little distracted. Until Mobai gently closed his palms, and the flowers quietly dissipated. Then he smiled faintly. Don't forget, I'm a dragon slayer wizard. How could I be afraid of a fake dragon? Everyone, just follow my plan. If you want, you can go to Anima's control center with Miskin at any time. Miskin was about to refute. Wait, did you hear me? But he was immediately drowned out by the voices of the fairy tale members who echoed loudly. No problem. Since we can't use magic after the plan succeeds, let's use it to our heart's content today. Even if there is no magic, as long as the guild is still there, isn't it good? What's more, we can beat up those guys in the Kingdom Army in the end. After all, Brother Mobai has to face the Dragon Knight, which is much more dangerous than us, but he must come back alive. Mobai's sight swept across the enthusiastic wizards one by one, and finally fell on Lysina. Lysina bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she leaned close to Mobai's ear with a red face and warned. Be careful. Yes, otherwise how can I go back to Aslant with you? Mobai smiled heartily, activated the dragon-killing magic crystal in his body, and the wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared. Wait, hey. Mr. Gang noticed something was wrong and hurriedly stretched out his arms to try to grab Mobai. But he missed directly. As the light and shadow flashed in front of him, Mobai had already rushed out of the guild gate and left. This guy. Mr. Gang was angry and anxious. He punched the 3-legged wooden table in front of him, directly splitting it in the middle and breaking it into 2 halves. Lucy pushed Miskin in dissatisfaction, and said angrily, Hey, although you are a prince, you have to pay for destroying our guild's things. Also, when are we going to the Anima you mentioned? Miskin had no choice but to stand up. After packing up, he looked out from the open door with the 5 staffs on his back. Now, let's get ready to go. Mobai also brought the map that Miskin had given him at the beginning. The royal city is located in the center of the entire country, with the largest area and the most eye-catching location. At this speed, it won't take long to arrive. At this time, in addition to the Dragon Knight, Mobai was thinking about another thing. Once the war with the Kingdom Army is completely launched, it will inevitably meet another Urza of Edris. A crimson figure slowly emerged from his mind. But Mobai did not feel any expectation. Because in Edris, Urza is not a partner of the Fairy Tale Guild, but an enemy. Alas, although they look exactly the same, they are still enemies after all. If we meet, we have to fight. Edris and Aslant belong to parallel time and space, and most people can find another self in another world. But the fairy tale members in Aslant are not necessarily the wizards of the fairy tale guild in Edris. It can even be said that some people are friends in their original world, but become enemies in the other side. This is the case with Urza. In Aslant, she is Mobai's girlfriend and the fairy queen of the guild, Urza Shukuleto. But in Edris, at this time, Urza has a completely different identity. The captain of the 2nd Magic Warfare Unit of the Kingdom Army, the initiator of the eradication of the Fairy Tale Guild again and again, the Fairy Hunter, Urza Nightwalker. Chapter 90. Mobai soared in the sky with the storm dragon wings, and finally found the trace of the town on the distant horizon. As the distance continued to shrink, the bustling streets and houses were also constantly enlarging. He looked down at the map again to confirm. The king's city of Edris is in front. Mobai was about to lower his altitude a little to observe the situation on the ground more clearly. But at this moment, he suddenly smelled a hint of murderous intent. The guards are really strict. How could they be discovered so quickly? The storm dragon wings gently increased the frequency of flapping, and Mobai's body turned sideways. The next second, the original position was directly penetrated by a white magic light column, which was obviously coming towards him. Mobai frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the direction of the light column. A fat blue flying beast was in the center of the field of vision, flying towards him. And on the back of the beast seemed to be a red-haired woman holding a spear. The attack just now was launched by her. Mobai had good eyesight and could tell who was who at a glance, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. My stinky mouth, what I say is true. Roar. As the roar of the beast in the distance reached his ears, Mobai no longer dodged, and simply turned his flying direction and headed straight for the other party. In his sight, the figure of the red-haired woman gradually became clearer. She had a devilish figure that all women envied, and her clothes were quite hot and bold, but the gray-black spear in her hand made people feel more afraid of her. Like a rebellious female leopard in the desert, she exuded a dangerous and charming charm. Looking closely at her appearance, it is not difficult to find that she looks exactly like Urza, whom Mobai is familiar with. But there is a bit more coldness and murderous intent between her eyebrows. This person is none other than Urza Nightvoka, the captain of the 2nd Magical Warfare Unit of Edris, the Fairy Hunter. The distance kept getting closer until he hovered above the beast's body. Mobai folded up his storm dragon wings and jumped down, standing steadily on the back of the beast, staring at Nightvoka opposite him, confronting coldly. Nightvoka looked at Mobai, not hiding the coldness in his eyes, and said coldly, "You are the dragon slayer of Aslant, right? I didn't expect that you would come to our door before we started the large-scale hunt." Although he was mentally prepared in advance and knew that this was not the same person. But Nightvoka threatened him coldly with the face of his closest person, and Mobai couldn't help feeling awkward. However, Nightvoka always enjoyed killing. With the prey in front of him, he naturally didn't talk too much nonsense and directly activated the weapon in his hand. The first spear of the 10 Commandments. Iron Spear. The fighting spirit surged. The spear in Nightvoka's hand moved in response, and the magic burst out. The spear suddenly added a layer of black shell, and the cold air was pressing, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Mobai's throat. When Mobai heard the word, iron, out of the instinctive reaction of the Dragon Slayer wizard, he almost opened his mouth and bit it. However, after feeling that the magic breath emitted by this spear was quite strong, Mobai still endured it. He had a little plan in his mind. I remember that in the original plot, the two Urzas seemed to end up in a tie, right? With this amazing weapon, Nightwalker fought Urza without losing at all. So, that thing seems to be of good quality. If possible, take it back and give it to Urza. The shield of the cave dragon. When the iron spear was about to touch him, Mobai immediately condensed his magic power with both hands and opened a huge shield in front of him, blocking Nightwalker's attack steadily. Dang! The spear and shield overlapped, and a warlike smile appeared on Nightwalker's face. He was about to use his strength to pierce the shield. Unexpectedly, Mobai exerted force first, and pushed forward with both hands. The invisible magic pressure directly pushed Nightwalker and the spear forward. Nightwalker staggered a few steps, quickly adjusted to stabilize his body, and his cold and pretty face finally became more solemn. You have some strength. Mobai looked helpless. I have taken down several of the Kingdom Army cadres of the same level as you. Are you sure you still want to fight me? Before he finished speaking, Nightvoka interrupted directly, Ice Flame Spear. With a flip of her wrist, the Ten Commandments spear mobilized its magic power, and two streams of energy, one red and one blue, surged on the tip of the spear, gradually wrapping around the weapon. As she held the spear firmly with both hands, the Ten Commandments spear seemed to appear in an instant, splitting into two identical spears out of thin air, each wrapped with one of the red and blue magic powers, and the aura suddenly increased several times compared to before. Nightvoka shot out, piercing in front of Mobai. Determined Toho was like a hornet's nest. Skin of steel. The magic power of the Iron Dragon crystal burst out, and Mobai's hands were instantly covered with a layer of black scales. He crossed his arms and forcibly grabbed the tips of the double guns with his palms. Looking for death. Nightvoka snorted coldly, and then immediately activated the two different magic powers that had been attached to the gun. In an instant, the red and blue beams flew straight along the gun body and flowed rapidly along the gun tip to Mobai's palms. This move is the fifth style of the Ten Commandments spear. Nightvoka once successfully stood out in the army of the Kingdom of Edris with the majestic magic power offensive of ice and fire, and became the captain of the second magic combat unit. But as the confrontation continued to deepen, the surging ice and fire magic power continued to erode Mobai's arms, but Mobai did not see any adverse reactions. Even, the two hands holding the tips of his guns are holding tighter and tighter. Look up. Along with a slight arc appearing at the corner of Mobai's mouth. Nightvoka realized with horror. His attack did not cause any damage to Mobai at all, and the opponent even wanted to take his weapon away. Chapter 91. After realizing this, Nightvoka gritted his teeth and directly reversed the two energy flows that were still attacking Mobai on the ice flame double guns, and directly flowed back into his body along the gun body. Although he would be injured by the magic energy by doing so, he could also strengthen his control over the Ten Commandments guns in a short period of time. The ice and fire energy suddenly stopped running. With Nightvoka's strong pullback, the tips of the double guns finally broke away from Mobai's control and returned to his hands. Nightvoka staggered back a few steps and barely stabilized his body. After the impact just now, his face became a little paler. But fortunately, the weapon was saved. For the wizards of Edris, if they lost the magic props as a medium, they could not use the powerful magic power at all. The Ten Commandments guns were still in his hands. At least, they had not failed yet. Mobai on the opposite side naturally took all of this in his eyes, and couldn't help but think in his heart, this woman is so cruel to herself. Nightvoka licked the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, stared at Mobai with his eyes, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Sure enough, you are the Dragon Slayer wizard named by the king as a source of magic energy. However, countless fairies have fallen into my hands, and you will not be an exception. Holy Spear, Holy Stone World. Nightvoka exerted force with both arms and slowly put the split Ten Commandments spear back into one. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear, and the magical aura that was several times more terrifying than before slowly spread out. Ah! Feeling the pressure from the Ten Commandments spear, even the flying beasts under the feet of the two men let out a little wail from their throats. At this moment, the strength shown by Nightvoka is completely a level stronger than the Shugboy and others he met before. It's rare to find a woman who can fight Urza to a draw. Within Mobai's sight, Nightwork had already accumulated the magic power of the Ten Commandments spear to its peak, ready to attack at any time. Storm Dragon Wings. Mobai's feet were full of wind, he stepped on the beast's back and leapt into the air, and spread his wings to fly back into the sky. Nightwork saw this, but sneered, you think of running away now. Can you escape the speed of the holy stone world? With a loud shout from Nightwork, the bright light suddenly materialized into a silver-white wave column, aiming at Mobai's body, and rushed up at a very fast speed. Mobai leaned over to take a bird's-eye view, and also felt the dangerous breath under his feet. But he did not choose to dodge by linking the power of wind and thunder. As his wings flapped, a few breezes surged around him, rolling up some sand in the desert. Just before the energy beam from the holy stone world was about to hit him, Mobai quickly adjusted his posture so that his whole body was facing downwards, and clenched his fists tightly, gathering abundant earth attribute magic power to fight it head-on. Earth Dragon's Earth Hammer. In all the time in Edlas, the most common terrain he saw was the desert. In order to keep his magic power sufficient at all times, Mobai gritted his teeth and ate a lot of sand. There was no other way. Although it was not very elegant. But at least the recovery of magic power was visible to the naked eye, and Mobai also accumulated some earth attribute energy that had not yet been converted into magic power. Just used it together in this attack. Mobai was high above, and his fists were crushing Netvoka's final killer move. Netvoka gritted her teeth tightly, and she had already concentrated all her strength on this round of confrontation. Stay in, Address. On the other hand, Mobai, with the strong and tenacious power of the Earth Dragon, and the floating sand around him as a medium to attract magic, was like a fish in water. His fists rushed forward like a ferocious beast out of control. The light bursting out from the holy stone world was actually scattered bit by bit. Almost. Realizing that the time for attack had come, Mobai gently opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking in all the sand particles that were originally wrapped around his side. Then he concentrated it between his fists, and the magic power burst out again. When the counterattack began, the light of the Ten Commandments spear was instantly extinguished, and it was all covered by the powerful magic breath of the Earth Dragon. Nativoka's face suddenly surged with endless horror. Boom! As the fists fell, Netvoka and the flying beast she was riding were hit hard and fell down suddenly without control. The desert was once again swirling with sand. Until the sand and dust cleared. The vision gradually became clear, and the situation under the feet was clearly seen. Mobai then gradually gathered his original magic power and controlled the wings of the storm dragon to run downwards. The blue beast had no breath of life, and its huge corpse lay across the desert like a low hill. As for Netvoka, although it was already dying, it still had and he held the weapon tightly. Mobai walked forward, bent down, and gently exerted force to grab the Ten Commandments spear into his own hands, in order to prevent the impact from being too great and damaging the weapon. In the previous attack, Mobai also deliberately avoided the original position of Netvoka, and most of the attack force was all hit on the beast. He weighed the Ten Commandments spear in his hand and smiled faintly. This weapon, let's treat it as my trophy. Mobai turned around and was about to leave. The corner of his eye suddenly swept across Netvoka's face. Although she was stained with sand after the battle, it was still difficult to hide the resentment in her eyes. Netvoka still stared at Mobai, and said in a hoarse voice, "If I had known this, I would rather destroy the Ten Commandments than let you take it away." Mobai shrugged, picked up the Ten Commandments and waved it in front of Netvoka, and said helplessly, "Can you be gentler? My Urza is much more obedient than you, Tilda." At the same time, in the west of the royal city, Anima Control Center. In the command room, Captain Zeus, a big treehouse suddenly dropped from somewhere outside the city, and a bunch of fairy tale wizards came out of it, shouting that they want to attack us. Just a bunch of mediocre fish. You can handle this kind of thing by yourselves, no need to report to me. But that group of fairies got a bunch of high-level magic props from somewhere, and the magic power is so strong that the main gate will be lost soon. What? Zeus stood up in panic. Just half a day ago, as the captain of the 3rd Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom Army, he was ordered by the king to be transferred to the Anima Control Center with the captain of the 1st Magic Combat Unit, Pansalili, to guard there. Originally, Zeus thought this would be an easy job. After all, according to the king's original plan, the next focus was to capture Mobai and activate the dragon lock cannon. But he didn't realize that it was not good until he was attacked by a group of fairy tale wizards led by Mistgang. It's impossible. I clearly heard Jace say that Fairy Tale should have run out of magic power. Could it be that he failed to take down that guild? Zeus frowned. However, the other party was at the gates of the city, and there was no time for him to think about these things. After calming down, Zeus questioned the guard who came to report the news. How is Captain Lily? Is there any news from asking him for help? Bang! Before the guard opened his mouth to respond, the door of the command center was directly punched open. Zeus looked in horror, and it was Mistorgan and Pansalili, one man and one cat, standing at the gate. The members of Fairy Tale followed closely behind the two, their faces full of the joy of fighting. Apparently, they were venting their anger at the previous attack on the kingdom army here. Zeus finally reacted. You, Lily, you actually betrayed the king. Lily responded coldly. The king is greedy and plunders the magic power of other worlds. I have already decided to follow Prince Jelal. Zeus wanted to say something. Nabu behind Mistorgan suddenly stepped forward and punched Zeus in the chest, directly knocking him out. Why waste your words with him? Didn't Brother Mobai say that our mission is to reverse Anima as soon as possible? Let's start now. Mistorgan nodded slightly, and without hesitation, he led everyone to the Anima main device behind the command room. Chapter 92. In the royal city of Edris, cars rumbled and horses neighed. The bustling streets and the endless stream of people seemed to be no different from usual. In order to prevent the target from being too big and attracting attention, Mobai had already landed from the air and slipped into a deep alley, moving forward in secret. A breeze blew. At the end of the alley ahead, a subtle whisper came into Mobai's ears, causing him to stop and listen. Alas, I really don't know what the king is thinking. He has confiscated all our magic tools, but he still has to come here to guard us 24 hours a day. Shish, keep your voice down. It is said that the Aslant man named Mobai has extremely sharp five senses. We can't let him hear us. I know. Isn't he not here? What's the big deal? Besides, our current weapons are just decorations without magic power. Even if he comes, we can't catch him. Well, anyway, it's better to be cautious. Although the palace has not made a clear announcement, I feel that something big is going to happen today. What big thing? After a brief pause and hesitation, the other person said in a lower voice. The last time I was patrolling the palace, I accidentally saw Prince Jelal. It seems that he came to negotiate. He also told the king something about Anima. Tell me in detail. I just remember that they had a very unpleasant quarrel. The king seemed to threaten Prince Jelal. He even wanted to use the forbidden technique Armored Dragon Knight that was sealed a few years ago. Fuck, is it true? Idiot, keep your voice down. The voice stopped abruptly. Mobai hid his body in a dark corner, rubbing his chin and thinking secretly. These two idiots who were slacking off seemed to have mentioned something very important. Mobai remembered it clearly. Mistgang said that the kingdom army was large in number and well equipped. But now it was so easy to get in. I thought it would be a trap, waiting for me to fall into it. Unexpectedly, the king was even more cruel. Directly recycle all the magic tools of those soldiers, use the magic power as the energy to activate the Dragon Knight armor, and then use the power of the Dragon Knight to capture himself. During the activation of the Dragon Knight, let the soldiers stand guard continuously to monitor the movements in the city at all times. This plan is indeed very thoughtful. It seems that we have to find where the king is as soon as possible, and try to destroy him before the Dragon Knight starts. For the battle, Mobai has always adhered to the most cautious way of playing. Just like when he first fought with the 6 demon generals, although he had the power to fight against President Wu. But since there is a way to directly avoid a fierce battle and win, why not do it? Thinking of this, Mobai mobilized his magic power, instantly increased his whole body speed to the maximum, and rushed forward all the way out of the deep alley. At the entrance of the alley, the two guards who were just slacking off were preparing to pretend to stand guard. But I just felt a strange wind suddenly blowing in front of me, and it seemed that there was a little magic in it. Something seemed to flash in front of me, and it disappeared in a flash. The two looked at each other, confused and confused. It seems that something just ran over. Didn't you see it clearly? Maybe it was a big black rat. Is it? In the west of the royal city, Anima Control Center. Under the leadership of Mr. Gang and Lily, everyone went deeper step by step until the room at the end. Push the door and enter. There are several huge human-shaped stone statues standing around the vast space, and the stone statues' eyes are focused on the center of the room, which is the main control device of Anima. It's here. Mr. Gang took a deep breath and couldn't help but speed up his pace. The magicians also gathered around the light group in the room, carefully examining the core light group of Anima. Natsu asked curiously, "So, this thing has been absorbing the magic power of Mobai's world?" Mr. Gang nodded. "What are you waiting for? Let's find a way to reverse this thing now. Leave the outside to us, and we will ensure that no kingdom army will be allowed to enter," Lucy urged. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gang slowly placed his palm on the light ball of the Anima core. As a dazzling beam of light shot out, everyone felt a huge magic power from it. It is worthy of being a super device that has converted magic power for several years. Even if it was forcibly closed once before, the remaining energy in it cannot be underestimated. Just as everyone was about to turn around and guard the door, Mr. Gang suddenly stopped his action and gently called everyone to the spot. "Everyone, please wait a moment. What's wrong?" Once Anima succeeds in reversing, there will be no more magic in the world of Edris. You should be mentally prepared. Why are you so fussy? Didn't we say it before? We all agree. Mr. Gang turned his head again, looked at Lily next to him, and said calmly, "Lily, thank you for your help. If the plan succeeds, I hope you can take my body out of here. And the citizens of Edris are also handed over to you." What? Lily didn't understand for a moment. Even the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild were also full of question marks. Mr. Gang sighed and explained in a deep voice. "Letting Edris completely lose magic will definitely cause incalculable losses to this country. And I am the initiator of this plan, a sinner. I can no longer face the citizens in this capacity. So, I hope you can kill me." Lily was stunned for a moment. How could I do this to you?" Mr. Gang shook his head resolutely. "Things have come to this point. If everything goes well, Mobai will be able to smash the dragon knight armor of King Faust. And after that, you can directly take my body to explain to the people, and naturally become the new king of this country." Chapter 93. Absolutely not. Lily refused categorically. Although Mr. Gang had long been regarded as a rebellious prince, and Lily was the captain of the first magic combat unit of the Kingdom Army. But the man and the cat had already formed an indissoluble bond many years ago, and they were considered friends of life and death. Lily could not do such a thing anyway. Mr. Gang emphasized sternly, "We have no other choice. Everything we do is for our country." Just as they were arguing, Lysina suddenly leaned out from the fairy tale people next to her and walked in front of them. Can I ask a question?" "What question?" Lysina frowned slightly, and after a brief thought, she whispered. "If Anima successfully reverses, it will take away all the magic power of the world of Edris. As a transcendent born with magic power, won't Lily be forcibly sent to a slant?" Mr. Gang was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Lily originally came from the flying cat kingdom of Extania, and was born with magic in his body. It was only because of some reasons that he was regarded as a fallen angel and expelled from Sky Island, and then he served in the army of the kingdom of Edris and became a cadre here. Lily gradually understood, and an elusive light flashed in his eyes. It was also at this moment that he realized that with the reversal of anima, he and all his compatriots would be forced to leave here. Mistgang looked at Lysina bitterly, and then glanced at the fairy tale people behind her. After a long time, he asked hoarsely, "What should we do now?" Lysina's hesitation flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she said, "I think Brother Mobai should have considered this, but unfortunately he is not here now. Let's proceed according to the plan. Continue to reverse anima, and then Brother Mobai should be able to tell us what to do next." Lysina's tone was full of unconditional trust in Mobai. After hearing this, Mistgang finally placed his palm back on the anima central light group and slowly activated it. "I hope so." On the other side, Mobai rushed to the center of the royal city. But as the distance got closer, he felt more and more that a terrifying magical power was being released. The source was the square in the center of the royal city. Mobai narrowed his eyes and realized that the king had activated the dragon knight armor before him. A fierce battle was inevitable. There was no way to sneak past like President Wu. What was supposed to come finally came. The storm dragon wings appeared from behind, and Mobai no longer hid. He rushed across the block and flew into the air. The streets became more and more noisy. As he continued to move forward, he found that more and more people seemed to be rushing in the same direction as him. Mobai also vaguely distinguished a few clear and complete sentences from them. "Have you heard? King Faust seems to want to restart the Dragon Knight armor. It's over there in the square." "What? Hasn't it been listed as a forbidden technique for a long time? I still remember the terrifying destructive power of the Dragon Knight when it first appeared. I also remember that it was clearly stated at the time that it was strictly forbidden to use it again, except in special circumstances." "What special circumstances? Is the country in trouble and must use the Dragon Knight to solve it?" "I don't know, let's go over there to see the excitement first. But you have to stay away, I don't want to be trampled to death." Climb over the last street. Mobai's eyes were like torches, looking straight ahead. The originally spacious square was now densely packed with people, surrounding the center of the square. And the center of all the people. A silver-gray dragon-shaped armored monster that covered the sky and the sun had stood up, emitting a huge magical pressure. As the Dragon Knight's face glowed red, his huge feet supported his whole body. The Dragon Knight swayed his body slightly, and an old voice came from inside him. "Citizens of Edlas, I am King Faust. I am now in the body of the Dragon Knight. Please listen carefully to what I say next." The people watching the scene were immediately interested and echoed loudly around him. It is indeed the king. He actually launched the Dragon Knight again. It seems that something big is going to happen. King Faust's voice was amplified by the Dragon Knight and was deafening. Even Mobai, who was floating in the air in the distance, heard it clearly. The old voice came out from the Dragon Knight again. "Citizens, Edlas has now slipped into a robber from another world. This bandit values the anima device used by our country to collect magic. After negotiating with me to no avail, he actually wants to forcibly destroy anima and monopolize all the magic that we have nurtured with great difficulty over the years. Everyone, should we expel him from this land?" The voice echoed in the square like a bell. The emotions of the people were instantly ignited, and they supported loudly. "I agree with both hands and feet. There is such a thing. Fuck him. That's right, our magic is already very scarce. If it weren't for anima constantly creating magic, I'm afraid it would have been exhausted long ago." Mobai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder Faust could become the king, he is really capable. Not only did he not mention that the magic of the anima device was stolen from Aslant, but he also distorted the facts and defined himself as a robber in a few words. He even used his status as a king to directly incite the public sentiment. What an old fox. Seeing that he had won a lot of support, Faust continued. "Citizens, the robber is too powerful. I had no choice but to reopen the seal of the Dragon Knight. But please rest assured, this robber is different from us, he has a natural source of magic in his body. As long as he can be caught, it will be enough to offset all the magic consumed by activating the Dragon Knight, and there will even be some left for everyone. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became even more excited. But no one noticed. The so-called robber in their mouths had already quietly landed from midair and mixed in with them. Chapter 94. Mobai forced all the magic energy in his body back into his body. Disguising himself as a muggle who didn't know magic, he squeezed out of the crowd step by step and groped his way to the front row. Anyway, the king had never seen him. As Mobai finally arrived at the feet of the Dragon Knight, he observed closely and realized how big this guy was. His height was just enough to reach its ankles at best. But the good news is that this thing seems to be made of iron from head to toe. Citizens, in order to ensure your safety, please evacuate here immediately if the robbers appear in the square. Faust's voice was still hovering above his head. The people in the square also roared in agreement with red faces, vowing to bring the robbers he mentioned to justice. Wait, the little fire seat in front. What are you doing? In the crowd, an old man watching the show in the front row suddenly shouted. The people around him looked in the direction of his finger. As expected, someone crossed the Dragon Knight's alert range and walked forward step by step. Hey, don't go over there. The Dragon Knight is very dangerous. Its magic pressure will directly cause your heart to stop. Danger, danger, come back quickly. Don't cause trouble for the king. But no matter how the people around him dissuaded him, the man in front seemed to be deaf, and still walked forward confidently. Forget it, don't shout, probably a deaf person. Respect natural selection. After all, no one among the onlookers was willing to take the risk to pull him back. Faust, who was in the Dragon Knight's body, obviously noticed the young man who crossed the line, but did not immediately stop and expel him. He seemed to feel that there was an unusual aura on the cross-border person, not like an ordinary citizen. The person who came was none other than Mobai, who had been observing for a long time. You? Faust was about to ask. Mobai suddenly raised his eyes, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he decisively spread the wings of the storm dragon and flew into the sky with the wind. The people who were originally watching the show stared blankly at Mobai, who was flying in the wind in front of them, and were dumbfounded for a moment. He can fly. Could he be a transcendent? Are you stupid? Transcendents are cats, but this person is obviously a human. But he can fly. How to explain this? This involves my blind spot in knowledge. Maybe he is a Do Wong strongman. Do Chi into wings. 6. At this moment in the sky, Mobai no longer needs to suppress the magic breath in his body, and the dragon-slaying pressure is released, which is not inferior to the Dragon Knight in front of him. Until the height is level with his waist, almost at the same time, the Iron Dragon-slaying crystal in his body suddenly activates. Iron Dragon Sword. As Mobai's arms transformed into two black swords, Faust finally came to his senses, and a sinister voice came out from the armor. You are the Dragon Slayer Mobai brought by the traitor, right? I didn't expect that before I had time to find you, you would fall into the trap first. Well, it saves me from wasting the magic power of the Dragon Knight's actions. Let you, an outsider, see the most powerful war weapon in the whole of Edris. Mobai naturally wouldn't argue with him at this time. The storm dragon wings on his back flapped vigorously, driving his whole body to fly forward, and the Iron Dragon sword swung in the air, instantly cutting from the side of the Dragon Knight's body. The iron sword and the armor intertwined, making a unique metal-piercing collision sound. Mobai unconsciously increased the intensity of the attack again, scratching a striking long scar from the Dragon Knight's body. The cockpit inside the Dragon Knight's body suddenly spun around. Faust felt the same way. His eyes gradually became gloomy, and he pushed the joystick in front of him forward fiercely. Roar! The injured Dragon Knight let out a deafening roar, and the iron tail twisted from behind, smashing down in the direction of Mobai with the force of a mountain. Mobai's vision suddenly became dim due to the shadow of the huge dragon tail. He immediately burst out with an even more amazing speed, and his body was like a golden lightning, directly leaping up from his original position, and jumped to the roof of a residential building not far away. Boom! The dragon tail hit the ground heavily. Not only did it not hit Mobai, but it immediately smashed a deep crack in the wide square, and the impact even affected many people who didn't have time to leave. Oh my god! The Dragon Knight is going crazy again. Oh my god! Run for your life! The Dragon Knight slowly turned his body around. The cold face reflected a scarlet light, indicating that King Faust was very angry about the ink, Bai's anger and resentment. On the other hand, Mobai. At this moment, he seems to be chewing something in his mouth. In the attack on the Dragon Knight just now, Mobai scraped off a lot of iron materials from its armor. Based on the principle of not wasting, it is better to eat it. This feels different from ordinary iron. It seems that there is a lot of magic in it. Maybe it was injected when this big guy was made. Swallow the iron material. Mobai immediately felt refreshed, and his strength increased a bit. The iron dragon sword transformed by his arms also exuded a stronger murderous aura. In addition, the speed of this big guy seems to be quite ordinary. While thinking, Faust has pulled down the joystick again, and the Dragon Knight's claws ignited the dark blue magic, and at the same time fell forward and backward with 1,000 tons of weight. Directly smashed the high-rise building where Mobai was. Only this time, Mobai escaped in time at the last moment, and also took out a handful of iron material with magic from its armpit. He swallowed it hastily without tasting it. The magic power surged again, and seeing his iron dragon swords increase a little, Mobai nodded with satisfaction. If he continued to fight at this pace, even if he didn't eat this fake iron dragon. When the magic power increased to a certain level, he could directly kill the opponent with a 40-meter long sword. This happened again and again. Whenever Faust took the initiative to attack, Mobai could always dodge flexibly by relying on the speed advantage of the wind and thunder linkage. By the way, he could also scrape some iron from him to replenish his magic power. The scars on the Dragon Knight's body became more and more dense, but the energy accumulated in Mobai's body was even much more than before the battle. He had used all the magic power he swallowed to strengthen the Iron Dragon Sword. At this moment, the Iron Dragon Sword flashed with a cold light, and the blade was as sharp as lightning, as if it could cut off everything. The low roar of the Dragon Knight surrounded his ears, mixed with the angry voice of King Faust. Boy, you succeeded in angering me. Faust punched the bright red button in front of him. A strange light flashed in the Dragon Knight's eyes, and then he opened his abyss mouth, and purple magic surged in his mouth, and a mysterious and terrifying force began to gather. As time passed, a huge ball of destructive light gradually took shape. The ball of light emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, and the surrounding air was distorted, as if it would be torn apart by this powerful force at any time. Faust had already killed Red Eyes, and his eyes full of anger revealed his desire and greed for magic again, and he shouted loudly. As long as you stay in Edris, all the magic consumed in this war will be lost and recovered. Mobai took a deep breath. He looked down at his double-arm iron dragon swords that had been strengthened to the peak, and smiled meaningfully. You want my dragon-killing power. It's better to consider your own importance first. Chapter 95. Gently close your eyes. As the four-color dragon-killing magic crystals in the consciousness space were activated at the same time, they burst into bright light. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Mobai's feet, and 4 kinds of magic beams of iron, fire, thunder and wind surged out from it, constantly wrapping around and arming his whole body. The iron dragon sword was sharp, and the majestic dragon-killing magic attached to it, ready to go. Dragon-killing secret. Dragon-severing steel blade. At the moment when the destructive light ball accumulated by the Dragon Knight was shot out, Mobai's figure also shot out violently, holding 2 40-meter long swords and dancing in the air, slashing wildly. At this moment, although the magic secret he launched was mainly based on the power of the Iron Dragon, with the assistance of the wind and thunder magic, the speed was also astonishing. The 4 kinds of magic were attached to the weapons. Although the light ball was huge, Mobai was still able to handle it with ease, and kept repeating the slashing action. I don't know how many times he swung it. The Dragon Knight was still spewing out magic power to maintain the operation of the light ball, but it gradually weakened. Faust felt bad. It's bad. The anima was shut down by the traitor before, and there was no time to supply all the remaining magic power stored before. However, Mobai would not give him a chance to regret at this moment. Boom. The last sword fell. The destructive light ball, which was originally full of energy, was directly chopped into nothingness under the attack of multiple attribute magic. However, Mobai did not stop attacking. As his figure swept through the air, he opened his arms under the support of the storm dragon wings and stabbed the Dragon Knight in the heart. Dragon. The Dragon Knight was forged with all the wisdom and magic power of our country. How could it be easily broken by you? Faust stretched out his trembling arms, trying to control the Dragon Knight to use his broad body to block further. But Mobai's speed did not slow down at all. He rushed straight ahead with overwhelming force, and penetrated the Dragon Knight's chest the moment he touched it. The cockpit shook again. Faust pressed a bunch of buttons in a panic, but it was useless. The Dragon Knight had lost control and balance under the heavy blow and fell straight down. Boom. Dust flew all over the sky. The Dragon Knight was like a huge piece of iron, lying on the ground helplessly, with scattered iron parts falling all over the ground. Completely scrapped. Mobai looked up. An old man with white beard and hair was kneeling at the feet of the Dragon Knight, wearing luxurious clothes. It was King Faust who tried every means to capture him alive. However, King Faust was no longer as greedy and crazy as before, and his body was still shaking uncontrollably, and he was still in shock. The situation was over. Mobai exhaled lightly and muttered to himself, "Is it finally over?" Seeing that there were many iron parts scattered under his feet, he bent down gently, picked up a piece of iron and chewed it like an apple. Just to replenish energy. When Mobai lowered his head again. Suddenly, a sandbag-sized stone rolled over and landed at his feet. Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly and turned around. On the originally empty field, a chubby little boy about 7 or 8 years old stood there. The child was full of disgust, and was constantly collecting broken stones and iron pieces on the ground, throwing them at Mobai with all his strength, and muttering, "Dare to bully our king. Beat you to death, hum." Mobai's face was full of black lines. Whose naughty child is this? The naughty child saw Mobai discover him. Instead of running, he bent down on the spot, and lifted a bigger stone with both hands. Using all his strength, he threw it directly at Mobai's face. Mobai raised his left hand gently, and immediately stretched out his palm to stop it. With the slight operation of the magic power in his body, the hard stone was instantly shaken into powder and scattered with the wind. Ah! The bear child was stunned, and then he knew he was afraid. He turned his head and staggered back. Mobai didn't tolerate him at all. The wind attribute dragon killing power was mobilized, and gently accumulated into an invisible magic power. Mobai waved his arm in the air, and directly used this power to slap the bear child's butt hard in the air. Wow! The bear child cried for his parents in pain, and tears fell down, and ran away from the square to find his parents. Maybe it was because the kid was crying too loudly, or maybe the situation had calmed down. The people who had gathered in the square to watch the show slowly returned to the area, looking at the scene in shock. Dragon Knight was defeated. Even the strongest power of the Dragon Knight can't defeat him. In other words, our magic power is destined to be taken away by him. What a robber! The curses around him came into his ears. Mobai was not polite. He pointed to the pile of scrap metal that the Dragon Knight had turned into behind him and said unhappily, "Ah, yes, it's me. What's wrong? Are you going to bite me?" And they were afraid of Mobai's terrifying strength. The spectators could only be angry but not speak, and they retreated unconsciously. It was late. Mobai looked up at the starry sky of the vast plateau, and faintly found that several rays of light were flickering in it, constantly expanding. It seems, it is still absorbing some of the magic breath on the earth. Mobai immediately realized that this was the result of Mistgang. It seems that the reversal of anima is about to be completed. Chapter 96. In the distant sky. Under Mobai's gaze, a huge mass of something suddenly appeared, falling rapidly like a meteorite from space. Its size also continued to expand in Mobai's sight. This is. It landed with a loud bang, landing on the back of the Dragon Knight's body. It turned out to be a thick and huge tree. Mobai had already identified it based on the outline. This is the headquarters of the Fairy Tale Guild in Edlas. As the door of the tree house opened, the people inside rushed out like a swarm of bees and rushed to Mobai. The people in the lead were Mistgang and Pansalili. Looking at the scrapped Dragon Knight armor beside him, Mistgang was surprised and spoke awkwardly. "You really did it." Mobai extended his right hand in a friendly manner and whispered, "Thank you for fulfilling your mission. Since you can also come here, the plan to reverse anima is also going well, right?" Mistgang nodded slightly. "Thanks to everyone in the guild. They took the weapons you rushed through and fought one against many, and took down the control center with almost no effort." Natsu followed behind him and echoed, "Yes, Brother Mobai, this battle was so exciting." Yes, yes. Mobai smiled and did not comment. At the same time, the giant Dragon Knight armor beside him suddenly flashed a light and rushed straight into the sky. And in the light, everyone clearly sensed the breath of magic passing away. Mobai stroked his chin and analyzed in a deep voice. "It should be anima that is taking effect. It won't be long before all people and things related to magic, including us, will be forcibly sent to Aslant." Lily suddenly remembered something when he heard it, and hurriedly said, "Now I need to go to Extania to inform my compatriots there of this news." "Excuse me, everyone. The citizens of Extania are transcendents. Unlike Edras, they are all flying cats with natural magic in their bodies. Once anima reverses, as Lysina reminded before, all transcendents will be forcibly sent away." After watching Lily leave, Mobai quickly glanced at Miss Chigang in front of him, patted his shoulder affectionately, and said with a smile, "I should leave in a while. But I believe you will be a good king." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Miss Chigang's eyes, and he said, "Wait. You mean?" Mobai smiled and added, "Lily is gone, the old king failed, but you are the only one left, right? Don't forget, you are the prince of this country. All the magic power of Edlas is gone, so many citizens will definitely have to endure a very tormenting period, only you can stand up and turn the tide." Looking at Mobai's half-playful and half-serious expression, Miss Chigang couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Okay, I must take this responsibility. You are welcome to visit Edlas again in the future." Mobai rolled his eyes when he heard this. It reminded him of the scene where he was stoned by the naughty kid before. However, recalling that he had promised Lysina that he would occasionally bring her to Edlas to visit relatives, Mobai still asked, "By the way, what is the principle of your teleportation magic? How to learn it?" Mr. Gang explained, "Teleportation magic is recorded in many classics. It is easy to get started, but it takes too much time and effort to build a teleportation base. Put it in simple terms." Mobai suddenly felt like a poor student and wanted to sleep. "If you only travel between Edlas and Aslant, it's actually very simple. I have already built the teleportation bases for the two worlds. You can go back and buy a magic book and learn it by simply reading it." "Oh. Time is limited." Seeing that the reversal light of anima was about to fall on him, Mobai did not discuss it with Mr. Gang in detail. As long as he could bring Lysina back to visit relatives, the goal would be achieved. The principle should be left to those who specialize in magic. "By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you." Mobai suddenly turned around and said. Mistgun was puzzled. "What's the matter?" Mobai smiled faintly. In the future, you will be the king here, and I'm afraid you will never have the chance to return to Aslant. However, in our guild, you will never be Prince Jello, but Mistgun. So, I hope you can always remember the 3 rules for leaving the guild. First, you must never tell others about information that is unfavorable to fairy tale in your lifetime. Second, you are prohibited from contacting past clients without authorization and gaining personal benefits from it. At this point, Mobai's voice suddenly became a little choked swallow. As I get older, crocodiles' eyes are always easily caught. But after a short pause, he still went on. Third, even if the paths are different, we must live strong, never despise our lives, and never forget the companions we cherished in the past. Perhaps it was because of his mission since childhood. Mistgang has always been serious. But when he heard Mobai finish the last sentence, the corners of his mouth gradually curved, and he punched Mobai in the chest. You guy. Except for Mobai. The glory of Anima also descended on Listener. Everyone in Fairy Tale almost dropped their jaws. Listener. You. Listener bowed apologetically and said politely, I'm sorry, I kept it a secret for so long. In fact, I am from Aslant like brother Mobai. After the voice fell, Listener immediately turned to Mirajan and Elfman. As they were about to leave, they were the ones they were most reluctant to leave. Sister Mira, brother Elfman. I'm sorry. Tears welled up in Mirajan's eyes, and she hugged Listener tightly. Actually, I knew a long time ago that you were not that child. She left us forever in that commission. But you two are so similar. Miraja's voice fell. He took out a square sachet engraved with the fairy tale emblem from his bosom and stuffed it into Listener's hand and held it tightly. This is a very precious amulet item. It is a relic left by Listener of Edris. If you encounter danger, just inject magic into it, and the nearest guild member will sense it and come to help you. It's a pity that my sister didn't have the chance to use it until the last moment of her life. You keep it well, maybe it can play a role in the critical moment in the future. Listener couldn't stop crying. Sister Mira. Elfman was also crying beside her. Ahem. Is it necessary to be so sad? When several people were sad. Suddenly, Mobai's voice came from the front. Lisana bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and a little bit of gentleness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mobai took 2 steps forward, gently wiped away the tears on Lisana's cheeks, and said, Didn't I tell you that you can come back anytime you want? I'll take care of the teleportation magic. Lisana lowered her head slightly embarrassedly and squeezed the sachet in her hand. Well. Even so, I still can't help it. Mobai smiled helplessly and bowed to the wizards of the guild. Lisana and I will return to Aslant soon. Take care of yourself, everyone. I'm glad to meet you in this world. Parting is imminent. Everyone is really reluctant to leave. Ah, are you really leaving? Mobai joked. Didn't you say that last time? I defeated Jace and picked a beauty from the guild to take away. Well, it seems to be true. The dome finally shone a brilliant light. It descended on Mobai and Listener's bodies, slowly attracting them to the sky. Finally, it was the final moment of parting. Under Mobai and Listener's feet, dozens of arms waved together, saying goodbye to them. Everyone, even without magic, I hope you will not forget your respective ties and build fairy tale into a permanent home. Chapter 97. In midair. Mobai gently grasped Listener's right wrist, causing her to blush. Brother Mobai, you. Mobai smiled faintly and explained, we will travel through Anima and return to Aslant in a while. If we fall directly from the sky, I'm afraid you will fall. Oh. A trace of imperceptible loss flashed across Listener's beautiful eyes. Getting farther and farther away from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the time and space vortex of Anima was in front of us. Listener began to look forward to the situation after returning in her heart, and she was more afraid of her hometown. We will be able to return to Magnolia in a while. I don't know what changes have taken place in the guild in the past few years, and how are Mirajan and the others? The eyes disappeared into nothingness, and the body was wrapped in a vortex of magic. When Mobai and Lysina opened their eyes again, they had already changed to a new world under their feet. They were just above Magnolia. "We're almost home," Mobai murmured. Although he had only stayed in Edlis for 2 days, when he returned to Magnolia, he felt as if he was in another world. As if he suddenly remembered something, Mobai whispered to Lysina. "We've returned to Aslant. Do you want to try and see if the magic has recovered?" Lysina nodded and tried to activate the magic in her body. After staying in Edlis for a long time, it was inevitable that she was unfamiliar with the control of magic, but about half a minute later, Mobai sensed the outflow of magic from her. "Receive animal soul." As the purple magic circle appeared on the body. As the light faded, Lysina's original white short hair had changed into long curly hair, and cat ears and cat tail also appeared. Meow Tilda. A complete cat girl Tilda. Mobai couldn't help but take a few more glances, but he was thinking. Come to think of it, it seems that all dragon slayers have cats. Natsu has Happy, Wendy has Charlu, Cobra has Kubarios, even Laxus has Freed. If Gajil is destined, he should still meet Lily, right? Maybe, I should find a cat too. Thinking of this, Mobai paused and said in a deep voice, Lysina. What's wrong? Will you be my cat? Ah. Lysina's face suddenly flushed with shyness, like the morning glow that just appeared in the sky, quietly dyeing her face. Controlling the storm dragon wings to slowly land. Finally stopped in front of the long-lost main entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild. Lysina couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I didn't expect that the guild has changed so much in the past few years since I left. Mobai explained, we had a war with the Phantom Ruler Guild before, and the original guild building was completely destroyed. The current building has been rebuilt and expanded a lot more than before. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as the voice fell, Mobai raised his leg and kicked the door open. I'm back. What came into view was still the noisy crowd in the hall, smoking, drinking, dating, and running around naked. Everything. And when the door was pushed open, everyone's eyes gathered here. But they couldn't move away for a long time. Natsu, give me back my pants. Gray yelled, and just as he was about to stretch out his arms to grab Natsu, Natsu's eyes glanced at the door, and his body froze in place as if solidified. Gray easily got the pants, and was a little confused for a moment. Hey, why didn't you run away? You're not like this usually. Noticing Natsu's strange gaze, Gray also looked in his direction, and was also stunned. For a moment, the originally noisy guild was silent, staring blankly at the front. Mobai smiled gently, took Lysina's arm and walked forward slowly, announcing loudly again, we are back. Perhaps due to the increase in volume, everyone finally recovered from the silence and stared blankly at the white-haired girl next to Mobai. You are Lysina. Lysina smiled and bowed deeply to everyone. Long time no see, everyone. In front of the counter, Mirage and the two who were still helping Elfman with the commission registration had already burst into tears when they saw the girl's face that had haunted them for countless days and nights. Lysina. Mira, Elfman, long time no see. Just like when we were kids. The three sisters who had been separated for a long time finally reunited, hug each other. They have been waiting for this charge for several years. Miraji wiped away her tears, and a forced smile gradually appeared on her face. I really hope I am not dreaming. Of course it's not a dream. Lysina replied softly. Silly girl, where have you been these years? It's a long story, Sister Mira. But thanks to Brother Mobai, I can come back safely. Miraji then looked at Mobai who returned with her pale face full of gratitude, and bowed deeply to him to thank him. Thank you, Mobai. Mobai waved his hand as if nothing had happened, and smiled faintly. Did you forget? Didn't I tell you before in Grak village? Lysina just went to another world. Miraji then remembered the original scene. Originally, I thought Mobai was just comforting myself at the time, but I didn't expect. What he said was indeed the truth. Gray next to him couldn't help asking, by the way, where have you been these days? Mobai tilted his head and frowned slightly. How should I put it? You can understand that you went to a space similar to a parallel universe, called Edris. To explain it in detail, we have to start from Mistgang. Everyone's curiosity was aroused at once. Mistgang. Mobai nodded slightly. Well, after I finished fighting with Guildarts that day, he took the initiative to find me. Chapter 98. Recalling the scene when Mistgan first found him. Mobai told everyone all his experiences in Edlis, and Lysina supplemented on the side. So, after I was seriously injured, I just happened to be teleported to another world by the small anima system, and I didn't die. And in Edlis, everyone in the fairy tale guild treated me very well. It's like another home. Mirajan and Elfman suddenly realized. No wonder Lysina's body gradually disappeared at that time. So, Mistgan is now the king. He will never come back. Mobai nodded bitterly. In any case, the guild has lost a companion of an S-class wizard in a sense. Makarov took a sip of the hot tea in the cup, but acted as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, with that guy's ability, he will definitely govern the kingdom well. At this moment, Natsu finally couldn't hold back anymore, and rushed to Mobai and asked impatiently, I heard that there is another me in that world, right? What is he like? As soon as Natsu said this, the people around him immediately came forward. And me. Mobai had no choice but to say, ahem. Don't worry, ask one by one. Natsu, you are a crybaby in Edlis, and you can only calm down a little when you sit on the magic motorcycle. What? Gray, you don't take off your clothes over there, but wearing very thick clothes, wishing to wrap myself up like a ball every day. WTF. Put on your pants first. I almost forgot that you are Juvia's follower over there, sticking to her every day. Bushgoman. Ahem. Lucy, Levi, you are almost the opposite, fighting every day in Edlis, just like Natsu and Gray here. Ah. Until all these questions were answered one by one. Makarov walked to Mobai with a smile and asked softly, Mobai. Since Edlis has another one of them, have you seen me on the other side? President, maybe you are the king. Haha, it turns out that I am still very powerful. Squeeze out of the crowd. Mobai finally saw the familiar crimson figure not far away. It was Urza. Urza smiled, gently took Mobai's arm, and whispered, I'm glad you came back safely. Of course. By the way, I brought you some gifts this time. Gift. Mobai took off the 10 Commandments spear that had been on his back and untied the bandages wrapped around its surface. It was what he had seized from Netvoka before. This weapon is called the 10 Commandments spear, which is another weapon you used in Edlis. It's a pity that it has crossed the world and most of its magic power has been lost. If you have a chance, you can try to use your own magic power to warm it up. Maybe it will come in handy one day. After taking the 10 Commandments spear, Urza held it in her hand and looked at it carefully for a while. After a long time, she looked at Mobai gently again. Thank you, I like this gift very much. When Mobai was about to wave his hand and say it was nothing, Urza immediately changed the subject. As a return gift to you, tonight. A sly smile rarely appeared on Urza's face. Gently pulled Mobai in front of her, stretched out her finger to hook his chin, bit his ear and whispered the second half of the sentence. Mobai's ears immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, nodded unnaturally, and said, Ahem, no problem, then I'll prepare tonight. A few days later. Edris. Although there was no magic as support, under the leadership of the new King Jelal, the people quickly adapted to this kind of life. They all devoted themselves to work and vowed to rebuild a prosperous country. A prosperous and peaceful scene. The fairy tale members also waited for the cancellation of their wanted orders, and they finally became a legal guild organization. But at this moment, there were some problems within the guild. In the treehouse, everyone gathered around the round table in the middle of the hall, staring at the guild information registration form issued by the king himself. The rest of the information was easy to deal with. Only the column for the president. Hey Lucy, why do you want to be the president? President, Mira is usually in charge of all matters of the guild, isn't she? Why, with my fists, do you want to fight? It seems that what Levi said is right. You are just a strong gorilla girl with a simple mind. You dare to say it again. Hee, I actually think Juvia is more suitable to be the president. Hilda. Why don't you let me do it? I promise to take care of everyone's opinions. Just when everyone was arguing. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. It would be great if Brother Mobi was still here. It was quiet immediately. After a long time, everyone looked at each other, and their thoughts coincided. Lucy confidently picked up the pen next to her and quickly registered a short name in the president column. Mobi. Then it's decided. Mobi will be the president. During the time when the president is away from us, everyone should just work as usual. One day, he will come back from Aslant to visit us. Aslant, early morning. We are back. With a weak greeting, the door of the guild was slowly opened. Including Mobi, 6 people and 2 cats walked into the hall slowly with dark circles under their eyes, and their expressions were hopeless. As soon as he walked into the door, Gray took off all his clothes in a few seconds, and complained at the table. You have to catch a monster that only moves at night. You have been up for 3 whole nights. I am so sleepy. Fire Dragon, if you dare to accept such a commission from the underworld on behalf of the team again, I will, Z's. The words were not finished yet. Gray had already gone to Jogong. In the past, Natsu would definitely argue with Gray, but at this moment, his upper and lower eyelids were fighting wildly. Too lazy to say another word, he also lay down beside him. 5 seconds later, snoring sounds came one after another. Ah! Only Mobi and Urza could barely hold on, dragging their tired bodies forward step by step. Until they arrived at the front desk. It was only then that they found that Mirajan was not there, and today's waiter was replaced by a little girl with short purple hair. Janana, it was the giant snake Choberios that Mobi had picked up earlier, Cobra's loyal partner. After finding Grandma Polyusica to lift the curse, she lost her memory and stayed in Fairy Tale. Janana smiled and said enthusiastically. Sister Mira took Lisana out to do the commission, and the president took Mina to take care of her. I will take over the front desk work. Tilda. I see. Mobi yawned and returned the task sheet with the client's signature to Janana. It shows that the commission has been successfully completed. Aluza smiled tiredly at Mobi and said, everyone is tired recently, take a good rest. Wendy and Lucy are also going to go back to the girls' dormitory first. Mobi nodded. Okay. Before turning around and leaving the guild, Mobi subconsciously asked Janana, where did Mira and the others go to carry out the commission? Janana tilted her head, thought for a while and said, it seems. It's called the Haze Forest. Quote. The Haze Forest, did they go there too? Chapter 99. Yawn. Mobi left the guild and flew to the outskirts of Magnolia. He hadn't slept well for a few days, so he went back to catch up on his sleep. Folding his wings. Standing in front of the familiar villa. Mobi was about to open the door and enter the house, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of the door of his own house, a drunk female alcoholic was curled up at this moment. The alcoholic exuded a strong smell of alcohol, her hair was messy, and her face was flushed unnaturally. Her eyes were closed, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and she seemed to be troubled by something in her sleep. Although her face was blocked, Mobi still recognized her identity immediately based on her hot and sexy dressing habits and the emblem on her waist. Kana, why are you so drunk so early in the morning? Hearing the call, Kana squinted her eyes dimly and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Mobai gently leaned down and grabbed her arm to help her up. But the next second, he regretted it. Wow! Just when Mobai was about to help her up, Kana suddenly opened her mouth, and then she raised her hands at 0 frame, spitting out a large pool of filth. Mobai was ashamed. If he hadn't reacted quickly and turned his body aside in time, he would have been sprayed all over. Kana still made a faint sound in her throat. Whine, whine. Mobai was so angry that he really wanted to slap the big thunder in her chest. She was almost dying of drinking and still drinking. Seeing Kana's consciousness gradually blurred again, Mobai sighed and looked around. Although the people in the town are simple and honest, there is almost no such thing as picking up corpses. But after all, this is the suburbs. If a Vulcan ape or something comes out nearby, it is still not safe. Oh, I'm really convinced. Why did she faint at my doorstep? Mobai shook his head helplessly, put Kana's arm on his shoulders again, and helped her into the house. Finally, he dragged her to the bed in the bedroom with great effort. Looking at the sleeping Kana, Mobai sighed, covered her with the quilt, and turned to walk out of the room. I seem to know why she got drunk in broad daylight. Speaking of which, after Uncle G came back from the 100 Years mission last time, Uncle G and Kana have never appeared on the same screen in the guild. I guess they deliberately avoided each other. Lying on the sofa in the living room, Mobai gently closed his eyes and recalled the past stories. Kana's mother died early, and she spent most of her childhood in loneliness without company. Until she grew up, she took the clues left by her mother to find her father, and then arrived at the fairy tale guild. When Kana first came here, neither Nazgûl nor Urza had appeared yet. It can be said that she is the most experienced among all the young wizards of this generation. Since joining the guild, Kana has kept the secret in her heart until one day she really met her father, whom she had been looking for in the guild. The man who was related to her by blood was named Gildarts. But Gildarts at that time had no idea that she was his daughter and only thought that she was a new kid in the guild. After that, Kana wanted to find him countless times to confide in him and tell him the truth, but she couldn't say it again and again. Gildarts had a very high status in the guild and was loved by everyone. Kana even felt a little inferior and felt that her magic talent was not enough to be his daughter. Soon, the annual S-level wizard assessment came. Kana began to study card magic and set a goal in her heart. As long as she became an S-class wizard, she would have the qualifications and courage to find Gildarts and tell him the true relationship between them. However, she was still standing still when she saw that Mirajan and Urza, who had come from behind, had passed the assessment. Until today, many years later, this matter is still a secret, remaining in Kana's heart. Thinking of this, perhaps due to the fatigue of the past few days, Mobai gradually felt sleepy. Perhaps, it is because of Uncle G's recent return and the upcoming S-class wizard assessment that Kana is depressed and drinking. After all, we are partners in the same guild, and Uncle G treats me well. After waking up, it seems that I have to persuade Kana. Mobai did not sleep deeply. A few hours later, hearing a slight sound, Mobai opened his eyes and tilted his head to look at one side of the living room. Kana had also woken up and walked out of the room crookedly, with a confused expression. Mobai was going to ask about her situation. But Kana got there first. The first sentence he said made him completely stunned. I feel a little dizzy. Do you have any wine? I'll take some to sober you up. Mobai was speechless. At this time, shouldn't a normal person first ask himself why he is here? As expected of a drunkard. Seeing Mobai silent, Kana's face showed a look of disappointment, and said, although I don't remember what you did to me after I got drunk. Thank you for your care, sorry for the trouble. Mobai felt bitter. Why do I feel so uncomfortable with the first half of this sentence? Kana turned around and staggered towards the entrance of the villa. At this time, Mobai finally sighed and shouted. You are so drunk early in the morning, are you worried about something? Kana's footsteps gradually stopped, although she didn't walk out of the door. But she hesitated and didn't answer Mobai's question directly. Silence for a few seconds. Mobai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said immediately. By the way, stand there and don't move. It's on the second floor of the cabinet on your right. Open the cabinet door. I remember there is a bottle of unfinished wine in it. Mobai was not worried about her physical condition. Magicians have special physiques. Their organs are protected by magic, so they rarely get sick. For someone who smokes as much as Wakaba, there is no need to worry about lung cancer. As expected by Mobai, Kana became interested again when she heard that there was wine. A sound of rummaging was heard. Kana saw the wine bottle placed at the deepest part of the cabinet at a glance, and most of the liquid inside was still retained. As for the missing part, it was related to the night when Mobai and Urza were together by accident. Chapter 100. Tun 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 tilde. After removing the cork, Kana aimed at the bottle mouth, raised her head and drank it all in one gulp. Her cheeks, which had almost returned to normal after a rest, were now slightly flushed again. Mobai leaned on the sofa and said helplessly, "Okay, now you have drunk the wine. Do you want to share your troubles with me?" After hesitating for a long time, Kana finally made up her mind, walked to Mobai and sat down slowly, and said, "Actually, I am different from everyone else. I came to the guild to find my father, his name is Gildarts." Although Mobai already knew about her past, but he still chose to listen to Kana's story patiently. "I think that only after becoming an S-class wizard, you are truly qualified to be his daughter. But just last night, I accidentally heard the president and others discussing the next S-class assessment. There is only one spot that can pass the assessment this year, and they all think it will be you." Mobai couldn't help but blush. "How did you get involved with me again?" After she finished speaking, Mobai immediately analyzed. "Ahem, Kana, in fact, whether you become an S-class wizard or not should not have any necessary connection with your recognition of Uncle G, right?" "Yes." Kana's reaction was extremely intense, and she retorted. "Because his status in the guild is too high, and I, as his daughter, have joined the guild for so long but have not even reached half of his height." Mobai rolled his eyes and spread his hands and said, "Isn't this nonsense? Even if you don't know any magic, it still can't change the fact that you are father and daughter." Kana wanted to say something else, but Mobai sighed, pouted and said self-deprecatingly, "In fact, I envy you, at least you know Uncle G is your father. But what about me? I'm almost 20 years old, and I still don't know what my parents look like." Kana's eyes widened immediately. Is it you?" Mobai had a bitter face, nodded very reluctantly, and said helplessly, "Yes, I came from an orphanage." But fortunately, Mobai did not suffer any setbacks during his growth. He is mentally healthy. Before reincarnating here, although he was not as wealthy as the top lawyer Zhang Yida, he was able to live a well-off life. Mobai stood up, poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Kana, and said gently, "If I were you, I should have confessed to Uncle G on the first day of coming to the guild. I believe that Uncle G just doesn't know your existence. If he knew that he had a daughter, whether she was an S-class wizard or not, he would definitely go to find her at all costs, right?" Kana was still undecided. But, although Gildarts usually has no heirs, but every time Kana saw him, she would get the truth stuck in her throat due to excessive nervousness. Mobai recalled the scene of returning to Magnolia with other members of the team in the morning, and suggested, "How about this? I saw Uncle G go out with fishing gear this morning, and he is probably still fishing now. I will go with you to the wild to find him later, and now we can talk it out face to face." Without waiting for Kana to respond, Mobai immediately added, "Also, don't expect me to hold back or let you off during the assessment. If you are still planning to become an S-class wizard before confessing, then I can't help you." Mobai used both soft and hard tactics. Kana's eyes suddenly showed entanglement, and she almost bit her lips to bleed. Her heart was caught in a silent storm. For a long while. When she slowly stood up and looked at Mobai, the cowardice in her eyes had disappeared a lot, and more was determination. And a little hope and worry. Let's go. Seeing Kana make a decision, Mobai also smiled. After all the talk was not in vain. Mobai still remembers that in the early morning, Gildarts was walking towards the outskirts of Magnolia with fishing gear in his hand. At that time, Gildarts invited them to go fishing together. But they were too sleepy, so they declined politely. It was already afternoon, but according to Mobai's estimation, Gildarts should still be there. It won't take too long to open the storm dragon wings to take Kana there. In midair, Kana was held by Mobai's wrist, and said shyly, I'm still a little nervous. Mobai was speechless for a while. We have come this far, don't back down now. Seeing that her expression was still unnatural, Mobai simply released the power of his right hand gently, and as his wrist slid down, Kana's body instantly fell from the air, sank a little. Kana's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she almost thought she was going to fall. After all, she was dozens of meters high at the moment. If she fell, she would probably be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Mobai grabbed her wrist again in the next second and stopped falling. Kana came to her senses and asked, Hey, what are you doing? I'm here to wake you up, Mobai said nonchalantly. The natural scenery outside Magnolia is particularly beautiful. Along the clear river, Mobai soon saw a disheveled fishing uncle in the distance. It was Gildarts. Mobai reminded, Control your emotions, we're about to land. So fast. As soon as the voice fell, the light of the storm dragon's wings reappeared, and Mobai's body dived down towards Gildarts' position. The landing place was just a dozen steps to his side. At this moment, Gildarts was still wearing the tattered black cloak, but his eyes were fixed on the floating fish float, concentrating on it. When Kana saw him like this, she still felt nervous. She shrank behind Mobai unconsciously. Mobai looked bitter, and whispered, You don't plan to tell me about this. What's the point of hiding behind me? Or, can you help me call him? I'll tell him about the rest. Okay. Mobai reluctantly agreed, and walked up to Gildarts step by step, preparing to talk. Uncle G. Shish. Gildarts didn't even turn his head to look at him, and immediately put his index finger on his lips to signal him to keep quiet. His eyes were still focused on the slightly floating fish float, and his right hand slowly grasped one end of the fishing rod. Got it. After a few seconds, Gildarts' eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and the hand holding the fishing rod suddenly raised. Under the traction of the fishing line, the golden fishhook with a little water splashed out a beautiful arc from the air, shining brightly under the sunlight. This perfect operation showed Mobai's face. Except that there was no fish on the hook, there was no flaw. Tisk. Gildarts snorted disdainfully, turned his head with an unhappy face, and looked at Mobai lazily. I called you in the morning, but you didn't come. Now it's good, you scared all my fish away as soon as you came. Is there a possibility that you couldn't catch it in the first place? Mobai rolled his eyes, wondering in his heart why these fishermen are all the same. As long as you talk to them, they will immediately feel that their fishing floats are moving, and then miss 100-pound fish because of talking to you. After Mobai finished speaking, he glanced at the bucket where Gildarts kept his catch. As he expected, it was empty. He sensed Mobai's contemptuous gaze. Gildarts immediately acted like a child whose secret had been discovered. His old face flushed, and he hurriedly hid the bucket behind him, shouting. What are you looking at? I caught a big fish this morning, and I grilled it for lunch. What about the fish bones? It was so delicious that I ate even the fish bones. You know, my grilling skills are top-notch. Fairy Tale. Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 101. Mobai shrugged helplessly and didn't say anything to expose him. After all, he came to him for a serious matter this time. After a tactical cough, Mobai became more serious and got to the point. Uncle G. Huh. Do you want a daughter or not? As long as you open your mouth, I will send it to you immediately. What the hell? Gildarts thought Mobai had taken the wrong medicine and blurted out such a sentence. What do you mean you want a daughter or not? Mobai scratched his head. Well, how should I explain this in detail? Let me explain. A soft voice came from behind Mobai. Kana finally mustered up the courage to gradually lean out and looked at Gildarts calmly. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. She finally figured it out and was willing to confess. Gildarts looked at Kana with interest, pretending to listen attentively. Do you want to talk to me about something, little girl? Looking at Gildarts' weather-beaten face, Kana's lips trembled slightly, and her eyes finally calmed down, and she said slowly. Actually, the reason I came to the guild is to find my father. Gildarts was a little surprised, but he didn't connect this with what Mobai said before, and said. This is the first time I've heard of this. Does that mean your father was also a member of Fairy Tale? Kana's eyes quickly filled with disappointment, her fists clenched, and her lips were almost bitten to bleed. For a long time. Kana finally raised her head again and vented the secret that had been sealed in her heart for many years. My mother told me before she died that my father's name was Gildarts, and that was you. Gildarts' expression froze. My brain is down. After a few seconds, I looked at Kana's flushed cheeks and finally woke up from a dream. Ah! This news was like a thunder in my ears, buzzing continuously. Gildarts' eyes suddenly widened, his jaw almost dropped to the ground, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Kana explained, because a lot of things happened in the middle. So, I decided to tell you until now. Wait a minute. Gildarts covered his face and stretched out an arm to interrupt Kana. You. Who gave birth to you? Ah. As soon as this was said. Now it was Kana's turn to lose her composure. What do you mean by who gave birth to me? Gildarts stared at Kana's face for a long time, but still couldn't recognize her, so he could only ask one by one. I really can't guess who your mother is. Sarah, Naomi, Claire, Fina, Mary, Eliza. Oh no, your hair color is not the same. Emma, Layla, Jenny, Shirley, Kate, Yuka, Françoise. Seeing Gildarts counting on his fingers to rule out one by one. Soon 10 fingers were not enough. Mobai said quietly beside him, Uncle, how many girlfriends have you had? Kana was also embarrassed in the same place, with a very unnatural expression on her face. Oh, I know. Gildarts' eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said, you must be the daughter of Silipia. You are exactly the same. For example, gender. Kana was speechless, glanced at Gildarts with disdain, and said speechlessly. I'm really mad at you, I didn't expect my dad to be such a philandering man. Gildarts scratched his head embarrassedly. Kana snorted lightly, turned his head angrily. Anyway, this is what happened, I'm done. Mobai, let's go. Wait a minute, Gildarts shouted. Kana was still angry. That's all I want to say, I don't have to be a family with you, and my life is good now. Before she finished speaking, Kana suddenly felt a pair of strong arms, and without saying anything, he directly hugged her into his arms. At first she wanted to resist. But Gildarts' voice above her head was particularly reassuring. You are Cornelia's child, there is no doubt about that. Let me go, Kana whispered. Why did you tell me this only now? I couldn't say it, and it was delayed until today for some reason. Throwing herself into Gildarts' warm embrace, Kana finally opened her heart. Gildarts was no longer as frivolous as before, and said word by word. Cornelia is the only woman I have ever truly loved in my life, and I have only ever been married to her. It's just that she couldn't accept the various dangerous jobs I was doing every day, and she left 18 years ago. a few years ago, I also learned about her death. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you are our daughter, Kana. Kana smiled faintly and gently pushed away Gildarts's arm. I came to you today not to ask you to take some responsibilities or anything. I just wanted to untie my knot. In the future, we will still get along as we did before, right? But I still have to tell you something. Nice to meet you, Dad. Kana looked relieved, and looked at Mobai who was watching the show next to her, as if to indicate that she could leave. Mobai did not respond, but his finger quietly pointed at Gildarts. Hey. Kana then turned her head to look again. The 2-meter-tall man in front of her, I don't know when, has already burst into tears. In his eyes, regret, guilt, and doting. Intertwined, tears flowed. Gildarts could no longer control his emotions, and embraced Kana again, muttering. No, I won't let you be alone again. And this time, Kana finally did not refuse again, and calmly hugged him, accepting the love that should belong to her. Mobai turned around unnaturally and walked slowly into the distance quietly. Alas, I can't bear to see these things when I'm old, and crocodile is easy to get in my eyes. It's great to be reunited. I did a great deed today, and I'll reward myself by visiting the Dream Demon Customs Museum later. I didn't take a few steps. Kana called herself. Mobai, thank you for what happened today. Looking at Kana's sweet smile from the bottom of her heart, Mobai suddenly felt that this drunkard was sometimes quite cute. Although he often got drunk and teased himself. No need to thank me, just don't drink too much and fall down at my doorstep again. Mobai said half-jokingly. No. Gildarts looked at Kana lovingly, then looked at Mobai who was about to leave, and seemed to know what was going on. He casually opened the bag thrown on the ground and took out some drinks from it. He also threw a can to Mobai. Mobai took it in his hand and saw that there was no label on the can, and he had no idea what was inside. Squeak. As two voices rang out, Kana and Gildarts had opened the drinks and drank them. Mobai still asked cautiously, what kind of drink is this? It's not a bar again. Of course not, it's just oolong tea. Gildarts replied with a smile. He then took the drink from Mobai and opened the pull ring for him. Come on, today I want to thank you for finding such a beautiful baby daughter for me. Mobai looked at him with a strange expression and did not take the drink. Instead, he activated the fire-attributed dragon-slaying crystal in his body, and flames ignited on his fingertips. An embarrassing scene appeared. As soon as the index finger touched the upper layer of the drink, the can was directly burned. Mobai asked expressionlessly, your oolong tea can catch fire, right? Seeing that the lie was exposed. Gildarts did not feel the slightest bit of shame, he smiled and said speciously. Flammable oolong tea is still oolong tea. Chapter 102. Mobai was in a state of confusion. However, looking at Kana and Gildarts who were toasting and drinking, they seemed to have a lot to say. It would be inappropriate for him to disturb them again. Mobai smiled and shook his head, and the wings of the storm dragon reappeared. Just as he was about to return to Magnolia. Suddenly, a strange wave of magic came from his brain. Hey, what's going on? As the wave stabilized, a picture seemed to appear in front of Mobai's eyes. In the picture, a pair of white-haired sisters seemed to be seriously injured. And in front of the two, there was a guy whose body was integrated with the tree and kept attacking them. Mobai's eyes suddenly widened. Two clusters of angry flames suddenly ignited in his pupils, and his hands unconsciously clenched tightly, his knuckles turned white because of the force, and trembled slightly. The source of this magic is the Haze Forest. Time goes back to this morning. Lysina and Mirajan went out together, ready to go to the guild. On the way, remembering that there were only two sisters at home recently, Lysina couldn't help asking, by the way, Sister Mira, I don't think I've seen Brother Elfman recently. He, the day before yesterday, was suddenly approached by Alba Green of the Thunder Gods, saying that she had a commission and must ask him for help. But there is no news until now. When Marajan said this, there was not only no worry about Elfman's safety in her tone. On the contrary, there was some expectation. Marajan had long discovered that Alba Green seemed to have a good impression of her brother, a straight man. She said that she was asking Elfman to go to work, but maybe in fact, she was the client. And from Marajan's smile, Lisana roughly guessed a little bit. Okay, then, are Brother Mobai and the others back? Marahe was startled when he heard this, then stopped and looked at Lisana meaningfully, tilting his head and smiling. What's the matter? You call me so intimately. No, nothing, just asking. Realizing that her performance might be too obvious, Lisana blushed and immediately lowered her voice. Marahe then explained, Mobai and Urzanatsu are in the same team. They usually do missions quite frequently, and it is rare to see them in the guild hall all the time. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed in Lisana's beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Do you have something to ask him? Marahe asked. Lisana said sadly, Brother Mobai was worried that I would not adapt well after returning to Aslant, so he said that I could ask him to go with me when I wanted to work. I didn't expect him to be so busy. Do you want to go to work? It has been a few days since I came back from Edris. During this period of time, Lisana has become familiar with Magnolia Town and Fairy Tale Guild again. She also wants to return to her normal life. Marajan thought for a while and suggested softly, how about I accompany you to work today? Ah, Sister Mira, aren't you usually very busy? Marajan smiled faintly and shook her head. After Laxus left the guild, I was afraid that the president would be lonely, so I often asked him to help take care of Mina. As for the front desk waiter work, I will trouble Janana to help today. Tilda. Lisana was overjoyed and gave Marajan a warm hug. Carrot oh carrot Tilda great. Thank you Sister Mira. Okay Tilda, let's go to the guild first. After the two arrived at the guild, Lisana quickly selected the commission from the notice board. B-level mission. Obtain the Jingyan spring water that can cure miasma in the Haze Forest. No special requirements. Reward 80,000 J. B-level mission. It doesn't sound difficult. In addition, Marajan has long recovered the strength of an S-level wizard, so it is almost easy to deal with this commission that does not require fighting. But the main purpose of this trip is to help Lisana adapt quickly. Marajan readily agreed, and after handing the commission to Janana for registration, he took his sister to the destination in a carriage. Almost the same scene as when Mobai came here last time. The trees in the Haze Forest are too lush, with layers of branches and leaves intertwined into an impenetrable green dome. The sun tried its best to penetrate this thick barrier, but it could only cast a few faint rays of light at the edge and could not penetrate deep into the forest. The moment I stepped into the forest, a damp coolness hit me in the face, and the darkness instantly enveloped me. Marajan gently reminded, Lisana, follow me closely. According to the route given on the commission sheet, continued to move forward. The deeper they went into the forest, the more a vague sense of uneasiness emerged from their hearts. It seemed a little scary here that it was quiet. Lisana suddenly said, Sister Mira, do you smell any strange smells? After all, Lisana practiced the magic of receiving animal souls. Even if she didn't use magic in normal times, her 5 senses were more acute than normal humans. After her reminder, Mirage finally smelled it. There was indeed a strange smell that seemed to be there and not there nearby. Wait, the magic power in the body is gradually fading. After a few seconds, Mirage suddenly realized that without using any magic, the magic power began to slowly fade. Sister Mira, I am the same, the magic power seems to be fading. It's miasma. Go, get out of here. Mirage shouted anxiously, pulling Lisana's wrist and running back to the original path. But when the two just turned their heads, a sudden loud noise broke the silence of the entire forest, and a towering tree in front of him exploded in an instant. The thick trunk seemed to be torn from the inside by a huge force, and countless wood chips and wood fragments shot out like bullets. Under its violent impact, the air seemed to be distorted, forming waves visible to the naked eye. Milaji subconsciously protected Listener behind him. Listener took a step forward and directly activated the magic power in her body. The magic circle appeared under her feet and received the beam of light covering her whole body. Animal Soul Penguin. The light dissipated, and Listener's body was covered with a thick layer of penguin down, absorbing all the wood chips that were ejected. Until she calmed down. Listener breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her original appearance. Milaji stepped forward with concern and carefully checked whether Listener was injured anywhere on her body. You girl, always taking risks. However, at this moment, Listener's eyes were looking straight ahead. In the direction of the collapsed trees and explosions, a sturdy figure was walking towards them. Every time the other party took a step forward, the pressure of the magic power emitted became stronger, exerting a huge pressure invisibly, which made people palpitate. Sister Mira, his target seems to be us. Don't be afraid. Miraji gently held Listener's hands and whispered to comfort her. But in her heart, she still had a deep fear of the person in front of her. The other party's magic power seemed to be stronger than her and Listener combined. Chapter 103. As the sturdy figure moved in front of him. This person has bronze skin, and the color and shape of his hair are almost exactly the same as branches. In addition, he is wearing green and brown clothes. He is just like a living tree man. Mirajan stood in front of Listener vigilantly and asked, "Who are you? Did you cause the attack just now?" The other party looked indifferent and uttered a few words expressionlessly. Devil's Heart, Azuma. Devil's Heart. Mirajan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she took a breath of cold air, and her face became even paler. Devil's Heart, one of the 3 giants of the Dark Guild Balam Alliance. Although Listener on the side rarely heard of the Dark Guild. However, seeing Mirajan's reaction and the terrifying magic aura on Azuma, she immediately took out the amulet she had brought out from Edlis from her waist, gritted her teeth and infused a large amount of magic into it. The amulet given by Sister Mira from another world. I hope it can be useful. Faced with the powerful pressure from Azuma, Miraja mobilized all her magic power without hesitation. As the magic circle emerged, she immediately transformed into the form of the devil Satan with black wings. Receive Satan's soul. Confronted Azuma in the air. Although they had not yet negotiated, the other party was from the Dark Guild that had always been hostile, and Miraja did not expect Azuma to let them go easily. Feeling the surge in Miraja's magic power, Azuma's eyes suddenly showed a desire for fighting, and he said in a voice as deep as a bell. According to the information from our guild, you should be the fairy tale S-class wizard, the demon Miraja, right? Miraja did not say anything, staring straight ahead, always on guard against the opponent's sudden attack. Azuma's eyes were calm, and he slowly swept his sight. He suddenly raised his strong arm, and pointed his palm directly at Listener. With the girl's scream, Mirajan turned around in shock, but found the most desperate scene. The surrounding trees were manipulated by Azuma and intertwined, and now Listener was bound and unable to move, and these trees were still shrinking. Listener. Mirajan rushed forward like crazy, tearing the branches with his hands frantically, but these branches seemed to be welded. It was useless. Listener looked more and more painful. Azuma's voice without any emotion sounded again. I have always been pursuing a battle with the strong, demon Mirajan. As long as you can defeat me, you can all leave here safely. Mirajan's devil hand gently stroked Listener's forehead, whispered a few words of comfort, and then slowly turned his head. His eyes were full of anger and cruelty. As the purple-black flames burned from the palm, the devil's power burst out. With the blessing of the wings, Mirajan's speed suddenly increased to the peak. Almost disappeared like a ghost, and appeared beside Azuma. Dark sparks. The palm claws with dark magic kept bombarding Azuma's body. Feeling the magic fluctuations like the devil's breath emanating from Mirajan's body. Azuma's eyes were more eager to fight, and he lightly jumped onto the trunk of the giant tree behind him, and his body actually followed him into the tree. However, at this moment, Murajan had already disregarded everything and didn't care what Azuma meant by this move. He directly shifted his attack target to the entire tree. Screaming B. Just as Murajan's surging Satan power was about to bombard the giant tree, Azuma had already used the arc of the tree to absorb some of the natural energy, and his magic power suddenly increased. He freed his arms and instantly extended countless dense branches. At the end of the intertwined branches, a cluster of strong flames suddenly emerged and burned on Malaje's demon claws head-on. The intense burning pain penetrated from his body into his heart, and Malaje still clenched his teeth and urged his magic power to attack. But the next moment, as Azuma mobilized his magic power again, a dangerous and extremely unstable energy was quietly spreading above the branches that were originally burning in front of him. Chain explosion. Under the control of the arc of the tree, the magic power of the earth and the trees was concentrated and gathered to the extreme, and suddenly exploded. Smoke and dust flew up, Malaje retreated violently, leaving traces of gullies on the ground, and a demon claw took the opportunity to buckle into the ground, and then he stabilized his body slightly. Compared with the previous madness, at this moment, Murajan's face was obviously more fearful. His magic power is stronger than any opponent he has ever seen. In the Devil's Heart Guild. Although Arusha is the leader of the 7 Familiars of Purgatory, her status depends to a certain extent on the powerful mechanism of the Arc of Time. The lost magic used by Azuma is the Arc of a Tree, and this magic is almost entirely used for attack and defense in battle. If we only talk about the strength of combat power, Azuma is definitely not inferior to Arusha, who has the strength of the 10th Saint. Murajan looked back at Lisanna, who was still trapped in the branch prison with distress, and was about to stand up and attack again. But suddenly she realized that her body was weak, and her legs had gone limp. Oh no, it's the poison gas just now. The magic power in the body is still decreasing. For a wizard, magic power is not only equivalent to the energy bar, but even equivalent to half of the life bar. Once the magic power is exhausted, it will probably be weaker than a muggle who can't do magic. This performance was naturally seen by Azuma. Azuma glared at Mileage, his tone calm. You inhaled miasma, right? Mirage still didn't answer. She looked up and stared at Azuma, her angry eyes almost emitting fire. Azuma continued, the miasma in the haze forest was accidentally triggered by me during my training some time ago. Just inhaling a small amount like you are now has caused a temporary decline in magic power. But you can recover as long as you breathe normally for a while. But if you inhale a large amount at once, or stay in a miasma environment for a long time, the impact will soon be fatal. The purple-black light covered Mileage, who fell to the ground again. But this time, it stripped her of her Satan form and restored her to her original weak appearance. At this moment, Mileage used up all the remaining strength in her body, finally stood up, and slowly walked to the bound Lisanna. Sister Mira. Miraja smiled palely on her beautiful face, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lisanna. As a sister, I failed to protect you again. At the same time, Azuma also escaped from the trees and walked towards the two sisters step by step. The concentrated explosive magic power condensed in his hands, and Azuma said, instead of letting you die in the miasma, I will end your suffering with one blow. Azuma raised his arm. At the moment when the explosive magic power was about to condense and attack, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he didn't have time to retract his arm. Above the towering trees, a golden thunder suddenly struck down with the momentum of breaking bamboo, and then burst directly and violently bombarded Azuma's sturdy body. Faced with this sudden change, Azuma had no time to resist, and only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. Azuma, who was violently repelled, crashed into giant trees along the way, and the thick trunks broke one after another, making a heavy cracking sound, until he finally stopped in front of a cracked stone. Murajan and Lisanna stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figure of the golden thunder was clearly seen. In addition to disbelief, hope appeared in her beautiful eyes. Mobai. Chapter 104. Sorry, I'm late. Mobai turned around and smiled reluctantly, saying softly. Miraja seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face was filled with worry again, reminding him. Be careful, there is a kind of poisonous gas in this forest, which can directly affect the magic power in the body. When he just entered the haze forest, Mobai had already smelled this unusual smell. The last time he met Urrutia and the other two here, there was obviously no such smell. Mobai couldn't help but frown. Being in a miasma environment, the magic power is gradually declining over time. And looking at the situation of Mira and Lysina, because they have inhaled the poisonous gas for too long, their spirits have begun to wane, and the situation is not optimistic. It seems that some special means must be used. Otherwise, even if we defeat the tree man, it will probably be too late to take Mira and the others to Grandma Polyusica for treatment. Thinking of this, Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, gently steadied his body, and then opened his mouth as wide as possible, and frantically inhaled into his body. With the corresponding activation of the Storm Dragon Crystal, the suction force instantly caused a hurricane of considerable size, and the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees swayed in the wind. In the hurricane, a little purple air slowly condensed, and was also sucked into Mobai's body along with the wind. Mirage immediately understood the intention of Mobai's move, and a look of endless panic appeared on his face, and he shouted desperately against the wind. Stop now, are you going to die? Lysina also stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. Brother Mobai, you. In the distance, Azuma, who had just been knocked back dozens of meters by Mobai, also rushed back at this moment, and was stunned on the spot when he saw Mobai's performance. In order to save those two women, does he want to absorb the miasma of the entire forest into his body? As Azuma said. At this time, Mobai was trying to draw the miasma in the forest into his body with all his breath. No way. Since entering the guild, Mobai has remembered Myra's kindness to him. He doesn't want the two sisters to be hurt again. I remember Laxus did this when he faced the Hades Gate. He sucked away all the magic barrier particles and left himself with sequelae. The figure of the blonde young man in a black coat slowly emerged in Mobai's mind. And back to reality. Looking at Azuma, who was still shocked, Mobai grinned and inhaled the last breath of miasma into his body. There was a sharp pain in his stomach. It hurts more than kidney stones. Mobai wiped the sweat from his nose and thought to himself. It's a pity, if there was a magic crystal of poisonous dragon-like cobra. I'm afraid that inhaling so much poison gas at once will cause considerable damage to my magic power. I have to kill the tree man before the poison spreads to my body. Skin of Steel. The power of Dragon Slayer was activated, and the dragon scale steel armor was embedded in the skin of Mobai's body, temporarily slowing down the spread of miasma in the body. Azuma finally changed his previous dull expression, and looked at Mobai with a little more admiration, saying, You are Mobai, the dragon slayer wizard who knocked Zenkro off the cliff before. Ever since I heard about your experience, I have always wanted to fight with you. Mobai brewed the violent power of Thunder Dragon in his fists and looked at each other coldly. In the past, Mobai could respect this kind of wizard who loves war and pursues power. But since Azuma has already hurt the two Mileage sisters, Mobai just wanted to burn his dream at this moment. And Azuma was not angry when he saw Mobai was silent and ready to fight. He also activated the powerful magic in his body and said, There is a spring at the deepest end of the haze forest. If you can defeat me, you can soak your body in the spring to remove the miasma in your body. Mobai licked his dry lips and responded coldly, I understand. The figure immediately turned into golden lightning and disappeared from the spot, and rushed towards Azuma again with a swift attack. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Azuma was prepared and leapt to another big tree beside him, and his body merged with it. Boom! The violent thunderbolt instantly cut the tree in half. And this was naturally just a cover for Azuma. His real body had already hidden in other trees. The deep voice echoed in the forest. Ha ha, such a powerful force. You are worthy of being one of the top wizards of fairy tale. It's a pleasure to fight with you. As a dragon slayer wizard, Mobai quickly relied on his keen senses to lock onto the opponent's specific position. At this time, Azuma was half hiding in the giant tree at 1 o'clock, constantly absorbing the power from his own the magic of nature. This is the true power of the Ark of the Lost Magic Tree, rooted in the earth, integrated with nature, and constantly absorbing the power of nature for its own use. Mobai could clearly sense that the magic breath on Azuma was several times stronger than before, and it was even growing stronger. However, if you convert the power of nature into your magic power so unrestrainedly, you will soon be backlashed, right? Mobai's voice floated through the forest. Azuma responded in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter. I must do my best to fight a powerful magician like you in my lifetime. Take the breath back into the body." Mobai has realized that Azuma is accumulating power like this, as if he wants to directly decide the winner in the next attack. Just in time for a quick battle, you can go to Qingyan Spring to take a bath after the fight. Looking around again, in the dense forest, the most useful element here is the wood element. Mobai secretly made up his mind, closed his eyes, and mobilized multiple dragon-killing crystals at the same time. The most frequently used fire, thunder, wind, and the wood attribute that exists most in the forest. As the emerald green shuttle-shaped crystal in the consciousness space lit up, 4 different colored magic beams emerged from the magic circle under him, and Mobai's eyes suddenly opened. Pour all this magic power in the direction of Azuma. Dragon Killing Secret. Dragon K Wanxiong. Chapter 105. The Power of the Wood Dragon, Control of Life. With the activation of the Dragon Slayer secret, the natural magic that had been constantly flowing into Azuma's body, now turned around and gathered on Mobai. Behind Mobai, a projection of a green dragon with wide eyes appeared, and the breath was particularly terrifying. In the deep forest, Azuma's figure finally reappeared, and he had already sensed the majestic offensive that Mobai had accumulated. The next attack, regardless of the outcome, may be my last battle. But I have no regrets if I lose my life in this kind of battle. Azuma's face was fearless, and even infinite fighting spirit surged in his eyes, and he also burst out the magic power he had absorbed for a long time. The earth roars. As his arms reached into the ground, the surrounding ground began to shake suddenly, and dozens of thick wooden vines drilled through the cracks, surrounding Mobai and the projection of the dragon behind him, like a cage. Under Azuma's control, they rushed up and instantly caused a violent roar. Mobai. The air wave generated by the explosion directly pushed the weak Melage back a few points again, and her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Mobai's figure had been completely engulfed, and he could not see the situation clearly. The next moment, Azuma drained the last wisp of magic power in his body and invested it all in the last blow to suppress Mobai. But the originally intertwined solid wood vines faintly transmitted magic fluctuations, even giving people the illusion that they could be broken at any time. Boom! A majestic atmosphere suddenly rose inside the woodvine prison, and the light rose, directly swallowing all the broken woodvine branches. In the center of the light, Mobai had already accumulated the secret of dragon slaying. As the magic power was finally released, the giant dragon projection rushed forward. But Azuma had already drained all his magic power and was powerless to resist. Under the gaze of many eyes, the 4 dragon magic beams were unstoppable and pierced Azuma's chest directly. Is it over? With a smile on his face, Azuma's body fell down like an old tree. At the same time, the branches that bound Lisana also lost their magic power and withered instantly. A little force can be used to push them away. Mobai stared at the front quietly, and his eyes did not move away immediately. Perhaps because he overused the arc of the big tree to take root in the ground to absorb magic power during his lifetime. New plant sprouts appeared on Azuma's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his skin slowly merged with the ground, gradually losing its original appearance. Like the last fallen leaf swept by the autumn wind, Azuma lay quietly in the arms of the earth, without regrets, and his life was able to return to nature. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief, and the steel scales and armor on his body gradually faded. Just turned his head. Malaje and Lysina walked up to him quickly, and without saying anything, they were about to take off his shirt. Mobai subconsciously pulled his hand to stop them. "Hey, if you keep doing this, I'll scream molestation, right?" Malaje looked anxious. "Take off your clothes quickly. You've inhaled so much poison gas, it may have started to spread in your body." "Really?" Mobai was immersed in the battle with Azuma just now, and after Malaje's reminder, he felt the severe pain in his abdomen again. "Take off the shirt." The situation on his body scared Mobai himself. Affected by the miasma, a large area of his body from the chest to the abdomen has turned into a strange purple. The purple area is like a stubborn devil, and it is still constantly extending tiny cracks around, frantically eating away at the still intact skin on his body. Mobai scratched his head in shame. "It seems that I was a little impulsive just now. I didn't pay attention for a moment and actually sucked in so much." Lysina stretched out her arm tremblingly and gently stroked Mobai's poisoned skin. After all, Mobai was summoned by his amulet to rescue them. Unexpectedly, they sisters were safe, but Mobai suffered a lot. Lysina's beautiful eyes showed heartache and guilt, and whispered, "I'm sorry, brother Mobai." Mobai said helplessly, "Don't worry, I'm lucky and I won't die. Besides, didn't the tree man say that as long as the body is immersed in the Jingyan spring, the miasma can be removed immediately?" Marahe seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly took out the commission form for their trip from the backpack. The terrain of the haze forest was drawn on the back, and the location of the Jingyan spring was indicated at the deepest position. As if seeing a ray of light in the darkness, Marajan immediately put Mobai's right arm on his shoulder and whispered, "We are going to Jingyan spring now, hold on for a while longer, don't sleep." Mobai was even more speechless. "No. What are you saying? Why do I feel like I'm about to die?" Except for the pain and weakened magic power, Mobai didn't feel any other abnormalities in his body at this time. But after all, he was a dragon wizard. No matter how lacking magic power he had, he could just pull some tree bark and drink some wine to replenish it. Mobai was about to say that she didn't need to make such a big fuss, but Lysina next to him cooperated and stubbornly raised her left arm. The two sisters supported him on the left and right and walked forward. It was quite comfortable to be taken care of by the sisters. It was effortless to walk. Mobai's eyes turned quietly, and suddenly he had a bad intention. He didn't walk far. Yawn. Mobai's upper and lower eyelids began to fight, and he said weakly, "Mila, I feel a little sleepy, I'll sleep for a while. Call me when you get there." "Ah." Marahe and Lysina panicked. For people who are poisoned, once they fall asleep, wouldn't it be difficult to wake up again? Lysina immediately shook Mobai's arm desperately and shouted anxiously, "Brother Mobai, you must not fall asleep. Come on, talk to me and stay awake." The voice reached her ears. Mobai narrowed his eyes with difficulty and looked at Lysina. But before Lysina could be happy, the next second, Mobai's head dropped down completely. Of course, this is fake. Mira. Hearing Mobai's hoarse call, Marahe immediately put his ear close to it. "I'm listening, you say." Mobai was still half dead, and said intermittently, "Mira, I seem to see a bunch of little people passing by, lining up to jump down." "Ah, where are the little people?" Before Milaji could ask clearly, Mobai suddenly coughed violently several times, and then said, "I seem to see my uncle again." "Uncle, aren't you an orphan?" "Uncle said to me, said." "What did he say?" Chapter 106. He said that what you love is your life. Marahe didn't understand what this meant, and thought that he was too poisoned and had started talking nonsense. After Mobai finished speaking, his head drooped again, as if he had fainted, and his breath was weak. "Wake up, Mobai. You can't sleep." Marahe was even more panicked, and hurriedly stopped to let Lisanna put Mobai flat on the ground. Then he leaned down and kept rubbing Mobai's face, trying to wake him up. "Mobai, can you hear me? Get up and look at me." But after all, no one can wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Marahe became more and more anxious, and in a hurry, he pinched Mobai's thighs hard. "Ah!" Mobai screamed in pain, and his upper body almost bounced up from the ground. The instant pain caused by that blow just now is not much less than the miasma. This beauty looks gentle, but she is really cruel. Now I am sober. Mobai looked at Milaji with resentment, and just wanted to say something. Milaji was worried, and she went forward and hugged Mobai's head into her warm and soft arms. "Promise me, don't make me worry again, okay?" Having said that, Mobai was too embarrassed to play dead to tease them, so he had to nod obediently. As we went deeper into the haze forest, following the direction indicated on the commission form, at the end of the green sea, we finally saw a gurgling spring. Pure and light magic flowed out from it. For a magician, even if there is no toxin in the body, just soaking in it can calm the mind and relax. Lisanna's eyes immediately showed a bit of hope and joy, and she said, "Brother Mobai, why don't you go in and try?" "Okay." Mobai quickly took off his shirt. Compared to before, the color of the poison purple area on his body deepened again, and from a distance, it looked as scary as if he was possessed by a devil. Mobai slowly stepped into the hot spring pool, closed his eyes lightly, and the clear water instantly wrapped around his whole body. He immediately felt a more severe pain in his chest and abdomen than before. But the pain at this time was different from the previous torture. This feeling was like scraping, removing the toxins from the body bit by bit. Pain and happiness. Cool. Until the pain eased, Mobai noticed that Marajan and Lisanna on the shore were still looking at him eagerly. Being stared at by two little girls like this, Mobai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and asked casually. Do you want to join us?" "No, no." The two sisters waved their hands and refused repeatedly as if they had a telepathic connection. It wasn't because they were shy or anything. But seeing that Mobai was too deeply poisoned, they were worried that even the Qingyan spring could not heal him, so they chose to give as much spring water as possible to Mobai. They didn't inhale much poisonous gas, although they seemed a little tired in the battle before. However, after Mobai created a non-toxic environment, the magic power in their bodies began to recover slowly, resisting the miasma bit by bit and removing it from their bodies. Okay. Seeing that the two people's faces had improved and were no longer as pale as before, Mobai no longer refused. Closed his eyes again, feeling the three-way confrontation of the spring water, the miasma and his own magic power. Thoughts gradually jumped into the consciousness space. Dark and dark. Mobai was in the center, with 8 different colored shuttle-shaped dragon-killing crystals suspended around him, each emitting a little bit of magic. Ever since I used the 4 dragon secrets when I faced Sister Lei for the first time, I always felt that there was a strange energy in my body that began to stir. Is there another source of magic in this space? Thinking of this experience. After inhaling so much miasma at once, there seemed to be no obvious damage except for a little stomachache. The more Mobai thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Did I miss something when I activated the dragon-killing crystal? Or do I have a poison crystal like Cobra in my body? And this idea was quickly ruled out by Mobai himself. If there really was a poisonous dragon-killing crystal, I'm afraid it would be directly converted into my own magic the moment the miasma was inhaled into my body. Naturally, there was no need to go through so much trouble and soak the body in spring water to detoxify. Try to activate the magic first. Scanning his eyes from the Dragon Slayer crystal, Mobai gradually released the power he controlled one by one, seeking the magic resonance in the consciousness space. As the 8 heavy magic was activated from the crystal, the beams gathered, showing their beauty in the air, circling and then rushing forward. Over there. Mobai was overjoyed and ran quickly towards the beam. But before he went far, the originally brilliant magic light wave suddenly seemed to hit something, and disappeared without a trace the moment it came into contact with it. The consciousness space once again escaped into darkness. Mobai's pupils shrank, and he ignited a flame in his palm again, illuminating the road ahead. Through the firelight, he could see the situation in front of him clearly. At the same level as his sight, there was also a shuttle-shaped crystal suspended, and the eightfold magic beam just now was completely swallowed by it. Mobai stared at the crystal in a daze. Even under the light of the fire, the crystal was still completely black, not a single ray of light could be transmitted. Is this the thing that absorbed all my magic power? In order to verify his conjecture, Mobai started to circulate the magic power in his body again. The 8 crystals in the dark space were mobilized by it, flying from a distance and hovering above the dark crystal. With the re-explosion of the eightfold magic power, the light beams were transmitted straight from the crystals in different directions, shining on the surface of the dark crystal almost at the same time. Mobai stared at the reaction of the black crystal, but his hands did not lose their strength. Time passed by. But this black crystal did not move at all. Even if the eightfold dragon-slaying power was infused into it, it was still like a smelly and hard toilet stone, and it did not get any response at all. Mobai scratched his head in astonishment. What on earth is this thing? It is basically certain that some of the miasma was absorbed by it, so it would not kill me. But why did I pour so much magic power into it, but still could not feel a resonance? Just when he was wondering. Suddenly, Mirajan's anxious call rang again in his ears. Mobai, can you hear me? His consciousness returned to reality. Mobai slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw Mirajan and Lisanna, who were worried, still standing on the shore. What's wrong, Mira? Faced with the question, Mirajan just pointed to the spring water he was soaking in. Mobai then looked down. The originally clear and transparent Qingyan spring had now been completely dyed purple, and it was covered with a whole layer of miasma. What the hell? Chapter 107. What the hell? Mobai immediately jumped out of the spring. Although the purple poison on his body has eased and the color has faded, the area has not decreased. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the poison is too deep, even this spring can't save me. Fearing that the two sisters would lose control of their emotions again, Mobai hurriedly added. Don't worry, I will definitely not die. After we get out of this forest, we will go directly to Granny Palyuzika, she will definitely have a way. Granny Palyuzika is the president's longtime friend. Although her personality is a bit weird, she has always been dedicated to helping everyone in Fairy Tale with treatment, and everyone in the guild usually respects her. Mirahe nodded gently. Take the coat handed over by Lisanna. Mobai was about to put it on, but his arm suddenly stopped in midair, and the corners of his mouth gradually showed an arc. Brother Mobai, what's wrong? There is a familiar smell, it seems to be some of my old friends. Wait here for a while, just in time, I have a chance to introduce them to you. What about your injury? Mobai smiled and replied, it's easier to deal with the miasma. Among these friends, one happens to be a master of poison. As the other party's breath got closer and closer, Mirajan and Lisanna also began to sense it. Until a pair of hands pushed aside the leaves of the bushes, the old friend mentioned by Mobai finally appeared. And when Mirajan saw the 5 of them, she was speechless. 6 demon generals. Although Mirajan did not personally participate in the confrontation between the guild coalition and the 6 demon generals, it can be seen that she was knowledgeable and recognized at a glance that the people in front of her were the wanted criminals on the run from the Kingdom of Fury. The 6 demon generals, Cobra, Angel, Hoda, Lisa, and Dark Knight. Except for Brian who was killed at the beginning, they are all here. The leader of the 5, Cobra, couldn't help but frowned, glanced at Mobai, and teased. Oh, you are so lucky, President. You have to bring 2 little beauties with you when you come out to do a commission. Marahe and Lisana both widened their eyes and said in disbelief. President. Mobai heard this and walked straight forward to block the 2 sides, and then introduced to Marahe and the others. Ahem. The 6 demon generals have been destroyed. Now, they belong to an independent guild called Witch's Sin, and the president is me. It's a long story. Anyway, I was the one who brought them out of prison. Now they have changed, and they are busy destroying the Dark Guild every day. The shock echoed in the eyes of the 2 again. Mobai immediately turned around and asked Kebula, "Why are you here?" Kebula said, "I heard that one of the 7 followers of Purgatory in the Demon Heart was practicing alone here, so we wanted to take the opportunity to deal with him. I just didn't expect you to move so quickly. I heard the sound of you killing him as early as the outskirts of the forest." Mobai smiled and punched Kebula on the shoulder. Since the establishment of the Witch's Sin Guild, he has never contacted these 5 people, and occasionally he would worry whether they have really changed. But now it is obvious that the answer has been obtained. Under the leadership of Kebula, this group of people has already embarked on the road to eliminate the Dark Guild. Cobra paused, and suddenly asked again, "By the way, I went to Magnolia secretly some time ago. I have heard about Janana's affairs. How is she recently?" Mobai answered casually, "Janana. Except for being a little fat, everything else is fine. It can be seen that you fed her very diligently before." Cobra was immediately angry. "Damn it. Don't think I dare not hit you just because you are the president." After a simple greeting, Cobra then made a disgusted expression and said reluctantly, "No need to cover up. I saw that you were poisoned by miasma when we just met. Lie down and take off your clothes. What a troublesome guy. If you die, who can I count on to help me restore my innocence?" Mobai rolled his eyes and did it anyway. Although Cobra was unforgiving, his body was still very honest, concentrating on activating the poisonous dragon-killing crystal in his body. "Take this opportunity." Angel quietly slid to Malaje's side, gently nudged her with her elbow, and said with a rotten girl's smirk, "Hey, do you think they will kiss each other in a while?" "Huh." Marahe's pretty face immediately blushed, and she whispered, Is this something we can say?" As Cobra placed his palms on Mobai's chest and abdomen. The magic power was running, and the purple poison on the skin instantly began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, flowing along the arm into Cobra's body. The pain was greatly relieved. After only half a minute, the poisoned skin returned to normal. "It's okay," Cobra said expressionlessly. Mobai stood up and twisted his body, and suddenly felt much more relaxed. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised sincerely. "Dr. K, you are a miracle doctor." "Tisk." Cobra curled his lips disdainfully and said, "I just helped you to remove the existing poison gas. As for whether there will be any sequelae, that's not my business." Mobai smiled lightly and said, "Okay, we can find Granny Polyusica to solve the rest. As for you, be careful not to be caught by the council one day. I won't go to rescue you." "You don't need to rescue me." Cobra rolled his eyes at him, and then asked, "By the way, I still don't understand why our guild is called Witch's Sin. Who is the witch?" Mobai scratched his head and couldn't help but think of Sister Arusha. Although Arusha is still in the Devil's Heart, she has longed for freedom in her heart and is waiting for the opportunity to leave. And Witch's Sin is naturally named according to her experience. For now, it's better to wait. Although we have met the Devil's Heart, their 7 Purgatory followers only lost 2 people, Zenkro and Azuma, and we are in the light while they are in the dark. Wait until the day when the Devil's Heart is completely wiped out, and then arrange for Sister Lei to find Cobra and the others. Thinking of this, Mobai kept it a secret like he did on the first night. "You will know later." Cobra turned around cursing. He waved to the remaining 4 people of the Witch's Sin and asked them to leave. Except for Cobra himself, the other 4 people said, "Goodbye, President," to Mobai in a formal way. They still look forward to this seemingly unreliable president to bring them back to freedom one day. Looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Mobai smiled and turned his head to look at Marajan and Lisana beside him again. Let's go to see Grandma Polyusica too. Chapter 108. Time goes back to several decades ago. At that time, 6 wizards in their prime formed a team, and they were in their prime. Now, things have changed. These people include Makarov, the current president of Fairy Tale, Bob, the current president of Blue Pegasus, Goldman, the current president of Four-Headed Hounds, Yajima, the former member of the council, and Polyusica, who chose to live in seclusion. As for the last one of the 6, it was Rob who sacrificed his life in the Tower of Paradise to protect the young Urza. After the Tower of Paradise was completely destroyed, Mobai returned alone once, as a tribute and gratitude to Grandpa Rob. At this moment, Mobai is going to visit the only female member of Makarov's team, Grandma Polyusica. After flying for a long time with the hands of the 2 sisters, Mobai finally folded the wings of the storm dragon and stopped in front of a cabin in the woods. Marajan walked up slowly and knocked on the door gently. Who is it? The old woman's voice came from inside the house. It's me, Grandma, Marajan of Fairy Tale. The kid of Fairy Tale. Crack. The door opened. What came into view was an old lady wearing a red robe decorated with dragon teeth, exactly the same as the one that Mobai had seen Sister Lay pretend to be. Granny Polyusica came straight to the point and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Marahe answered, "It's like this. We inhaled some miasma in the haze forest. The Qingyan spring has been polluted. We can only come to you." Granny Polyusica's face became more and more ugly. Makarov is really that old man. He asks you to perform such dangerous tasks every day. Come in, all of you. If the miasma is not cleaned up, it is easy to suffer from the sequelae of magic power weakening. Mobai smiled and bowed deeply to her. Thank you, Granny. Granny Polyusica waved her hand casually, pushed the wooden door open as far as possible, and stepped aside to make room for the 3 people. As soon as he walked into the room, the strong smell of medicine rushed into his nose. Mobai sat quietly in the living room, waiting for Granny Polyusica in the inner room next to him to check Malaje and Lisana. After a while, the door was opened, and Mobai immediately stood up and asked, "Grandma, how are they?" Fortunately, although they have not undergone any detoxification treatment, they have not inhaled much poison gas. They will be fine after a few days of rest here. Mobai was relieved when he heard this. But Grandma Polyusica glared at him and her tone became sharp. "I heard from the 2 girls that you directly attracted the miasma of the entire forest into your body. Are you really not afraid of death?" Mobai shrugged, smiled helplessly, and did not comment. "There is no way. I was more afraid that they would die in that situation." Grandma Polyusica waved her hand impatiently, and then said, Okay, come with me. Your situation is probably much more serious. Even if you find a poisonous dragon slayer to remove it, it will be useless. The miasma will remain directly in your magic power." Mobai was stunned. He didn't expect this. Originally, after Cobra absorbed the miasma, he felt no discomfort and thought he was almost cured. Unexpectedly, it was quite troublesome. This trip was the right thing to do. Following Polyusica into the inner room, Marajan and Lisana had already dressed neatly and cast worried eyes. As Mobai took off all his outer clothes, Polyusica's dry palms passed over his skin and carefully examined him. For a long time, Polyusica sighed and said solemnly, "You have ingested too much miasma and it has begun to invade your whole body magic." Mobai was surprised. "Don't be excited. Since you are a dragon slayer, the last thing you lack is magic, so you realized it later. If you don't get treated as soon as possible, it will definitely be a huge hidden danger." Polyusica explained word by word. "Well, okay, then listen to my mother-in-law." Mobai did not hide his illness or avoid medical treatment. Even though the S-class wizard assessment and the attack of the Devil's Heart are just around the corner, the body is the capital of the revolution after all. Let's take care of our own situation first. Just when Mobai thought the examination was over and was about to get up, Poliusica shook his head gently, signaling him to lie down again. The fingertips with healing magic touched the skin on Mobai's chest and abdomen again, and the fatigue between the muscles was immediately relaxed. Mobai was about to close his eyes and enjoy it. Poliusica's fingers suddenly retracted as if they were electrocuted. Mileage and the other two beside him were also startled. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Grandma Poliusica panted, her pupils full of disbelief, and asked Mobai in surprise. "In addition to the Dragon Slayer crystal, is there something more terrifying hidden in your body?" This. Looking at the worried eyes of the three people, Mobai smiled bitterly and told everything about the dark crystal he saw in his consciousness space. "That's probably the case. Grandma, I think what you are talking about should be the strange crystal that can absorb all magic power. But the strange thing is that although it has the same shape as the other 8 Dragon Slayer crystals in my body, I can't feel the magic resonance on it at all, as if this thing doesn't belong to me." Poliusica sighed after hearing this, and then slowly told the truth. "This is indeed a Dragon Slayer crystal. But it belongs to a very special type. Ordinary Dragon Slayer crystals are generally made from the heart of a dragon, gathering the most refined Dragon Slayer properties. And this last dark crystal in your body crystal, I suspect, it may be made of other parts of the dragon's body, most likely the head." Mobai couldn't help asking, "Grandma, is there any difference between crystals made of the heart and the head?" Poliusica's face became more solemn, and said, "It's too early to draw a conclusion. It was made of the dragon's head. Ordinary dragon-slaying crystals can give wizards the ability to use dragon-slaying magic for a long time. But yours consumes all the magic power in the crystal at one time, greatly improving your magic power in a short period of time, and completely mastering the power of this dragon before it died, and even temporarily turning into a dragon." The voice fell. Mobai finally realized it. No wonder I couldn't feel its resonance in every previous battle. It turned out to be just a disposable consumable. It's gone after it's used up. But judging from the previous performance in the consciousness space, the dark crystal can silently absorb all the other 8 magic powers. This black dragon must have been a very powerful dragon before it died. Doesn't this mean that if you encounter a tough enemy in the future, you will have an extra life-saving outfit? You can switch forms at any time to fight back. Just when Mobai was feeling complacent, Granny Poliusica poured a basin of cold water on him. "Don't be too happy yet. The power of the dark crystal is too violent. You must not use it now." "Huh, why?" Chapter 109. Poliusica then explained, "The power of this dragon was too great when it was alive. Once the crystal is activated, your body may not be able to withstand this magic power at all. If you explode and die at that time, even the gods can't save you." "Ah, okay." Mobai could only reluctantly agree, seeing that it was getting dark. After Poliusica once again reminded Mobai, he said, "You all stay here today. Later, I will let the mechanical bird send a letter to Makarov and tell him about your situation." Mobai was about to bow and thank him, but Poliusica waved impatiently and walked out of the room. Mobai and Miragelasana looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. There was no way, this old lady with a sharp tongue and a soft heart had this character. She said she hated everyone and refused all contacts, but she still cared about each of them. Midnight. Lying in bed, Mirage tossed and turned, still unable to sleep well. Looking at Lysina lying beside her pillow in the moonlight, Mirage sighed and stood up gently. "Sister Mira, where are you going?" As soon as she sat up, Lysina's light voice sounded immediately. Mirage turned her head, covered Lysina with the quilt again, and asked softly, "Are you still asleep?" "It's so late, where do you want to go?" "No, nothing, I can't sleep, so I'll go out for a walk." A sly flash in Lysina's eyes, she sat up and said expectantly, "Before going to bed, I saw Brother Mobai went out, and he shouldn't be back yet. Are you going to find him? Ah. Seeing that her purpose was exposed, Mirage suddenly felt a little at a loss. I didn't know whether I should go out or lie down again at this moment. Listener thought for a while, and suddenly she stretched out her arms to hug Milagi, and whispered in her ear. Isla, in fact, it's okay to let Brother Mobai be my brother-in-law. In this way, we will be a family in the future. Ilagi's face suddenly flushed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. I never thought that Listener would say such a bold thing. Stinky girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Flipping a corner of the quilt, Milagi pretended to be angry and ran out of the room. Listener lay back down, wrapped in the quilt and smiled secretly. Isla is really. She likes it, but she just keeps it in her heart and refuses to say it, alas. Outdoors. Starry sky. On the cliff not far from the cottage, Mobai sat cross-legged on the grass alone, letting the breeze blow by, quietly looking into the distance. Zancro and Azuma are both dead. Now, in addition to President Hades, there are 5 members of the 7 Purgatory followers and a vice president left in the Demon Heart. But their whereabouts are too strange. Sister Lei has not conveyed any news to me for so long. It is probably impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, Mobai couldn't help but clench his fists again. If the entire combat power of the guild is taken into account, it is more than enough to destroy the Demon Heart. But what he is most worried about is not the opponent's strongest combat power, President Hades. But once the powerful dragon-killing magic is used, it is likely to attract that extremely terrifying guy, Akunologia. Perhaps, I have to think of a way to use some other means to get rid of President Hades in the near future, and I must avoid using dragon-killing magic. But for a while, Mobai really didn't have a pig. Lying on the grass. Thinking fruitlessly, Mobai's mind jumped into the consciousness space again. In addition to the 8 original crystals, there is also a pitch-black crystal, whose edge can be vaguely seen under the surrounding light. Mobai stroked his chin and thought. Dark crystal, black dragon. Speaking of which, Aknologia is also called black dragon. Is there any relationship between these 2 black dragons? Maybe they are brothers. Or, is the one in my body Aknologia? This is too ridiculous. While thinking wildly, Mobai suddenly felt a familiar breath nearby, and his consciousness returned to reality. Not far behind him, a beautiful figure was slowly walking towards him. Mira. Under the bright moonlight, Mirajan's delicate cheeks were more beautiful, like a fairy in the moon. And she noticed Mobai's gaze. Mirajan unconsciously quickened her pace, walked quickly to him, and said shyly. Why don't you go back so late? Mobai smiled and said jokingly, you haven't rested yet. Come out to enjoy the moon. That's not the case. I came here to find you. Mobai was stunned. At this time, in this occasion, she had such an unnatural expression. Wait, she didn't want to confess, did she? Under Mobai's confused gaze, Mirajan thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mobai, from the time in Grak village, until this time you saved me and Listener in the Haze Forest. Without you, we might not have been able to come out alive this time. I really don't know how to thank you. Mobai waved his hand and answered casually. Well, it's nothing, we are all partners in the guild. And you also helped me a lot in accepting commissions in the guild, and often treated me to cakes. Mirahe bit her red lips with her teeth, and a faint response sound came from her throat. Mobai raised his eyebrows. He sat on the grass and asked tentatively, do you have anything else to say? Mirahe hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to say, can you sing a song for me? Mobai couldn't help rolling his eyes. The atmosphere has come to this point, and I thought he was going to confess. Sing, you're making it too difficult for me. Others sing for money, but I sing for my life. But seeing that Mirahe also sat next to him, with his arms around his legs, his eyes full of expectation, Mobai sighed silently in his heart, and cast his eyes to the night sky. A ballad that had been buried deep in his mind suddenly emerged gradually. Mobai sang softly. Dark sky, the sky is low, and the bright stars are with you. Insects fly, who are you missing? The stars in the sky are crying, and the roses on the ground are withering. The cold wind blows, as long as you are with me. Marahe listened quietly, with a satisfied smile on his face, but a sense of loss and sadness in his heart. After all, he still didn't have the courage to express his feelings. Marahe comforted himself. Wait a little longer, sooner or later he will know. Chapter 110. The next morning. I had just finished breakfast. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the forest. It was Makarov and Wendy. In yesterday's letter, Polyushka directly scolded Makarov and told all about Mobai's serious condition. The old man was so anxious that he didn't even eat breakfast in the morning, and rushed over with Wendy, who was good at using healing magic. Outside the house. Just met Marajan and Lisana, who were about to leave. Makarov hurriedly called them and asked directly, have you met the people of the Devil's Heart? Are you okay? Where is Mobai? Marajan said softly, Mobai's poisoning is more serious than ours. Grandma Polyushka insisted on keeping him here to recuperate for a while. Originally, Marajan planned to stay and take care of Mobai. However, according to Polyushka's opinion, it would be better for Mobai to stay here alone to recuperate during this period of time. She and Lisana were ready to leave. Step. Makarov waved at them hurriedly, pulled up Wendy, and kicked the wooden door of Polyushka's house open. Mo. Before Mobai's name was called out. A broom flew over and hit Makarov's head hard. Makarov's eyes went dark, and Polyushka's angry voice rang in his ears. This is my house. Don't kick the door. Makarov pouted, put the broom aside, and asked, where is Mobai? Where did you take him? Polyushka said unhappily, he just drank the soup, and he is still running magic in the room to fight against the toxins that are difficult to remove in the body. You should restrain yourself a little. Makarov was still worried. Until he got closer. Through the window, he saw Mobai sitting cross-legged in the inner room, and the magic aura enveloped his body, and then he put his heart back into his stomach. I say, can you take some responsibility as a parent? If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet a dragon slayer with poison attributes, he would have died before he could even make it here. This. Faced with Polyushka's accusation, Makarov was speechless. To be honest, when Marajan and Lisana accepted the commission, he paid special attention. After confirming that there was almost no danger. Besides, Marajan was an S-class wizard, and the task was only a B-class commission. But they never expected that they would meet someone from the Dark Guild Demon Heart. If Lisana hadn't used the amulet to ask Mobai for help in time, the consequences would be disastrous. While the two were arguing, a familiar voice suddenly came from the room. You can't blame the president for this. I was also hot-headed at the time, so I sucked in all the miasma. 3 pairs of eyes looked at them in unison. Mobai was standing at the door, looking at them with a smile. On his body, the magical aura was strengthened again, which obviously played a role in resisting the miasma. A turbid tear fell from the corner of Makarov's eye, and his voice trembled. Are you okay? Mobai spread his hands and said, maybe I have a good physical condition. Coupled with the treatment of Grandma Polyushka, I feel that most of the miasma should be forced out. That's good. Polyushka snorted coldly with a straight face. I don't think you can recover so quickly, it's better to lie down for a few more days. Mobai smiled helplessly, walked forward slowly, and noticed Wendy, who came here with him, and gently put his palm on her little head and stroked. Wendy is here too, thank you for your concern. Wendy lowered her head a little embarrassedly. No, it's okay. Didn't Shalulu come with you? No, the president was very anxious at the time, and I didn't have time to call Shalulu before he pulled me over. Ah, okay. Mobai's voice fell. Wendy then turned her eyes to Polyusica. Although it was their first meeting. From the moment she entered the room, the dragon slayer's keen sense of smell told her that the old lady in front of her was not an ordinary person. Grandma Polyusica. I smell a particularly intimate smell on you. It seems to be the mother who raised me, the celestial dragon Grandine. Polyusica stared at Wendy for a few seconds, and a rare kind smile appeared on her face. I wonder if you have heard of the story about another world, Edlas. Wendy was startled and nodded repeatedly. That is a parallel world, and almost everyone here can correspond to that world one by one. When Mobai came back from Edlas, he had already told everyone in the guild all the stories about that world. Wendy remembered it very clearly. Polyusica then said, you smell a similar smell on me because I am the dragon Grandine from the world of Edras. However, I am just an ordinary human. Is that so? Wendy's watery eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked. Grandma, do you know any clues about Grandine? I haven't seen her for a long time. Polyusica shook her head gently. Seeing that the clues about the dragon were broken again, Wendy lowered her head sadly and kept silent. But Polyusica immediately changed the subject, took down 2 magic scrolls from the top of the bookshelf beside him, and handed them to Wendy. Many years ago, after I came to this world, the dragon who raised you came to me in person and left me these 2 books on the secrets of Dragon Slayer. At that time, she told me that for some reason, she could no longer teach you these magics in person, so she could only ask me to pass them on. Take them, Wendy. She took the 2 scrolls with both hands. Wendy's eyes were filled with excitement again, and she bowed deeply to Polyusica. Thank you, Grandma. Polyusica waved her hand nonchalantly, glancing at Makarov who was also happy for Wendy. Wendy and Mobai will stay with me for the time being. You can leave now. Makarov was confused and pointed his index finger at himself in disbelief. Ah. I just arrived and you want me to leave. Then why are you in such a hurry to ask me to come here? Polyusica got angry when she saw this old man and snorted coldly. You can't even protect the children of your own guild, so asking you to come here is too late. Get out now. Makarov looked pitiful, and Mobai wanted to plead for him. However, after being glared at by Granny Polyusica, he finally stood aside silently and watched the president being blasted out with a broom. The broom hit Makarov's Mediterranean Sea again and again. Until they were some distance away from the hut, Makarov grabbed it with dissatisfaction and shouted. All right, it's far enough. You kicked me out because you have something to tell me. After decades of tacit understanding, Makarov could really see through her thoughts at a glance. Polyusica looked back, sighed, threw the broom aside, and asked. How did Mobai get so many dragon-killing crystals in his body? Makarov scratched his head. I asked him about it, and he said he was born with it. Born with it? Polyusica looked surprised and continued. I concealed part of the dark crystal in Mobai's body from him. Makarov was startled. Hide. Is there something wrong with that crystal? Chapter 111. Polyusica paused and said slowly, because I come from another world, Edlas, I am naturally sensitive to everything in a slant. But when I examined Mobai, I found some strange fluctuations. I clearly felt that the dragon corresponding to the dark crystal was definitely not in a slant or Edlas, but more like a dragon from another world. Makarov seemed to understand. What do you mean? What do you need me to pay attention to? Polyusica looked solemn. Not only is the origin of the dark crystal unknown, but the magic power contained in it is also extremely terrifying. At least it will not be weaker than the ultimate magic weapon of the council that can destroy the world, and it is even much stronger. After you go back, you must take good care of Mobai and never let him use this magic. Otherwise, I suspect it will attract the attention of some powerful beings that we can't imagine. For many years, Makarov hadn't seen Polyusica so serious for a long time, and nodded immediately. I understand. However, there is one thing that both of them obviously overlooked. 8 dragon-slaying magic crystals were activated in Mobai's body, and his 5 senses were extremely sharp, far exceeding Wendy beside him. Mobai pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. Mobai murmured in his heart, "The unimaginable powerful existence, is it talking about the black dragon Acnologia? Or is it from other worlds besides Aslant and Edris?" At the same time, a dark airship sped past a town somewhere. Inside the airship, Hades, the president of Demon Heart, sat in the center with an indifferent look, and a black eye mask covered his right eye. His left eye flashed with a sharp and cold light, like an eagle's eye, as if it could see through everything. Although his hair and beard are all white and he is over 100 years old, the magic aura on his body has not weakened at all, but is particularly strange and terrifying. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Hades agreed and Arusha pushed the door open. Before she could speak, Hades frowned and asked, "Has Azuma not come back from training yet?" Urrutia looked embarrassed and said, "President, Melty and I have already gone to the Haze Forest to look for him. There was a fierce battle there, and Azuma may have." "I know," Hades said lightly. A barely perceptible light flashed in Ultia's beautiful eyes, and she said tentatively, "President, the last time the 3 of us failed to assassinate Fairy Tale's Mobai, our whereabouts were exposed to a certain extent. Besides, Azuma's death this time is likely related to him. There are only 5 of the 7 Purgatory families left now. Does the attack plan for Fairy Tale need to be postponed?" Hades raised his head, his tone mixed with undeniable majesty. "No need, the plan will proceed as usual. As for Mobai, I will send Brunette to assassinate him again in the near future. He will not live to see the day when we officially go to war with Fairy Tale." Ultia's heart tightened immediately. As the vice president of Demon Heart, Brunette's strength is even far superior to her own. "I don't know if that kid can turn danger into safety this time. No, I have to find a chance to inform Fairy Tale of Brunette's assassination." Although he was already planning how to help Mobai in his heart. On the surface, Arusha was still respectful to Hades. "I worry too much, President." Hades waved his hand casually, signaling her to leave. In the huge room, Hades was left alone again, and the cold light in his left eye could no longer be concealed, and the monstrous dark magic power burst out instantly. Since this period of time, many things have been going wrong. Although I don't want to believe it, it is hard to deny that there is a traitor in the Demon Heart. Moreover, this traitor must be playing a very important role. I only revealed the news of Brunette's action to you, Urrutia. If he really kills Mobai, that would be the best. But if he has any accidents, I just need to control you. With Mobai's character, he can only become my puppet at that time, at my mercy. I have to admit that Mobai is indeed a young man with good qualifications. As long as he is afraid of the consequences and obeys my orders, it will be easy to annihilate Fairy Tale. Chapter 112. A few days later. In an open space on the edge of the cliff. Wendy's delicate face like a porcelain doll gradually became firm, her fingers danced gracefully in the air, and the air around her began to change subtly. At first, there was only a faint breeze that quietly blew across the grass, and the grass leaves swayed gently. Gradually, the wind became stronger and stronger, and it swept over with a whistle. The strong wind swirled around Wendy, and gradually formed a large wind barrier, which involved Wendy and Mobai. Dragon Slayer Secret. Illuminate the sky. After chanting, the wind barrier suddenly burst out with more powerful Dragon Slayer magic. Gradually compressed to form 2 huge wind blades, and suddenly slashed towards Mobai under the waving of Wendy's arms. At the same time, Mobai also activated the wind dragon crystal in his body, and the magic power accumulated in his chest was about to burst out. Storm Dragon's Roar. 2 different types of wind-attributed magic power violently collided and tore each other apart, making an extremely harsh sound, and suddenly a hurricane was set off on the edge of the cliff. Wendy sucked in fresh air in big mouthfuls, constantly increasing the output of magic power, trying to break through the storm spit out by Mobi. But under the suppression of the strong wind, she became more and more powerless, and the center of gravity of her body began to slowly shift. At the moment when the power of the Dragon Slayer secret was completely dispersed, Mobi gathered his magic power back into his body in time to prevent any harm to Wendy. However, Wendy was still affected and staggered back a few steps, and fell on the grass. Not bad, Wendy, you have made great progress. In just a few days, you can basically master the tricks of the Dragon Slayer secret. Mobi smiled faintly and walked up to praise Wendy, stretching out his arm to pull her up. Wendy smiled shyly and stuck out her tongue awkwardly, thanks to Mr. Mobi for helping me practice. Although Mobi had told Wendy many times not to be so polite, she still liked to use honorifics when she spoke. It always sounded a little restrained. It's already great, Mobi encouraged. Although the practice of the sky breaking is considered complete, but I haven't made any progress in the other volume of the Dragon Slayer Secret Galaxy. At this point, Wendy's face showed a little sadness again. Galaxy. Mobi thought carefully. The Dragon Slayer Secret Galaxy is quite special. It is not a move used for fighting, but a special secret method, and the method of understanding is also unusual. However, Wendy chose to ask him this question, which was just the right person to ask. Wendy, have you noticed that you have been practicing in battles with me recently to master the sky-piercing technique? Wendy nodded. I found it. Mobi paused and explained in a deep voice. Maybe there is such a possibility that the other Dragon Slayer technique, Galaxy, is not a combat move. Just like auxiliary magic like healing magic. Perhaps, Galaxy is also a secret method used in special occasions. Mobi naturally knows that Galaxy, as an extremely special Dragon Slayer technique, deliberately gives the caster the ability to communicate with dead souls. However, these still need Wendy to comprehend them in practice. Revealing all of them in advance may affect Wendy's practice. Wendy nodded, not quite understanding, but still not getting the point of Mobi, and asked. What should I do next? Let's do this. I'll look for commissions in the guild in a while to see if there are any suitable for you. Then let's try it together, maybe you can understand the Milky Way. Wendy's face immediately showed an excited smile. Thank you, Mr. Mobi. I've told you so many times, just call me by my name, no need to be so polite. Count the days. He has been recuperating here for 10 days. With the nourishment of the magic soup carefully prepared by Granny Palyuzika, the magic power in his body has long been restored. It's time to go back to the guild. The next day, it was just dawn. After saying goodbye to Granny Palyuzika, Mobi took Wendy's little hand and flew back to Magnolia with the storm dragon wings. Return to the Fairy Tale Guild after a long absence. After not seeing each other for a few days, the door has been replaced with a new one. But Mobi can't care about these. Bang! As long as Urza, the discipline committee member, is not around, he will always kick the door open. We are back. He can cast his eyes into the room. Mobi and Wendy then found that the huge guild hall was empty, with only Mirajan and Urza eating breakfast at the counter. The moment he saw Mobi, Mirajan immediately showed a bright smile on his face. Welcome back. Come Tilda. You haven't had breakfast yet. The cake was just baked this morning, and I left a portion for you Tilda. When Mirajan turned and walked into the kitchen, Mobi sat next to Urza. How are you doing recently? Urza smiled sweetly. Very good. I was planning to visit you there, but I heard from the president that you need to rest, so I didn't go. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. While talking, Mira had already walked out, and brought a few plates of freshly baked cream cakes and hot tea in her hands, and handed them to Mobi and Wendy. Thank you Mira Tilda. Mobi was not polite either. When he took a bite of the cake, it was still the familiar pei fang and the familiar taste. The sight swept through the empty hall again, and Mobi asked. By the way, where did everyone in the guild go? Why is it so quiet today? The unnatural look in Mirajan's eyes disappeared in an instant, and she chuckled and said, "It seems that there is some activity in the town today. The president asked everyone to participate, and everyone left early in the morning." Activity. Mobai and Wendy also came straight from Magnolia. Generally speaking, places with guild wizards must be particularly noisy. But today's town is obviously the same as usual, and there are no lively activities. Mobai was about to ask another question, but Mirajan had already changed the topic and looked at Urza next to him. "Speaking of which, Urza, do you still remember when you wanted to learn cooking from me?" Urza nodded without hesitation. "Of course I remember. At that time, I promised you that as long as you taught me how to cook, I would promise you something you couldn't refuse." Mobai ate and listened quietly. No wonder Urza's cooking was so delicious last time. It turned out that she got the true teachings from Mira. Miraja showed a cunning look between her eyebrows. "Yes, I never mentioned that matter later. But today, I think it's time to use this opportunity." Urza swallowed the last bite of cake and wiped her mouth with a napkin elegantly. "No problem, Mira. Since I promised you, I won't refuse no matter what you say." Miraja smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Can you give Mobai to me?" Chapter 113. Can you give Mobai to me? As soon as these words came out, Urza hadn't reacted yet, and Mobai, who was drinking tea next to her, spat out a mouthful of tea and looked at Mirajan in disbelief. How could Mira, who was usually gentle and quiet, say such bold words today? Wendy next to her also blushed with shame, and silently leaned to the corner, pretending not to understand. But Urza's next words surprised the two of them. "No problem." Mobai turned his head and looked at Urza with a question mark on his face. "No, your house was robbed. How do you accept such an open NTR?" Urza smiled faintly, not caring. "Didn't we agree before? We are now more than friends but less than lovers. If you want to be with Mira, I certainly won't stop you." That being said, however, based on Mobai's experience of being with Urza for so long, he always felt that Urza was a little strange today, and even felt that her smile was fake. As if she had changed into a different person. There was something wrong with her. And while Mobai was hesitating, Mirajan had already walked out of the front desk, gently put her jade hand on Mobai's, and there was a little shyness in her affectionate eyes. "Come with me." Since Urza agreed, "You will be mine from now on." Mobai complained weakly. "No, why do I feel like I am not a person, but an item that you trade back and forth?" Mirajan pouted her lips slightly, revealing a bit of disappointment. "So you don't want to?" Mobai hurriedly said, "It's not that I don't want to, but this feeling is too strange. Like a dream." At this moment, Mobai seriously suspected that he had drunk too much of Kate's magic potion and had lost himself in a dream. Mirajan confessed to Urza in front of her, and Urza actually agreed generously. "What happened today? Is this reasonable? But it has come to this. There is no way. Or, just obey her." Mirajan smiled, took Mobai's hand and walked out of the guild, and before leaving, she reminded him. "Then let's go on a date now. I'll trouble you to take over my job as a waiter in the guild today, Tilda." "Okay." Urza agreed immediately. Receive, Satan's soul. As the magic energy on Mirajan surged, the magic circle appeared, and after the light dissipated, it turned into the devil Satan's costume. And the two of them held their hands together with their fingers interlocked. Mirajan's hands had turned into devil claws, pinching Mobai painfully. Mobai was puzzled. Didn't we say we were going on a date? Why did you suddenly become like this?" Miraje said lightly, "In the past, you always took care of me and prevented me from overusing receiving magic and consuming mana. Today, let me take you flying." As soon as the voice fell, the dark devil wings behind him fluttered in the wind. Miraje casually put his arm around Mobai's shoulders and hugged him into his arms, flapping his wings and rushing out of the guild gate directly into the sky. Inside the fairy tale guild. Only Wendy and Urza were left at this time. After a moment, Wendy couldn't help asking, "Ms. Urza, I still don't quite understand why you agreed just now. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be very angry?" Urza smiled mysteriously, but did not answer directly, but gently clapped her palms 3 times. Huh. When the voice sounded, Wendy was surprised to sense a strong magic coming from underground. Bang! There was a noise from the floor of the hall, and a deep pit broke directly from the center. Wow, I finally got out. It's really stuffy in there, I'll suffocate if I stay any longer. It's Gildarts again, he broke the barrier that hides the magic power underground with one punch. The question is how to fill this pit. Gray, put on your clothes before talking. Under Wendy's stunned eyes, the familiar faces of the former guild were noisily jumping out of the big pit one by one. Including President Makarov, almost all the members were present. Wendy subconsciously looked at Urza next to her. What's going on? It all started with a secret letter that Gray received yesterday. At that time, you and Mobai had not returned yet. As Urza spoke, she called Gray, who had already put on his shirt, to her side. Gray took out an envelope from his trouser pocket and handed it to Wendy, explaining seriously. Yesterday, as soon as I arrived at the guild this morning, Mira said that a letter from me had been sent to the guild. I was still wondering who would write to me until I saw the signature, Urusha. She is the daughter of my master Uru. Urutia said that she is now in the Dark Guild Demon Heart. It was she who disguised herself as Granny Polyusica and tricked Mobai into the Haze Forest to assassinate him. Wendy took the letter and it was exactly as Gray said. Urutia wrote down everything that happened between her and Mobai in the Haze Forest, and her words were sincere and did not sound fake. Gray then analyzed. At the end of the letter, Urusha also mentioned that today the Demon Heart would directly send Vice President Brunet to assassinate Mobai. He is a very scary guy. I think the reason why she didn't send the letter directly to Mobai is that she might be worried that her undercover identity would be exposed. Wendy thoughtfully resealed the letter and returned it to Gray. So that's how it is. At this moment, Makarov also stepped forward and continued to add. Yesterday, Gray immediately came to me to discuss countermeasures after receiving the letter. I was thinking that Mobai has already paid so much for the guild, and he has just recovered from his injuries. Let him and Mira go out and relax today. This time, let us protect Mobai. After Makarov finished speaking, he glanced at Urza with a wry smile. Considering the relationship between Urza and Mobai, I was planning to let her accompany Mobai. But with her personality, even if she goes out to play, her mind will probably still be on the battle here, and it is inevitable that she will reveal clues. So in the end, I decided to let Mira go. Urza waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter, after all, the situation is special. As long as Mobai can be protected, I don't mind. Wendy suddenly realized. It turned out that from the moment she and Mobai stepped into the guild gate, they had already fallen into everyone's arrangement. Thinking of this, Wendy's face also showed a boldness. President, let me join this plan. Of course. Makarov smiled heartily, jumped directly onto the table, and his eyes swept through the high-spirited people one by one. Now, as the president, I officially announce this special task today. S-level commission, annihilate the enemy at all costs and protect Mobai's safety. The executors are all members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 114. Gently raising his hand to calm the enthusiastic crowd, Makarov analyzed in a deep voice. Although I don't know how the assassin Brunet will come. But according to Ultir's speculation in the letter, the final destination must be the guild and the Mobai family. In the next period of time, I will deploy the route of action later. Gajiel, Levi, Juvia, Elfman, and the Thunder Gods, go to the east of the city together. There is a small road in the suburbs that leads directly to the Mobai family. Received. Urza, your team goes to Harjan the port, maybe Brunet will land there. Aluza promised solemnly. Understood. I will take Natsu and the others there right away. Makarov nodded. then looked at Gildarts. According to Ultier's description, you are the closest to brunette in terms of single combat, Gildarts. You will be responsible for guarding the area near Mobai's house. Okay. Lake. Makarov's eyes swept through the crowd, and he subconsciously wanted to call out another person's name, but suddenly realized that he was no longer in the guild. A bit of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Makarov sighed and continued. As for the others, everyone stay here with me. We have strength in numbers, and we can fight even if the enemy directly attacks the guild. Action. As Makarov gave the order, the crowd that had just calmed down became excited again. Although this was a mission that did not conform to the regulations, it was the first S-level commission for many people in their lives, not to mention that it was commissioned by the President Makarov himself. Everyone had only one goal at this time. Fight the enemy at all costs and protect Mobai's safety. At the same time, in the sky above the outskirts of Magnolia, Muradin maintained the Satan form, waving the devil's wings and soaring in the sky, also fulfilling his own mission. Take Mobai out of the town and return after everything is settled. Flying for a long time. Mobai couldn't help asking, ahem. Mira, you can take me flying, but can you change the position? What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? That's not the case. I mean, how can a girl hug a boy like a princess? Although Miraji was very cool after using the receiving magic, she could pick him up without any effort. Besides, it was soft and comfortable to lie in her arms. But no matter how I thought about it, I felt a little awkward. I always felt like a gigolo. Miraji shook her head gently. I think this is good. Relax a little. Mobai was embarrassed. So where do you want to take me? I heard that the nearby town of Axel has recently opened an amusement park. Can I take you to see it? Amusement park. I grew up in a small county town in the 18th tier. Because of family reasons, Mobai rarely went to the amusement park before. It was not until he grew up that he occasionally went to experience some projects alone. This was his first time going with a girl. I didn't expect that there is an amusement park in Fury Kingdom. Let's go there. Thank you, Mira. Seeing Mobai agree, Muradin also smiled and unconsciously increased the speed of flight. Axel, a town not far from Magnolia, is very lively. In the popular amusement park, people come and go in an endless stream, and their faces are filled with happy smiles. Muradin stopped at the door, and then put Mobai down, and then returned to her usual gentle and lovely white-haired angel appearance. Reluctantly letting go of the hand held by Mobai, Muradin smiled. Wait for me here for a while, I'll go buy tickets. 2 couple tickets, thank you. Mobai stared at the scene in front of him, a little dazed for a while. When he was with Urza before, because she lacked a sense of security since childhood, most of the time Mobai was used to taking care of her emotions and taking care of everything for her. Mira is different. As the eldest sister, she has raised her younger siblings at home since they were young. Even after falling in love, she took care of Mobai by default. This kind of girl seems to be very suitable to be married home as a wife. Hey why are you still standing there? Until Miraji came back to her side with a smile and took his arm. Mobai finally came to his senses. No, let's go in. The amusement facilities in the magic world are not much different from what Mobai remembered. Carousel, roller coaster, Ferris wheel. It's just that it's not powered by electricity, but by magic. Mobai was still thinking about which one to play first. A little girl with pigtails suddenly jumped in front of him, looking up and smiling at him. Brother, the sister next to you is so beautiful. Mobai smiled silently and looked at Muradin beside him. Muradin's face also had a little blush. The little loli is quite good at talking. However, the two of them had already caught a glimpse of the big bundle of flowers hidden behind the little loli, and immediately guessed that she wanted to sell flowers. Mobai was thinking about taking care of her business. But Muradin had already leaned over and whispered, "Little friend, sell me a bunch of flowers." Ah, sister, do you want to buy it yourself? Yes Tilda, I want to buy it for the big brother next to you Tilda. Hearing Mirajan's words, the little Loli's big eyes were full of disbelief. It's been a few days since she sold flowers in the amusement park. She has already figured out the rules. As long as she finds a young couple and talks sweetly, the boys will usually pay. But today, why did she meet two people who are against the trend? The girls are rushing to pay. Mobai was also a little confused when he heard it. Mira, if you like flowers, I will buy them. No, I said, I bought them for you. Mira shook her head firmly, and then paid the little girl directly, took a large bouquet of flowers from her, and stood up to hand it to Mobai. Seeing that Mobai was still somewhat at a loss, Miraj couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled softly. Take it quickly Tilda, isn't it normal for couples to send flowers to each other? Mobai stuck out his tongue, then stiffly stretched out his hands and solemnly took it, speaking a little mechanically. Thank you, Mira, I like this bouquet of flowers very much. Miraj smiled and took Mobai's arm again. Let's go. Today is our first date. No matter where you want to go or what you want to do, I will accompany you Tilda. Chapter 115. On the other side. Harukian Port. The 5 members of the team had been lying in ambush from morning to afternoon, keeping a close eye on the tourists on each passenger ship. But they still did not find any suspicious signs. Natsu rubbed his hungry stomach and muttered, why did we come to the port? Are you sure the people from the Dark Guild will take normal transportation? Arusa was always on guard, her eyes still fixed on the ship that was about to arrive at the port. I heard from the president that assassinating Mobai is only a small part of the Demon Heart plan. Their real purpose may be to target our entire guild. So before they completely expose their plan, even if they want to assassinate, they should choose some concealed methods. Wait a little longer, don't let your guard down. Natsu still looked reluctant and was about to complain, but Gray next to him punched him in the face. This is about Mobai's life safety, you should be serious, you fire-breathing waste. Natsu's emotions were instantly ignited, and just as he was about to punch back, he suddenly smelled a strange smell of magic. He couldn't help but stand there. He sniffed carefully again. Urza immediately asked, Natsu, did you find anything? Natsu's eyes had left Gray and glanced at the crowd that had just got off the cruise ship not far away, and said slowly. I felt a very special magical fluctuation among this group of people, which is different from most of the magic we use. Wendy next to him also echoed, I also smelled it. This magic seems to have an ancient breath. The expressions of several people suddenly became solemn. Through the previous secret letter from Urrutia, they have learned that all members of Demon Heart are good at using lost ancient magic. And Brunette, as the vice president, is not only powerful, but also masters a lost magic that can manipulate gravity at will, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Natsu and Wendy's eyes overlapped and converged, and finally fell on the middle-aged man in a white coat at the end of the team. The middle-aged man has a long braid, the sideburns of his hair have grown to his cheeks, and he exudes a vague evil spirit. Recalling the appearance described in the letter, the physical features corresponded to him one by one. Several people have confirmed at this moment that the person in front of them is the vice president of Demon Heart, Bruno, who came to assassinate Mobai. Lucy asked nervously, what should we do? After all, this is a port, and it's rush hour. There are too many people coming and going, and it's not convenient to take action. Don't worry about it, I'm on fire. Natsu immediately swept away the depression just now, and the flame breath full of fighting spirit spread out. He kicked his feet hard and appeared directly from the back of the alley. Just met Bruno who was passing by, and the two looked at each other, only a dozen steps away. Fairy tale people, is their whereabouts exposed? Bruno glanced at the emblem on Natsu's right arm and frowned. Natsu grinned, and flames appeared on his fists. Hey, are you the vice president sent by Demon Heart? You must be ready to attack the partners of Fairy Tale. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The power of Dragon Slayer suddenly erupted, and Natsu raised his fire fist and rushed forward, about to attack Brunot. A sudden pressure suddenly hit, and Natsu's whole body fell directly to the ground without any warning, and cracks were shaken open. Damn! The fight between the two soon caused a commotion in the port. Passers-by shouted that there was a dispute between wizards here, and then they fled in panic. Although Natsu gritted his teeth and used all his strength, he could not lift it up anymore. Bruno stepped directly on Natsu's head and said sarcastically, "Although I don't know how the plan was leaked, with a rubbish like you, I'm sure that Mobai is not much better." At this moment, Gray, who was hiding in the dark, could no longer hold back, and his hands formed a magical force. Ice Shape Lancer. Dozens of ice spears suddenly flew in the air beside his body. Seeing this, Bruno remained in place. The next moment, wherever his eyes could see, the ice spears fell to the ground and shattered as if they had lost control. Gray's face sank. He looked into Bruno's cold eyes and was about to think of other ways to defeat the enemy. Aluza, Lucy and Wendy no longer hid, and appeared beside him, and 3 magical auras burst out at the same time. Open, Taurus Gate, Talos. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Support magic. Galloping wind. Standing with his guildmates, Gray's confidence in the battle was rekindled. Let Natsu go, Luxie shouted forward. Brunot smiled grimly, and as his pupils suddenly contracted, the gravity magic was released again. At this time, Gray and the other 4, along with the summoned celestial spirit Taros, fell straight down like Natsu just now, and were suffocated by the gravity. If it was a simple competition of magic power, the combined strength of several people might still be able to fight. But Brunot was a mechanical monster, and relying solely on the special nature of magic could make you have no chance to attack at all. And Natsu was exposed too hastily, and there was no time to think about any countermeasures in detail. In an instant, he fell into a miserable situation of being suppressed one-sidedly. Bruno became even more rampant, stomping hard on Natsu, looking at him with contempt. Boy, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, where is the shining super magic fairy of your guild? Also, the whereabouts of the dragon slayer named Mobai. Natsu said firmly, I don't know. Bruno's face flashed with displeasure. In this case, I have to let you suffer a little more. As the majestic magic power gathered in Bruno's hands, Natsu felt more and more suffocated, but still clenched his teeth. Bruno became more angry and raised his fist to smash down. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly came from the originally clear sky, and Bruno subconsciously froze. Then he saw a golden thunder carrying extremely violent magic power rushing towards him in the distance. Bang! Before Brunot could release the gravity magic again, the golden thunder had already hit him straight. He no longer cared about Natsu under his feet, and his body retreated instantly. A faint cold voice came from the thunder light. Hey! Kneel down and beg for mercy now. I'm not sure if I will kill you directly with the next attack. On the other side. Without the restraint of gravity magic. Natsu and his companions finally supported their bodies and stared at the golden figure who came to support them. The power of thunder and lightning. Mobai. But Mobai has obviously gone out of town with Mira. This breath is just a single thunder, and it doesn't seem to have 8 types of dragon-slaying magic. Wait, could it be? Laxus. Chapter 116. Axel Town. The sun shines freely on the colorful playground, and laughter floats in the air like a beautiful melody. Mobai and Mirajan ride the couple's seat of the roller coaster together. Although both of them have long been accustomed to high-altitude flying, they still suppress their magic power and scream hand in hand. Mobai, if you are scared, you can hold my hand tightly Tilda. Just kidding, I'm not. Ah. After being dominated by the roller coaster and the pirate ship continuously. Master Mo, who was only hard in his mouth, finally silently took the ice cream cone handed by Mirajan and sat on the carousel. At the same time, Harjan Port. Laxus turned around and looked at Urza and others. Compared with the previous civil war, his eyes looking at his companions at this moment were obviously a little softer. Natsu screamed excitedly, "It's really you. I just passed by the port and came to see when I heard the magicians. I didn't expect it to be you. And, Natsu, I haven't seen you for so long, your strength doesn't seem to have improved at all." Natsu was furious and immediately retorted, "I was just not prepared just now. This time you stand aside and don't move. Watch how I beat that guy away. Don't underestimate the enemy. His gravity magic is very strong," Lucy reminded. Not far away. Bruno's eyes became more gloomy. "It's ridiculous. The ants actually started to resist. Don't cry and beg me when I step on you again." Gravity suppression. As Bruno's pupils shrank, the surrounding space suffered a change in the gravity field again. Although several people had prepared in advance, they were still suppressed and unable to move. Lucy, who had weaker magic power, had already spasmed. Laxus's face showed a trace of solemnity, and he quickly shouted behind him, "I will find a chance to control him, you follow me." Lightning suit. After the voice fell, Laxus turned into golden thunder again and rushed forward at a rapid speed. His figure continued to enlarge in Bruno's sight, gradually adapting to the pressure of gravity, gritted his teeth and swung a heavy punch with the power of thunder. Thunder fist. Bruno's sneer, raised his arm and gently took it. "Soft attack, didn't you eat?" The majestic magic power immediately devoured Laxus's power, and without the protection of magic, Laxus's body suddenly fell down powerlessly. Ridiculous. Brunot was about to insult him again, but was suddenly shocked to find that, although Laxus fell to the ground, there was no regret on his face, and he even smiled, as if he was laughing at himself. "You've been fooled. Just a thought body." When, boom, the figure of Laxus' thought body suddenly flashed and exploded. While Brunot's vision was blurred again, Laxus himself finally appeared behind him, and the power of Dragon Slayer burst out. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Brunot, who suddenly realized, immediately circulated magic power in front of him. A purple super gravity ball was gradually rubbed, and Brunot laughed wildly. "Is this the level of fairy tale? Prepare to face despair, all your magic power will be swallowed up in this collapsing black hole. Hee hee. Laxus is a master of thunder. The explosive power in a short period of time is amazing, and it can even face opponents with higher magic power head-on. But once it gets into a tug of war, it will become increasingly powerless." At this time, the Thunder Dragon Fist has obviously invested all his remaining magic power, but it still failed to shake Bruno's super gravity ball. Bruno's magic is about to take shape. Just when he thought he had a sure win, 3 fast figures rushed out from his side. Dragon Slayer Secret. Red Lotus Blade. Dragon Slayer Secret. Illuminate the Sky. Sky Wheel. Sword of Chaos. Thanks to Laxus's firepower dispersion, Wendy used all her support magic on herself and Natsu Urza. Finally getting rid of the gravity field, the 3 of them shot out and used their own killer moves. Magic converges. Brunot was still trying to use the black hole to suppress their magic, but he was shocked to find that the originally exquisite purple super gravity ball had cracks. "Impossible. I am the vice president of Demon Heart. You are just a bunch of useless wizards from a useless guild. I will not lose." Laxus finally showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said proudly, "Hey. When your mouth cannon output is stronger than your actual strength, it's not too late to say such things. Besides, you are not qualified to judge the Fairy Tale Guild. Go to hell." The 5 powerful magic collides, and Lucy and others who are outside the battlefield also feel extraordinary pressure. Waves are surging at the Harjan port, ships are flipping, and the surrounding ground has been shaken to pieces. When the super gravity ball finally broke, there was no power to stop the attack of Natsu and others, and 4 powerful magic powers hit Brunot head-on. Boom. Brunot's body was repelled at high speed as if it was out of control. He hid and passed through several houses in succession, and the walls were broken. He just stopped and had already lost consciousness. The smoke and dust dissipated. Looking at his embarrassed appearance, several people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Laxus's eyes swept across the messy scene and joked. You guys are still the same. No matter what kind of battle, you can always destroy the town beyond recognition. Natsu immediately said that he would not take the blame. Hey. You also destroyed a lot just now, right? Laxus did not buy it at all, turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. Then it's not my business. Anyway, you have a guild, and the old man will compensate you according to the price. There is indeed nothing wrong with what he said. Looking at the back of the black coat, Urza suddenly remembered something and shouted. Laxus, don't you want to go back to the guild with us? Laxus didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand. No. I'm annoyed when I see that old man, and you'd better not tell him that I've been here. And then, no matter how much the few people tried to keep him, Laxus never responded. Gray couldn't help but said depressedly, what's going on? He came to Hargenport to return to Magnolia, right? Now he's not going anymore. I really don't understand. That's right. Although he was kicked out by the president, everyone still treats him as a companion, not to mention that the Thunder Gods are still in the guild. Alas, maybe he just wanted to take a look at the guild and the president from a distance and leave. The afterglow of the setting sun fell. The back of Laxus' left was stretched very long. Natsu suddenly said, I suddenly have a hunch that Laxus will definitely return to the guild one day. Chapter 117. Night falls. The lights are on. Mobai and Mirajan have already taken the Ferris wheel in the amusement park, spinning to the highest point, taking in the night view of the entire Axel town. It's so beautiful. Pulling his eyes back to his side, Mobai suddenly found that Mirajan, who was leaning on his shoulder, seemed to be in a bad mood. Her face seemed a little embarrassed. Mira, what's wrong with you? Yes, I'm sorry, Mobai, I lied to you. Huh. Mobai was still in the dark and didn't know why. Mirajan bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and then hesitantly explained the truth. In fact, before you came back yesterday, we received a secret letter saying that Brunette, the vice president of the Demon Heart, was going to kill you. The sender was called Eurutia. Mobai was startled. Sure enough, Sister Lei's prediction was correct. If President Hades fails once, he will definitely come to kill him a second time. Fortunately, Sister Lei delivered the message. Then what? So you brought me out to avoid assassination? Not exactly. After considering this matter, the president decided to temporarily send you away, and then they set up an ambush in Magnolia to stop Brunoth. Mobai was shocked and couldn't sit still immediately. No, how could you hide such a big thing from me? Mirahe looked embarrassed. Don't worry. The president said that you have paid too much for the guild, and today it's time for everyone to protect you once. Alas. Mobai's eyes were full of helplessness. Brunoth, as the second person in Demon Heart besides President Hades, is extremely powerful. Apart from him, the only two people in Fairy Tail who can face him head-on are probably Gildarts and Makarov. It is conceivable how risky their plan is this time. Mirajan whispered, if Brunoth really came at the time mentioned in the letter, the battle should be over now. Whether it's over or not, Mira, let's go back now. Storm Dragon Wings. Mobai's eyes flashed with some unquestionable decisiveness, and he kicked the iron door of the Ferris wheel open with one foot. Dangerous action. Minors should not imitate. Adults should not imitate. With wings spread, Mobai stretched out his arms and picked up Mirajan, jumped out of the cabin in midair, and headed for the night sky. There seemed to be shouting from the staff under his feet. But don't worry about these details. At this moment, Mobai just wanted to return to Magnolia as soon as possible to see if everyone could withstand Brunoth's attack. And seeing Mobai's serious look, Mirajan also quietly lowered his head in self-blame, not daring to disturb again. My mission is completed. I hope everyone will be fine. Harjan Port. At this time, the crowd was already full of people. And in the center of the crowd, the smile of the inspector of the council froze, and his fingers trembled as he wrote something on the book. Finally, he couldn't help but look up and ask again. You mean, all the damage to the ships, the collapse of the ground and the demolition of the houses were done by Brunette lying on the ground alone, right? Natsu immediately gave an affirmative answer. Of course. They are a group of people in the Dark Guild. They can do anything. Gray followed and said beside him, that's right. If we hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the consequences would be even more serious. The two sang in unison, and the cooperation was quite tacit at this time, without the usual tension when they quarreled. Lucy and the others next to them could only smile and didn't expose them. The inspector turned his head when he heard this, so that his men wouldn't see his face twitching. Is it my first day at work in the council? Who doesn't know that you fairy tale have to destroy half of the town every time you do a small commission? Now that so many people have gathered, the entire port is about to be blown up, and you tell me it's all the work of the Dark Guild. But look at Bruno's miserable state. He will be lucky to be alive and breathing when he is brought to the council. And when they fought, due to the destructive power, there was no witness nearby. Well, let's just assume that these fairies are telling the truth this time. The inspector saluted Urza and the others with great reluctance, and said, we are all clear about the situation. Thank you wizards for your contribution to maintaining peace in the town. You're welcome. These are what we should do. Officials of the Council of Ministers dragged the dying Bruno away. Makarov and the rest of the group followed. Seeing the council leaving, Makarov quickly stepped forward and couldn't help but asked in surprise, Bruno has been defeated by you. Aluza nodded gently. I have to say, he is really a very strong opponent. If Laxus hadn't arrived in time to help us, I'm afraid it would be really difficult to win. Laxus. Makarov's pupils instantly dilated and became excited. Although he personally gave the order to expel Laxus from the guild. However, during this period of loss of contact, this naughty grandson often came to his dreams, as if he had never left. When the wizards behind Makarov heard this name, their emotions were also mobilized, and they surrounded him to ask. Especially the three people from the Thunder God clan. Laxus is back. Where is he now? Did he say anything? I'm sorry everyone, Laxus is gone, we couldn't keep him. Urza said regretfully. Makarov's eyes flashed with disappointment, but then quickly disappeared. He waved his hand and said generously. Let him go, I don't want to see him either. Humph. Fried sighed lightly. Although he felt regretful, he could only slowly let it go. Laxus. I hope it won't be too long before we meet again. This commission is coming to an end. Makarov was about to take everyone back to the Fairy Tale Guild. Under the night sky, a figure quickly passed by. Then he stopped in the middle of the crowd. Mobai and Mira. Under the gaze of everyone, Mobai gently put Mira down from his arms, put away the storm dragon wings, and smiled bitterly. It's really hard for everyone today. Such an important thing, everyone in the guild is hiding it from me. Chapter 118. Ah, you know everything. I know everything. If Mira hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. After Mobai finished speaking, Mirajan looked at everyone apologetically and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Makarov without any courtesy. You little bastard. You're still acting cute after getting the advantage, right? You already have Urza, and today you let Mira go out to accompany you for a day. We also stopped the person who wanted to kill you for you. What else are you not satisfied with? Perhaps it was because of the disappointment of Laxus's departure just now. Makarov was talking with saliva flying, venting all his emotions on Mobai. Mobai could only helplessly say, ahem. Then, thank you, President, thank you, Mira, and thank you everyone. After all, this kind of treatment is indeed the top crown enjoyment in the guild. Mobai. Mira suddenly called softly beside him. Mobai turned his head. What's wrong? According to the president's plan, my mission today was just to take you out of town. But what I said to you was all sincere. Myra's face flushed, and her voice became lower and lower. If you are willing, I also want to take our relationship to the next level. Before Mobai responded, the group of people following Makarov immediately went to live in Bungbu. Mira, so what did you say to him? What do you mean by getting closer? Tell me, Mira, that's not what you meant, right? Every time I accept a commission, you smile at me. Don't you always have me in your heart? Quote. You're a bit outrageous. I'll pee to wake you up. Alas, when Mira brought the child back, I felt that something was wrong between them. I didn't expect, the last goddess of the apartment was still taken away. Why don't we throw Mobai into the sea? Just say it was Brunette who did it. Good idea. Mobai looked at the guild members who were walking towards him with ill intentions. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say, and suddenly he felt someone patting his shoulder gently. Urza. Obviously, everything Mirajan said just now had been heard by Urza. Urza smiled helplessly. Today, you can do whatever you want. Huh, you mean? You stayed at Granny Polyusika's for a long time, and I missed you a lot. How about this? My armor hasn't been updated for a long time. Tomorrow, accompany me to buy new armor. Mobai immediately agreed. Okay. No problem. Miraje's eyes also showed joy, and her white jade hand quietly pulled Mobai together again, biting Mobai's ear and said. Tonight, how about going to my house? My cat can do backflips. Mobai was embarrassed. The cat you are talking about, it can't be Lisina who received the soul of an animal. Miraje smiled mysteriously. Purple light flashed on his body, and he turned into the devil Satan again, holding Mobai's arm and flying directly into the night sky. The painful wails of the men in the guild came from under his feet. First it was the fairy queen Urza, and then the poster girl Miraje. Two of the most beautiful girls in the guild were snatched away by that jerk Mobai. It seems a bit inaccurate. According to the situation just now, it seems that the poster girl snatched Mobai away. You must be happy. Unlike most girls in the guild, Mirajan does not live in a girls' dormitory, but in a two-story attic in the suburbs. During this period of time, with the joining of Mina and the return of Lisina, the small building has become much more lively than before, and it is no longer just her and her brother Elfman. Mirajan gently pushed the door open and said with a smile, Come in, my room is upstairs Tilda. Oh, okay. The room was not lit, so Mirajan took Mobai's arm and walked slowly forward. Before turning on the light and going upstairs, she took out 2 exquisite cream cakes from the refrigerator. Mirajan suddenly said, By the way, I told Lisina and Elfman yesterday that they won't be back tonight. Please ask them to take Mina with you. So it's just the 2 of us tonight. Mobai guessed secretly in his heart. When he arrived at Harjan Port, Mirajan had been leaning on him and had almost no chance to talk to other members of the guild. So there was only one left, possibility. Yesterday, Mira had already decided to bring herself back tonight, and then notified Lisina and Elfman. This girl has considered a lot, far-sightedly, and meticulously. Walking down the stairs, Miraj gently opened the bedroom door, with a shy smile on her face, and turned to look at Mobai behind her. Come in. Inside the room, there was a faint fragrance of flowers, and the moonlight cast a soft light through the pink curtains. Mobai was half pushed by Miraj's hand. Before he had time to see what the furnishings in the room were like, he was gently pushed to the edge of the bed and sat down. Mira. Miraj's face flushed. She sat directly on Mobai's thighs and stretched out her arms to hug his neck. Actually, I wanted to tell you this the night I was recuperating at Grandma Polyusika's house. In my heart, you have taken up the same weight as Lisina Elfman. I can't leave you anymore. Mobai's heart was beating wildly. The corny words stuck in his mouth but he couldn't say them. In the end, he could only utter a few words. "Don't worry, I'll always be by your side." Mirage's beautiful eyes sparkled with sparkling light, and finally she smiled. Her right index finger lightly touched the cake on the table, stained with a little white cream, and directly smeared it on her red lips, whispering shyly. "Remember you said before that you like to eat the cream cake I made. Do you want to try it again now?" Looking at the expectant eyes of the beauty in front of him, Mobai was just about to make a move. Mirage's eyes suddenly flashed with cunning, and he kissed her on the cheek first. "Ah!" Looking at Mobai's surprised and frustrated look, Milaji's smile became even brighter. The beauty of the world seemed to be frozen here. Ellipsis. Chapter 119. The time for the test is getting closer. There are only 2 days left to prepare. In order to cope with this test, some wizards who have the hope of being shortlisted have begun to accept commissions or improve their magic power a month ago. Just to pass the test and become an admired S-class wizard. Except Mobai. Since the end of the brunette incident, Sister Lei has not sent a message for a long time. Perhaps the demon heart suffered too much loss after several failures, and it is expected that there will be no more thoughts about fairy tale in the near future. Natsu and Gray also began to accept commissions on their own, rushing to roll up their sleeves before the test, and the team rarely worked together. Mobai is getting more and more idle. Today I accompany Urza, tomorrow I accompany Mirajan, and occasionally go fishing with Gildarts, and then bully Natsu who is challenging me. The days are getting more and more comfortable. Okay, little brats, it's time to stop what you're doing. In the guild hall, Makarov jumped onto the counter and shouted. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on this. Makarov cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "Everyone has been working very actively during this period of time, and I also know what your purpose is. Next, it's time to announce the list of S-class wizards for this assessment." Okay. The crowd was noisy. Makarov raised his hand slightly to calm down. Turning his head and signaling to the bottom, the 3 S-class wizards in the guild, Urza, Mirajan and Gildarts, walked to his side. The location of this assessment is finally determined to be the Holy Land of our guild, Tenro Island. Over the past year, I have seen the progress of each of you present, and finally a total of 10 people have been determined to participate in this assessment. Speaking of this, the heartbeats of Natsu and others in the audience could not help but speed up. Natsu Dragneel. Gray Fulpasta. As soon as the words fell, the 2 enemies who usually fought every day looked at each other, and the fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Makarov continued to announce, "Juvia rocks." Juvia was stunned when she heard it. Ah. Juvia can also. Elfman Strauss. A man should become S-class. Kana Alperona. When Kana's name was called, Gildarts looked at the audience with a loving face and silently gave her a thumbs up. Kana smiled slightly. "Dad, don't let me off the hook then." Next, Wendy Mabel. Ah. Wendy's face was filled with surprise, and then she was seriously unconfident about herself. How can I have the strength of an S-class wizard? Shalulu beside her side and said helplessly, "You should be more confident in yourself." But Wendy still doubted herself. "Didn't Mobai teach you how to use the galaxy a few days ago? Now you have mastered 2 Dragon Slayer secrets, which is already very strong." Okay. Wendy's eyes showed some determination. Makarov continued to announce, the 7th, Fred Justin. The 8th, Levi Makugaden. The 9th, Mester Glade. As for the last one, I'm sure everyone can guess it. Everyone nodded silently, and their eyes were all on a newcomer who had joined the guild for half a year. Yes, it's the Harpy. Huh. Seeing the question marks on the faces of the people in the audience, Makarov immediately changed the subject. Hee, just kidding. The 10th S-class wizard candidate, Mobai. Mobai couldn't help rolling his eyes, full of resentment. "President, do you think you are very humorous?" Makarov glanced at Mobai quickly. He pretended not to hear and continued to instruct. Due to the large number of participants this year we will partially continue the assessment mechanism of the last time, and each candidate will still fight on his own. There are still 2 days left. I hope everyone can prepare well. 2 days later in the afternoon, we will board the ship to Tenro Island on time at Harjan port. Natsu jumped on the table excitedly and cheered. Great, I'm on fire. Mobai whispered beside him. Natsu, you seem to have forgotten something. Huh, what's that? We have to take transportation to go to Tenro Island. The smile on Natsu's face froze instantly. The whole person was stunned, like an eggplant hit by frost, and his face changed drastically. After a long time, he begged in a trembling voice, well, can I apply to take the test in Magnolia? Makarov rolled his eyes at him. What do you think? Natsu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction again, turned his head and looked at Mobai and asked. No, why are we both dragon slayers, but you and Wendy don't get dizzy with transportation? Mobai spread his hands. Maybe, our dragon power has not awakened yet. This. Natsu seemed to understand. Speaking of which, old man, why don't we go there in the morning, but have to wait until the afternoon? Nonsense. I don't know which group of blind souls almost destroyed the Harjan port last time. It's good that they are willing to lend us a boat. Ah. Midnight. Mobai was lying on the big bed in the villa, tilting his head to look out the window, just able to glimpse a corner of the dark night sky. The day after tomorrow is the day of the test. I hope the Devil's Heart will really give up this attack due to the heavy losses. I also plan to get the title of S-class wizard. Consciousness gradually blurred. Mobai's mind came to the dark space where the Dragon Slayer crystal was stored. The space was the same as usual. In the center of the 8 colorful crystals, a black crystal was suspended, giving people a sense of mystery that was out of reach. During this period of time, Mobai has also studied this thing. No matter how much magic power he used to activate it, this crystal always remained motionless, absorbing all the magic power, unfathomable. Mobai couldn't help but think, absorb everything. I remember that the black dragon Acnologia also has a similar ability. It even swallowed up the space-time rift. Grandma Polyusica seemed to have said. The magic power of this crystal is at least not weaker than the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, it will only be stronger. Maybe it can really be compared with the power of the black dragon. While thinking, Mobai suddenly felt a chill, and his consciousness returned to reality. He instantly noticed the magic power outside the house. It seemed to be hostile. Mobai remained calm, and his figure instantly turned into thunder and rushed downstairs. The other party's breath disappeared strangely, as if he had never been there. Only a letter was left at the door. Mobai couldn't help but frown, leaned over to pick up the envelope and opened it. Let me see, whose postman is so dedicated that he delivers letters in the middle of the night? Chapter 120. In a house somewhere in the town. Under the soft light, the bathroom was filled with white mist. K-Mo chicken. So comfortable. Lucy slowly sat in the large bathtub, her face began to flush, and she soaked her whole body in the hot water. She lay back and relaxed, and the fatigue brought by a day's work was gradually washed away. It's better to go home and rest, Lucy murmured. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she sat up directly as if it was a subconscious reaction, and looked around vigilantly. Whenever I took a bath in the past, there would always be a few too armed people in the house at an inappropriate time, and they would treat this place as their own home. Not only did they eat and drink a lot, but sometimes they would directly break into the bathroom. Sometimes it was Natsu alone, and sometimes even Gray and Urza would come with him. Thinking of this, Lucy felt a tingling scalp and a bitter face. Why is it that every time I feel that I can relax alone for a while, I will be disturbed? Lucy had been trained to develop a habit. Whenever she relaxed and felt safe, her brain would send a signal to remind her not to let down her guard. Natsu. Happy. Lucy called tentatively. No one answered. It seems that they have been preparing for the S-level assessment recently. They shouldn't come again, right? I can take a good bath and have a good sleep, Tilda. Lucy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on her face. She was about to soak her body back in the bathtub. Boom. As the loud noise came into her ears, Lucy looked in the direction of the bathroom door in horror. But she only saw a wooden door flying towards her. If she hadn't turned sideways due to the stress of her body, this door would probably have directly split her head. What's going on? Lucy turned her head stiffly. Only then did she realize that it was not just the door. From the door to the entire living room, everything was blown away by the loud noise just now. Looking forward, her sight can be directly cast onto the street without any obstruction. In other words, if a passerby passes by and glances at the side, he can directly see the whole picture of her bathing clearly. What sin have I committed? Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. Just when she wanted to find a place to hide first, she felt a strong magic power descending on her. It was full of oppression and stopped directly in front of her. Bye. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Lucy immediately realized that she was still being honest with him, and hurriedly tried to find a piece of clothing to cover it. But Bye's body was directly in front of her. Lucy, do you still have the key of the Zodiac with you? I need Loki's help to summon him out. Ah. Lucy looked confused. For a star wizard, the star key is naturally the most important thing. She always carries it with her. Even when taking a bath, she will always keep it within reach. But Bye suddenly visited in such a terrorist-like manner, and asked for the key from her right away. Lucy couldn't help but be suspicious for a moment. Why, are you looking for Loki? Bye was still a little excited. Go to the celestial realm. I'll tell you in detail when we get there. Now it's better to hurry. Okay. Lucy hesitated for a moment. She curled up in the bathtub, casually took out the stored celestial key from the corner, and picked out one of the golden keys. She waved it in the air. Open, the door of Leo, Loki. As the door connecting Aslant and the celestial realm was opened, Loki, the guardian spirit of Leo, walked out gracefully from it. Loki stepped on the ground, pushed his glasses lightly, turned his head and looked at Lucy softly. Hey, Lucy, you're still calling me so late. Why are you giving me benefits again? Lucy's ears turned red with shame, and she shrank back. She pointed at Bye next to her with a wronged look. When they were executing commissions together before, Lucy had summoned Loki to join the battle many times. Loki was no stranger to Bye. Oh, Bye, are you looking for me? Bye stared at Loki for 3 full seconds without saying anything. After 3 seconds, he reached out and grabbed Loki's collar roughly, and started to pull his clothes off. Loki panicked. Hey, I'm a decent person. No, a decent star spirit. I sell my art but not my body. And Lucy is here too, why would she have any thoughts about me? I don't have any thoughts about you. Give me your clothes and take me to the star spirit world. Star spirit world. There are indeed relevant rules. As long as humans can wear clothes from the star spirit world, they can go to the star spirit world under certain conditions. While Loki was confused, Bye had completely taken off his coat and put it on himself. No, why are you going to the star spirit world? Loki couldn't help asking. Bye looked back vigilantly and lowered his voice. I don't know if I'm being monitored now. Anyway, take me there first. There's something urgent. Loki looked at Bye's slightly nervous expression, and it didn't seem like he was playing a prank. Although the star spirit world also has relevant regulations, humans cannot be brought in and out at will. But after all, Bye said that there was something very urgent. It shouldn't be a big deal to make an exception for a partner occasionally. Loki sighed, and a little firmness flashed in his eyes. Let's go, Tilda. His hands took Bye and Lucy's arms and pulled them into the star spirit gate together. Lucy screamed immediately. Hey, why are you pulling me? I'm not wearing any clothes yet. The vast and boundless star spirit space. It is so vast and boundless, and the stars are within reach. If it were placed on the blue star, it would definitely be a unique tourist attraction. However, Mobai and his companions were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery at this time. After landing safely in the star spirit realm, Loki got some clothes from somewhere to cover Lucy temporarily, so that she would not be given benefits everywhere in the star spirit realm. Okay, now you can tell me why you must come to the star spirit realm, Loki said. Mobai nodded slowly. He took out a letter with a blood-red cover from his trouser pocket, which was the one he had just received at his doorstep. What is this? Mobai said expressionlessly. It was sent by President Hades of the Demon Heart. He controlled the life of a friend of mine and asked me to do something for him, otherwise he would kill him. Fairy Tale. Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 121. What? Lucy and Loki were shocked and quickly opened the letter to check the contents. Mobai paused and continued. The girl who sent a letter to Grey saying that Bruno was coming to assassinate me was called Arusha. Since I met her in the Haze Forest, I have turned her against the Dark Guild. She has always wanted to leave the Dark Guild and is just waiting for the opportunity for the demon heart to be completely destroyed. In fact, I should have thought of it earlier. With the scheming of President Hades, he would definitely realize that there is an undercover inside. Sure enough, Arusha got into trouble. Hades asked me to destroy the Sirius tree during the S-level wizard assessment in the letter, and at the same time assist the demon heart to hunt down the guild's partners one by one. In addition, Hades will secretly monitor my every move. Once I have any abnormal behavior on Sirius Island, he will immediately kill Arusha. Loki and Lucy read the contents of the letter in panic. As Mobai said, a huge conspiracy is waiting for him. Once he becomes Hades, puppet and swings the butcher knife at his guildmates, he will completely go to darkness. If he disobeys Hades' wishes, Eurutia's life will be threatened immediately. This multiple-choice question, no matter how to do it, seems to lead Mobai to the abyss. Loki put away the cynicism on his face and asked in a deep voice. So you asked to come to the Star Spirit Realm, in fact, to avoid Hades' surveillance. Do you have any plans? Mobai nodded slightly. Lucy, if I remember correctly, Gemini Star Spirit Jamie should have signed a contract with you, right? Yes, Jamie has been my Star Spirit partner for some time. Jamie is the guardian star spirit of the zodiac Gemini, and originally signed a contract with Angel of the 6 demon generals. In the previous battle with the 6 demon generals, Angel was defeated and captured by the council, so Jamie regained her freedom. Later, she took the initiative to find Lucy and became her star spirit. Mobai then asked, since this is the star spirit realm, with the bond between you and the star spirit, it should be no problem to find it, right? I'll try. Lucy hesitated a little. After all, it was the first time for her to do such a thing in the star spirit realm. Jamie. Feeling the fluctuation of magic power in her body, Lucy kept calling Jamie's name in her heart. After a while, Pilly tilde. A familiar call came from her ears, and Lucy suddenly opened her eyes. The twin Smurfs who were just in front of her suddenly changed their form and became exactly the same as herself. Naked with her head held high, Lucy hurriedly stood in front of Jamie to prevent Loki and Mobai from seeing her. Although she had already seen it. But Jamie didn't care, and asked enthusiastically, Lucy, why did you come to the celestial world? It's a long story. This is my guild partner Mobai, you may have seen him. Anyway, he has something important to discuss with you now, which concerns the life of a girl. Jimmy took the coat handed by Loki and barely covered himself with it. He looked at Mobai seriously. What's the matter? How can I help you? Mobai felt relieved. Although Jamie is not a combat-type celestial, he has powerful transformation magic. He can change his form into the person he has contacted for a short period of time. After the transformation, he can even briefly possess the abilities and thoughts of this person. Although it does not last long. Mobai then repeated everything about Hades. Gemini, in the assessment 2 days later, I need you to pretend to be me and pretend to destroy the Sirius tree. I will then quietly conceal my aura, find Hades' location, and rescue Arusha before you reveal your identity. Gemini immediately agreed. No problem. As long as you give me the route, I promise they won't find out in advance. Lucy looked embarrassed and questioned, the plan is good. But we almost lost when we met Vice President Brunet before. This time, you have to face President Hades alone. How much do you know about him? Are you sure? Loki and Gemini looked at Mobai with the same worry. Although the magic aura displayed by Mobai is far beyond that of ordinary wizards, he has to face a terrifying guy whose strength is still unknown. Mobai's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and he said slowly. Hades, this is just an alias. The real identity of the Demon Heart President is the retired second-generation president of Fairy Tale, Crescito. What? He actually so. He was once the president of Fairy Tale. Lucy's face instantly showed a trace of disbelief. The second-generation president. Makarov is only the third generation now. That is to say, Crescito had already become the president when Makarov, who had the strength of the Holy Ten, had not yet grown up. And putting aside the factor of age, if he had been able to practice magic until now, what kind of terrifying strength would he have? And Mobai had already seen Lucy's confusion, and immediately explained. As far as I know, President Crescito used some secret methods to stagnate his age, and his actual age is already over 100 years old. In terms of strength, at least he can be on par with the 4 heavenly kings of Ishtar. As soon as these words came out, even Loki and Jamie next to them couldn't help but twitch their faces. The top 4 of the 10 holy mages are called the 4 heavenly kings of Ishtar. They have occupied the top 4 positions for many years, and almost no one can shake them. The strength comparable to the 4 heavenly kings of Ishtar has completely exceeded their imagination. After a while, Lucy asked hoarsely, how sure are you that you can rescue Ultia? 90%. So high. Loki couldn't help but add a sentence. But looking at Mobai's determined look at this time, it doesn't seem to be forced. Do you really have a way to defeat Hades? Yes, but for some reasons, I can't reveal it to you for the time being. Mobai apologized. After these days of fighting, Mobai now has a deeper understanding of his growing magical power. If they fight head-on, Crescito, who has the strength of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishtar, may not be his opponent. Mobai has already thought it over. Tenro Island is the holy land of the guild, and the soul of the first president Mavis lives there. I have a mysterious dark crystal in my body. Even if I burst out the power of the Dragon Slayer to attract the Black Dragon Acnologia, I should be able to compete. But, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I won't attract the Black Dragon if I can. It would be bad if it affects other people in the guild. If I can't use the power of the Dragon Slayer, when I arrive at Tenro Island, I have to go find the ghost body of President Mavis and ask her to lend me power, and then use this power to fight against President Hades. Determine the action plan from the bottom of your heart. Mobai smiled slightly, then turned around and said, Gemini, you will board the ship with us to Tinlong Island tomorrow. When the assessment officially begins, you will change into my appearance and go to the Tinlong tree. No problem. But Lucy still showed her worry on her face. Mobai, don't you really want to tell the president about this? Mobai shook his head firmly. Once the news spreads, everyone will reveal something more or less. At that time, it is difficult to guarantee whether President Hades will hurt Eurydia. Okay, then, you should be more careful. Yeah, quote. It was early morning. Mobai had returned home, but he had not fallen asleep. As the magic power in his body gathered and gradually took shape, Mobai injected a wisp of thought into it. A golden light suddenly appeared in front of him, illuminating the entire house. The light faded. What appeared in front of him was a person who looked exactly like Mobai. Mobai nodded with satisfaction and took the magic power back into his body. Finally, it's done. With my current ability, I can really create a thought body. It will be much easier to deal with President Hades then. Chapter 122. 2 days later. Port. Makarov, Gildarts and others stood on the deck happily, watching the 10 S-class wizard candidates they had chosen board the ship one after another. Among the 10 people, some were full of enthusiasm, some were uneasy, some looked as if they were dead when they first boarded the ship, and some went on this trip with completely different purposes. On the shore stood other members of the Fairy Tale Guild, encouraging them before leaving. Lysana put her hands to her mouth and shouted, "Come on, Brother Mobai. Come on, Brother Elfman. Lysana, there is only one spot for the S-class wizard. Who do you hope will make it to the end?" I don't know. Brother Mobai will definitely be fine. As for Brother Elfman, just do your best. Fried must withstand the pressure. You are the hope of our thunder gods. Understood. Carrying Laxus's belief, I will definitely make it to the end. Levy-chan, just do your best. Be careful not to get hurt. Our Shadow Gear team still needs you to lead. Okay, I know Tilda. Hey. Didn't Gajil come with you? By the way, Gray seemed to say it was too hot before boarding the ship, and then took off Kuchiko and forgot to put it on. Mobai, you must come back alive. Hearing this inexplicable remark, everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on Lucy, who was worried. It's just a test, is it worth risking your life? And everyone present knows that. Mobai can even fight against the Blue Man Gildarts head-on, and this time the S-class wizard's quota will most likely be taken away by him. Who can hurt him? Macau couldn't help asking, Lucy, what do you mean by that just now? It's as if Mobai is going to participate in a life and death duel. No, nothing. Lucy quickly changed the subject. She promised Mobai that this matter must not be made public. Before setting off, she had summoned Jiminy and hid him on the ship. At this moment, they can only pray that the plan can go smoothly and rescue Urrutia. With the whistle sounding again, the people on board also stood by the railing and waved goodbye to their companions. Except for Natsu, who knelt on the deck. With a pale face and a dying breath, he managed to squeeze out a few words for help. Wendy, cast a spell to prevent motion sickness. Here I come. Wendy hurried over and leaned over to cast the Trojan magic to treat the sense of balance. As the light blue light from her hands shone down, Natsu's face did not improve at all, and he was still pale. Wendy, what's going on? I'm sorry, maybe I used it too many times when we were carrying out commissions together before, and it's hard to work on you now. Huh. Except for Natsu, the others acted very naturally. Gildarts hugged Kana in his arms, rubbing his stubble against her, and said in an extremely unpleasant voice. Kana, if you call me Dad, I will go easy on you during the assessment. Hilda. Go away, it's annoying that you keep clinging to me, right? A man should get the title of S-class wizard. Gray, can you stop walking around? If you do that again, I'll cut your hair off. I don't want to do that either. Has anyone seen my bitter tea? The ship moved forward in the noise. Only Mobai, who had been standing alone at the bow since boarding, had a meaningful light in his eyes. The closer to Tinlong Island, the more everyone would be within the surveillance range of the Demon Heart. Zancro and Azuma are dead, Brunette is in custody of the council, and there are only 5 of the 7 purgatory servants left. Once Sister Lei is controlled, the little girl Melty she raised will also be in trouble, right? Many years ago, the Demon Heart destroyed many towns in search of the key to awaken Zirf. And in a village that has become a sea of fire. Urrutia found a surviving little girl Melty, and for a moment, he seemed to see his past self and felt compassion. Then he took her back to the Demon Heart. After several years of growth, Melty also mastered the sin of lost magic and became one of the 7 purgatory servants. Although nominally obeying the orders of the president, in Melty's heart, the person she trusts most is still Urusha. According to Mobai's speculation, since Hades wants to use Rutia is a hostage, and Melty will definitely not be spared. Just as Mobai was thinking. Suddenly, an old man's teasing voice was heard beside him. "What's wrong today? I've never seen you so serious before." "President." Mobai turned around and smiled faintly. Makarov looked into the distance, still a vast sea, and then pulled his eyes back. "What? Are you worried?" "No, President, I want to ask you a question." "Oh, tell me." Mobai's pupils shrank slightly, and he asked slowly, "In your impression, what kind of person was the previous president?" Makarov narrowed his eyes and fell into memories. "President Preshito. He passed the position of president to me when I was 40. For so many years, I really haven't seen him again. I don't know how he is now, alas." Makarov sighed, with great regret in his eyes. "He is a very kind old man, and also a wizard who is talented in magic and loves to study. He taught me a lot of things. By the way, why are you asking about this?" "No, I'm just curious." Mobai shrugged and smiled casually, indicating not to take it too seriously. Everything about the demon heart still needs to be explained to Makarov at a suitable time. But at least not now. Time passed by, and the ship kept moving. At the end of the blue ocean, you can finally see a tall and lush tree, like a giant guarding this place. Makarov's wrinkles on his face suddenly opened up, and he immediately called everyone to come and watch. "It's the Sirius tree. We're almost there. The holy place of the Fairy Tale Guild, Sirius Island." Chapter 123. The tall wolf tree reaches up to the sky. The lush branches and leaves intertwine to form a huge green umbrella, shielding the island from the scorching sun. Under Makarov's orders, Urza, Mirajan and Gildarts have already entered the island in advance and are on standby at their respective positions. The 10 candidates continue to stay on the shore. Makarov's eyes swept over everyone one by one. "Are you all here? Raise your hands if you haven't come yet." "Ahem, it seems that everyone is here. Now I will announce the relevant rules of this assessment. First, the first item of the assessment is a test of your combat ability and luck. There are many forks behind me, but the end of the forks can lead to the front part of the Sirius tree, where we will meet. During the journey, 3 candidates will meet the 3 current S-class wizards and must pass their assessment to pass. In addition, there are 6 candidates who will meet each other during the assessment, and only one person will pass at that time." Gray raised his hand and asked, "Old man, there are only 9 people. What about the remaining one?" Makarov smiled slightly. "Hee, I told you that the assessment is also a test of luck. So, the last person doesn't need to go through any battles. As long as he reaches the base, he can directly advance to the next level by a buy." "Ah, that works." The content, I originally thought that the last unlucky guy would have a fight with the president. I hope I can get a buy. Makarov coughed twice, then said seriously, "Since everyone is ready, I declare that this Fairy Tale S-level assessment officially begins." "Okay, I'm excited. Don't let me get a buy. I must meet Gildarts or Mobai and beat him up." Natsu was extremely excited, and rushed directly to the most central road like a wild boar out of the pen. A meaningful light flashed in Makarov's eyes. Of course he knew who Natsu would meet on his way. "Everyone, I won't wait for you, I'll go first." And as Natsu left first, Mobai chose the most inconspicuous path and flew over the ground with the wings of the storm dragon. "Let's go too. I choose this side." Mobai did not rush forward, but went into a bush. After confirming that there was no obvious magic fluctuation nearby, he loosened the large backpack on his back, allowing the pair of Smurfs inside to breathe fresh air. "Huh, I'm really suffocating. Has it finally started?" Mobai nodded. "Gemini, it's up to you guys later." "Okay." Gemini jumped out of the backpack. He transformed himself and jumped out of the bushes in the shape of Mobai, running forward. It was a cat for prince exchange. Mobai himself was not in a hurry to leave, and continued to hide, slowly activating the magic power in his body to materialize it. About half a minute later, the gathered magic power gradually took shape, and under the cover of the beam, a thought body that was exactly the same as the original body appeared. For the thought body, go find the soul of the first generation. Try to hide your breath and don't be discovered, and at the same time borrow the power of the first generation. The airship of the Demon Heart should have arrived at Tinlong Island by now. I must find them at this time. The two Mobai nodded knowingly. Then they left in two completely opposite directions. At the same time, above Tinlong Island, through the magic crystal ball, Hades had a panoramic view of most of the appearance of Tinlong Island. When he saw that Mobai was moving towards the Tinlong tree according to his plan, intending to destroy it, he couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Sure enough, the result is the same as I expected. That kid has now completely become my puppet. This matter is all thanks to you, Urrutia. Hades turned his head coldly. In his sight, Urusha and Melty were bound by shackles and could no longer move. Urusha raised her head weakly, and her former elegance was now pale. She originally thought that she was doing things secretly enough, but she didn't expect that Hades would still find a flaw and directly become a bargaining chip to threaten Mobai. Uru. Melty beside her called softly. Urusha smiled palely and whispered to comfort, "Don't be afraid, it will be fine." There was a knock on the door. In front of Hades, the remaining 3 of the 7 followers of Purgatory walked into the room and saluted respectfully. "President, everything is ready. As long as the Sirius tree fall down, we can attack directly at any time." Quote. Hades shook his head. "No need, you can go down now. Mobai has met Lastyros, just convey my meaning to him and let him help you wipe out Fairy Tale." Quote. The fear in Lastyros' eyes disappeared in an instant. The scene of Mobai killing Zancro with one punch in the haze forest before still lingers in his mind. Yes. As the 3 of them left the airship, Urrutia's beautiful eyes showed a little more worry. At this moment, she could only pray in her heart that Mobai must not become Hades's minions and attack his companions. As early as when he chose the fork in the road at the beginning of the assessment, Mobai had taken a fancy to this path, which was deep and long, and most suitable for hiding his breath. With Jamie as a cover, Mobai's thought body rushed like lightning, cutting off all the trees and vines around him, and moving straight forward. Pushing aside the last bush, light came into view. It's just in front. The grave of the first President Mavis. The sturdy old tree cast a shadow, and in the middle of the shadow, a tombstone stood quietly. In the center of the tombstone, there was a faint light flashing, adding a sense of mystery. Mobai was immediately delighted and ran forward quickly. He gently stretched out his hand, closed his eyes and felt the breath of the first president lingering here. "Hello, First President, I am Mobai, a new member who just joined Fairy Tale this year, and I am participating in the annual S-Class Wizard Assessment. But now there are some problems. A girl is in danger. I must give up this assessment and go to save her. So I came here, hoping to get your power. First generation, the situation is very urgent, can you hear my voice?" Mobai suddenly felt a heat in the emblem on his chest, as if it had produced a magical resonance. He opened his eyes, and before he could check, a girl's ethereal voice suddenly came from behind him. "Are you calling me, little friend of Fairy Tale?" Little friend. Mobai didn't care about this strange title at this time. Looking back, he saw the first President Mavis in front of him. Mavis had bare white feet, a white dress, and long golden wavy hair cascading down. She was a very cute little loli. "Were you calling me in front of the grave just now? Want to save a friend?" Mavis asked softly again. Chapter 124. Mobai nodded heavily immediately. "Yes, I want to borrow your super magic fairy's shine. Fairy's Shine is a very aggressive super magic, and is known as the three major magics of fairy tale together with Fairy's Law and Fairy's Ball. Although it is amazingly powerful, Fairy's Shine also depends on the magic strength of the caster himself. If the caster's own magic level is low, it cannot exert its maximum power. But for Mobai, magic power is naturally very sufficient. Fairy's Shine is exactly the purpose of his trip. The only way to defeat Preshido without using dragon-killing magic to attract the Black Dragon is to find the first president and borrow the right to use the super magic Fairy's Shine from her. Looking at Mobai's fiery eyes, Mavis tilted her head and thought for a while, and asked softly. Is the girl you want to save also a member of our guild? No. After a brief hesitation, Mobai still told the truth. Her name is Urutia, and she was a member of the Dark Guild not long ago. However, the reason she was controlled was to convey to us the news that the Devil's Heart was about to attack, which was considered to be helping us. Mobai's expression became more and more solemn. Mavis suddenly smiled. Okay, give me your hand, and relax a little. First generation, do you agree? Of course. Our guild was established to help everyone, not to mention that the girl is your friend Tilda. Mavis smiled lightly, put her little hand in Mobai's palm, and immediately stimulated a dazzling light. Mobai looked at several exquisite golden lines engraved on his right arm, and the essence of magic filled it. This arm seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Mavis tiptoed and patted Mobai's shoulder with great trust. Okay Tilda, I have lent you my power, you must rescue that girl Tilda. Thank you, first generation. Mobai's eyes were filled with joy and gratitude, but he did not turn around and leave immediately. What's the matter? Is there anything else? First generation, if it's convenient, can you come with me? Well, is there anything else I can help you with? Mobai shook his head, then put away his previous expression and slowly explained. The one who held Urutia hostage is Hades, the president of the Dark Guild Demon Heart. You may not have heard of this name. But several years ago, Hades had another identity, the second generation president of Fairy Tale after you, Preshido. Mavis' eyes suddenly showed disbelief. You know, Preshido was one of the first 3 people who founded the Fairy Tale Guild with her. For a long while, Mavis gradually recovered from the shock, staring at Mobai, questioning. You mean, Preshido has embarked on a dark path? Mobai's tone was also heavy. Yes. Or should we go there first? I'll tell you in detail on the way. Well. At the same time, Mobai's body hid in the empty forest, looking up at the sky from time to time, looking for the trace of the Devil's Heart airship. He had fully sensed everything that happened in his thought body. Have you borrowed the fairy's brilliance? Next, all that's left is to find President Hades. The Hanging Heart was slightly relieved. Mobai was about to continue searching, but a familiar breath came directly to him, giving him the greatest hint. Lastyros, the guy who used the Arc of Materialization. Wait, there seem to be 2 more magical powers around him. They should be the remaining 2 of the Demon Heart Purgatory 7 followers. Have they started to act? Mobai once again gathered the magical aura around him to prevent being discovered. Until the auras of the 3 enemies gradually faded away. He then poked his head out from the bushes, and looked in the direction where Lastyros and others came from, following the gaps between the branches and leaves of the lush trees above. Above the blue sky, the Demon Heart's airship was like a dark pattern stagnating here, exuding an uneasy atmosphere. Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Urutia and Hades must still be on this airship. Inside the airship, the veins on Hades' old face were bulging, and he no longer had the calmness just now, but was replaced by incomparable anger. Inside the crystal ball in front of him, the original, Mobai, figure had long disappeared, leaving only 2 blue elves wandering around inside. They were none other than the Gemini star spirit Gemini, who had revealed his true form. Gemini occasionally made a face, as if he was mocking Hades for being fooled. Dang! The crystal ball shattered almost without warning. Hades smiled sinisterly, slowly stood up from his seat, and a cold light flashed in his left eye. Good boy, dare to use the magic of the star spirit to transform and cheat under my nose. Don't you just want to save Eurytia? Now, I will link her life with the main device of the demon heart. Hee hee. After a while, finding the specific location of the demon heart, Mobai rushed to the sky with sparks and lightning, and punched the door of the ship until it deformed and flew away. Boom. Finally boarded the airship. The wind whistled behind and under his feet. In front of him were a bunch of soldiers under Hades' command. The moment they saw Mobai, they were surprised and raised their weapons to be alert. Who is it? Don't you know that this is the headquarters of the demon heart? Aren't we still in the sky? How did he get up here? Lord Hades is still directing the battle. If you disturb him, I guarantee that you won't even have a complete corpse left. Stop talking nonsense, stop that kid. There's no time to get entangled with these minions. Mobai's eyes were burning. He took a deep breath and finally stopped suppressing his magic power. The fire dragon crystal was activated. As the raging flames ignited behind him, the hot wind swept in and mercilessly burned everything in the room. Fuck, why is it so hot all of a sudden? Captain, look at that kid. He's on fire. There's something wrong with him. Idiot, that's fire magic. Let's go together and take that kid down immediately, regardless of life or death. Just as the soldiers holding weapons were about to rush forward, Mobai suddenly raised his head, and as his body rushed forward, he kept waving his fire fist in the air. He punched each kid one by one, knocking all the blockers to both sides, and screaming. A few unlucky guys even broke the glass and were thrown out of the air. Where is Eurytia? Mobai grabbed the last soldier, put his fire fist close to his forehead, and asked coldly. The soldier trembled immediately, not daring to look up at Mobai's face, and responded in a low voice. In the control room behind. Mobai narrowed his eyes and looked at the iron door in front. Is Sister Lay locked in here? But considering the time, Jamie's transformation may have failed a long time ago, and perhaps Hades has realized something. But no matter what, this door must be passed. Bang! He punched out again. The iron gate was directly broken in the middle by the strong impact and the burning flames. He looked forward. Mobai saw Eurytia and Melty, who were shackled by magic, pale and unconscious. And on the wall beside them, there was a huge purple heart fixed, which was still beating rhythmically. President Hades's power supply device. Chapter 125. President Hades's power supply device. Mobai was stunned. Hades is over 100 years old, but he can still maintain the peak of magic power, and the reason is this purple heart that continuously supplies energy. Once it is destroyed, Hades will be severely damaged immediately. Isn't it a great opportunity? As long as the attack is launched, Hades' power can be weakened to the greatest extent by destroying the heart, and Arusha can be rescued. The unexpected success made Mobai happy, and he was about to use his magic power. But suddenly he noticed a few tiny red dotted lines floating out of the purple heart. And the end of the red dotted line just happened to be connected to Arusha's body. Melty's cold but slightly childish voice suddenly rang in his ears. When Mobai broke in, she had gradually woken up. President Hades used the life connection magic, and Uru's life is already connected to this heart. As long as you destroy the heart, Uru will die with it. Life connection. Mobai's expression became more solemn when he heard this. The lost magic used by Melty is the feeling of sin, which can make the person the other party loves feel the same as the other party, and even life and death. And Hades, who taught her this magic, is naturally more proficient. It can actually directly connect Eurytia and the body of the demon heart together. Sure enough, Hades has guessed that I will come here. The demon heart is a power supply device. Once I destroy it, Eurytia will die. But if it is not destroyed, Hades' magic power will continue to flow, and he will always deal with me at the peak state. In this way, no matter what, my situation will be very passive. It's really an old fox. The light in Mobai's eyes became more and more fiery. Since there is no way to defeat Hades' weakness, we can only fight head-on. Feel what the second-generation president, who is as powerful as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard, will be like in his prime. At this moment, Urrutia also slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw the figure of the young man standing in front of the purple heart, and immediately shouted. Go! Mobai heard this. But he walked to her side slowly, smiled and leaned down. Awake! Urrutia's beautiful eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Listen to me, President Hades will be here soon, and his strength is very terrifying. Do you see this purple heart next to me? This is the source of the magic power of the devil's heart. As long as this device is not destroyed, Hades' magic power will never be exhausted. Also, my life is in Hades' hands and can be taken away at any time. You don't have to come again. Mobai waved his hand gently and interrupted half-jokingly. Okay, I know everything. And since you are here, it would be embarrassing to run away with your tail between your legs. Urrutia's eyebrows were raised, and she snorted and turned her head to the side. I really can't explain it to you clearly. If you want to die, stay here. Mobai glanced at her helplessly and silently put his hand on the magic shackles. Hey! This arrogant woman, the only thing that's tough is her mouth. I'll help you take this thing off now. It may hurt a little, bear with it. Mobai said in a deep voice. After a careful look. This magic shackle is different from the council. The council only temporarily seals the magic of the bound. Hades' method is more vicious. The shackle is still extracting magic from Arusha and Melty to supply the purple heart. The white wrists of the two have been bruised. I'll count to 3 numbers, you be prepared. 1, 2. Bang! The sudden severe pain hit the 2 women, and they immediately collapsed on the ground. But when Melty and Arusha lowered their heads again, the originally dark magic shackles had been shattered by Mobai's dragon-killing power. There were only some scratches on the wrists. Arusha raised her head and glared at Mobai. Didn't you say count to 3? Mathematics is taught by the physical education teacher. Mobai chuckled. You don't understand this, right? In fact, the most effective way to relieve pain is to take the enemy by surprise when counting to 2. You are such a jerk. Urrutia turned her eyes away from him speechlessly. Although she was very touched that Mobai could come here under pressure. But these frequent and inappropriate operations really opened her eyes. Looking at the iron gate that was destroyed by Mobai, Arusha's beautiful eyes were worried again. Can he really defeat Hades? Suddenly, heavy and slow footsteps approached from far away. Mobai's face immediately became alert, and he stood up firmly and looked forward. He did not see the person coming. The old and deep voice like a huge bell had already reached his ears. You are here after all, Mobai. Just as I expected, you will do everything for this woman, and even dare to challenge me directly. Hades, wearing armor, with a strange light flashing in his deep eye sockets, finally appeared in front of several people. The terrifying magic aura emanating from his body is frightening. Full of oppression. Mobai looked at him coldly, his fists clenched tightly, and the dragon-killing pressure also burst out from his body. Hades is indeed a super wizard who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard, much stronger than any opponent we have faced before. However, I still have to delay for a while, as President Mavis and the fairies Shine have not arrived yet. Hades glared at Mobai, and had already discovered that the magic shackles of Arusha and Melty had been removed by him. Not only was there no anger on his face, but there was a rare arc on his face, and he spoke again. I admire your strength. You are so young, but your magic power is even higher than that of Brunot, the vice president of our guild. Although it has caused a lot of trouble. However, I still want to give you one last chance. As long as you join the demon heart and listen to my orders, I will keep Arusha and Melty alive. Chapter 126. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Arusha's cold snort. Dream on. Hades frowned slightly, showing a bit of displeasure. A purple-black magic light ball gradually emerged on his left hand, revealing murderous intent. Dark wave. The black light ball condensed and shot towards Arusha, instantly enlarging in her pupils. Just as it was about to hit, Mobai immediately stretched out one arm, reached out and directly stopped the light ball in his palm, and extinguished the dark magic in it. It made an unsettling sizzling sound. Hades' face sank, and he turned his eyes back to Mobai. Have you thought it through? Go ahead, President Preshito. Mobai responded indifferently. Then he waved to Arusha and Melty behind him, indicating that they should stay away from here for the time being. And when Hades heard this, his eyes suddenly flashed with a few waves, as if recalling the past. Preshito, no one has called this name for many years. Even I almost forgot it. Mobai's eyes were still fixed on Hades's movements, and he said calmly. Although I am reluctant to admit it, but you are a senior after all, and even President Makarov respects you very much. There is something I still can't figure out. Is the temptation of magic so great? It can even make you give up your former guild partners and take the path of Zirth. After the voice fell, Hades suddenly laughed. Mobai, although you are very powerful, your knowledge of magic is still too shallow. Over the years, the more I study magic, the more I realize how powerful the power of the black mage Zirth is. Looking at Hades, who was almost obsessed, Mobai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. For the so-called powerful power, you are even willing to attack your guildmates. Since entering Fairy Tale for a few months, Mobai has already fallen in love with this warm guild like a family. Although his strength can be ranked among the best in the entire Fury Kingdom, Mobai still repeats his past practice of magic and keeps making himself stronger. His purpose is to use powerful power to protect himself and the people he loves. The view that falling into the abyss of darkness in pursuit of power is naturally unacceptable. Hades did not answer Mobai directly. He was obviously getting irritated. Magic power gradually accumulated in his body. The advent of the magic age can be said to be magnificent. Everyone is in the torrent. During this period, many people have stood on the crest of the tide by their own efforts, or luck. The crest of the tide has infinite scenery, infinite temptations, and infinite risks. It depends on how you understand magic. The last word came out. Hades suddenly crossed his palms in front of his chest. The majestic magic power immediately seeped out from Mobai's feet, and the leaked light directly surrounded his whole body. Amaterasu 28 Styles. A huge explosion suddenly occurred. Urrutia and Melty, who were not far away, stared at everything happening in front of them, feeling more and more anxious and worried. Uru, President Hades's magic power is much stronger than I expected. This is just a tentative attack. I wonder how Mobai is doing. Can he hold on for a while? Wait, Uru, what are you going to do? Melty sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly staggered to his feet to block the way. Urrutia's eyes flashed with a bit of certainty, staring directly at the huge purple demon heart beside him, and said in a stern voice. If Mobai falls into a disadvantage in the subsequent battle, I will destroy this device immediately. But you have already made a life connection. Once this heart is damaged, you will also be damaged. Urrutia sighed and smiled palely. There is no other way, at least we can't all die here. If we can let you leave alive in this way, it is worth it. Before Melty could say anything else, a slight cough came from the beam that originally bound Mobai. Hey, can you stop talking nonsense? The battle is already troublesome. I don't have the energy to persuade you anymore. The next moment, under the shocked eyes of Arusha and Melty, the 28 styles of Amaterasu was directly torn in half, and the magic power was instantly lost. Mobai still stood there. But it was different from before. At this time, he was covered with a layer of black iron armor dragon scales to resist Hades' attack. Mobai turned around and rolled his eyes at Arusha. Hey, if you really want to hurt yourself, I won't stop you, but don't say anything like it's because of me. I don't blame you for this. Back. You. Urutia's words were choked back, and he glared at the front with hatred. At least in the short term, he would not think about sacrificing himself. Mobai then turned his head steadily and continued to fight Hades. At the same time, there was another piece of news that made him even more excited. His thought body, with the shining of the super magic fairy and the first President Mavis, has arrived directly below the airship. Chapter 127. In a flash, Mobai, controlling his thunder and fire fists, had been fighting with Hades for dozens of rounds. The two magic powers overlapped and collided, trying to tear the surrounding space apart. Dark chains. Hades suddenly shouted. A dozen magic chains suddenly flew out from under his cloak, and instantly surrounded Mobai and shrank suddenly. The magic power that was originally surging violently in Mobai's body was now as slow as a turtle. Obviously, this strange magic is similar to the chain that tortured Urutia. Over time, it can gradually extract the magic power in the wizard's body until he dies. Do you want to resist again? Hades asked coldly. Mobai stood opposite him, without any panic on his face, but his eyes kept looking at the passage outside the room, as if waiting for something. Since you don't want to cooperate, then die like the rest of Fairy Tale. Hades' patience has been exhausted. Even more terrifying magic energy instantly burst out from his body, and a huge spell formation appeared under his feet. Amaterasu Hyakushiki. Compared to the previous test, Hades had obviously been murderous at this moment. The sevenfold curse enveloped Mobai, and the bursting dark energy wailed like a demon under his feet, ready to pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any time. Gradually, even the iron armor dragon scales on his body began to show signs of cracking. Mobai's eyes were still looking forward, and suddenly he showed joy. Finally here. At the end of his sight. A thought body that looked exactly like him spread its wings and flew past, and instantly arrived beside him. And next to the thought body, there was a barefoot girl. First generation. Mavis also showed some worry on her face. The fairy's radiance has been brought, you deal with Crescido first. No problem. Mobai grinned, and as the magic power in his body circulated, the thought body immediately turned into a beam of light and returned to his body. At the same time, his iron armor dragon scales had been completely torn, and his right arm was exposed. Several strange light patterns were engraved on it, mysterious and unpredictable. It's time. Mobai's eyes were determined. The body stood still, and he raised his right arm high with all his strength, pouring his greatest magic power into it. Fairy's radiance. The light rose, and the seal under his feet was instantly killed by the light, completely annihilated in the shining light. The 7-layer spell formation that poured huge dark magic power reversed in 2 levels in an instant, and there was a faint sign of collapse. Hades' face was instantly swallowed by shock and horror. Clearly, the last moment, Mobai's defense was immediately penetrated by himself. But now, his attack has completely resolved the difficulties with a crushing force, and the fairy's shining light is shooting straight at him. The moment of magic explosion. The light enveloped the entire airship, even Urutia and Melty, who were far away, subconsciously covered their eyes and completely lost their sight. It took a few seconds to gradually recover. Is it over? Several people looked at the place where Hades originally stood. Mobai's vigilance did not decrease at all, he could clearly sense that there was still life in that direction. The light and smoke dissipated. Under the gaze of several people, Hades stood up in tattered clothes. And at this moment, the black eye mask that had been covering his right eye had been removed, and it turned out to be a purple-black devil's eye. The move you just used is the fairy's shine, right? It is worthy of being one of the 3 great super magics of Fairy Tale. If I hadn't released the power of the devil at the last moment, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. As the second-generation president of Fairy Tail who is known for his knowledge of magic, Hades recognized this move at a glance. While he was speaking awkwardly, the devil's eye on the right side of his cheek continued to emit a terrifying aura. Mobai's expression was a little solemn. Sure enough, it was still a little difficult to deal with Hades, who had a powerful energy supply device, with one blow. Precito. Mavis' eyes suddenly showed sadness. The partner who founded the guild with him in the past has now become a slave to black magic. The memories of the past are still vivid. Recalling the scene of getting along with Precito, at that time he was a partner who was completely worthy of trusting with his life. Even though they parted ways for some reason, Mavis still knew that Precito was a qualified second-generation president. But she never expected that they would meet again in this way. Precito had completely changed into someone she didn't recognize. Hades' face suddenly showed some ripples, and his eyes hesitated for a moment. It seems I feel a familiar magic, right beside you. But I can't see her. Mobai nodded slightly. It's the first generation, she's right beside me. Hades was stunned. Mavis. She's here too. She's been beside me since I released the fairy's radiance just now. Mobai responded in a low voice. He also felt a little regretful in his heart. Mavis is now in a ghost state, and only people with the fairy tale emblem can see her. But Hades at this time is no longer the former Precito. He has lost his faith in fairy tale and naturally can no longer see the figure of the first generation. President Precito, if Senior Valid and the others can see you like this, how sad they will be. Mobai's light words are like a cold knife, stabbing Hades' heart fiercely and bleeding. Hades' face showed a little sad smile, as if he was mocking himself. When he wanted to say something else, the demon eye on the right suddenly jumped out with a cold light. A magic circle appeared under his feet, and Hades' body suddenly burst out with more terrifying magic without any warning. Heaven's executioner, Heaven's punishment. Different from the previous magic, this style is the forbidden magic in the 12th paragraph of the 4th chapter of the Book of Zirf, and it reproduces the power of the devil in Hades' hands. As the floor under his feet was devoured by the purple-black magic, more and more unstable spell power gradually emerged from it. Then, a group of demons with bared fangs and claws appeared. Even Mavis's face was full of astonishment. It can actually directly create the life of the devil. Hades's grim face was emotionless, like a killing machine. Still constantly infusing magic into the curse on the ground, creating demons, and killing Mobai and Mavis beside him. Surrounded by a group. Mobai sighed secretly. Hades has fallen too deeply, and it is impossible for him to turn back before he is completely defeated. Mobai looked down. The light pattern on his arm has disappeared. In a short period of time, even if Mavis is by his side, he can't immediately launch the second fairy's flash. I still have to rely on my own strength to fight in the end. But Mobai also knows, once the power of the Dragon Slayer breaks out at this point in time, even if Hades is defeated, it is likely to attract an enemy more terrifying than him. Black Dragon, Acnologia. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. The current situation does not allow for hesitation. If I don't use the power of the Dragon Slayer, let alone saving Eurutia, I'm afraid I will have to give my life here. Mobai's eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit again. The dragon-killing pressure finally broke out, and the aura was no weaker than that of Precito in front of him. At this moment, he still held the last trump card in his hand, which was the most mysterious dark crystal in the consciousness space. Once activated, you can transform into a dragon in a short time and inherit all the power of the dragon in its lifetime. But Mobai did not intend to use the dark crystal to deal with Hades, but to keep it as a guarantee. If the next battle really attracts the black dragon Acnologia, the dark crystal will be the last magic weapon to deal with it. Grandma Polyusica said that the danger of the dark crystal is even greater than the ultimate weapon of the council. I wonder if it is really that powerful. But if Acnologia really comes to Tinlong Island, leave everything to me. Feeling the fluctuation of energy in the body. Since entering this world, Mobai has experienced hundreds of battles, big and small. At this time, he has already mastered the control of the Dragon Slayer crystal. With the last surge of magic power, 6 Dragon Slayer crystals were activated in Mingjiao's dark consciousness space. At the same time, a few rays of light passed through the broken windows of the airship. At sunset, the sun and the moon shine together. Mobai's eyes were like torches, and his arms were entangled by 6 different colored beams. As the demons in front of him rushed forward, the majestic power of Dragon Slayer suddenly erupted. Dragon Slayer Secret, Dragon Jiao Sun and Moon. Chapter 128. Dragon Killing Secret, Dragon Jiao Ryu. The demons opened their bloody mouths, and the ferocious figures gathered from all directions, roaring like thunder, rushing forward madly. The power of dragon killing was suddenly released. The black dragon projection appeared from behind Mobai, rushing angrily with the momentum of crushing withered and rotten, mixed with a dazzling magic wave that swept across the world. Ah! The dragon was like crushing withered and rotten wherever it passed, and in an instant, the demons were reduced to ashes. After wailing, it stretched out its desperate claws and returned to the darkness under its feet, and its number dropped sharply. How could it be? Hades looked horrified as he saw the dragon shadow in front of him devour the demon he had created with his last magic power. He suddenly felt that the situation was hopeless. As Mobai crossed his arms and swung them out again, the dragon's body merged with the magic beam and suddenly shot forward, instantly piercing Hades' body. Hades' eyes widened. There was still endless unwillingness in his eyes, and his body fell straight down. At the same time, the dotted line connecting Arusha and the Purple Heart lost its magic support and disappeared quietly. Boom! After so many heavy blows, the airship was already riddled with holes and gradually lost control, and was about to fall to the ground. Go! Mobai immediately took back his magic power. He ran back quickly, grabbed the hands of Arusha and Melty next to him, aimed at an exposed wall, and jumped directly down. The first generation Mavis was in a ghost state, so there was no need to worry. But the two of them didn't even have a trace of magic power at this time, just like ordinary people. Jump off the airship. Storm Dragon Wings. The falling speed is getting faster and faster. Fortunately, Mobai opened his wings in time and just stopped in midair. Looking back. At this time, the Demon Heart's airship has lost control and fell into the sea with smoke. In midair, Mavis, who was suspended, stared at the scene in front of her and asked, "Will Preshito die?" Mobai shook his head gently. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. But after all, President Preshito relies on that heart to maintain his life. I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Mavis lowered her eyes, unable to hide her disappointment. It's probably hard to survive. Your last attack just now was much stronger than the fairy's flash. Urrutia was also immersed in shock at this moment. The little wizard she was ordered to assassinate, today, forcibly defeated the president who was comparable to the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar without destroying the demon heart itself. She was even a little grateful that she had met Mobai in the Haze Forest. Mobai also promised her that he would help her find her mother again. Judging from the current situation, Mobai was really not just talking nonsense, he really had the ability. Urrutia raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring quietly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. If she just said thank you, it seemed too perfunctory. After a while, Mavis gradually came back to her senses and whispered, "Let's go find everyone in the guild now. The fighting here is too noisy, and I guess they have already noticed it. You go, first generation. I plan to stay here." Huh. Mavis couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why stay here when the battle is over? First generation, have you heard about Acnologia? Mavis was stunned. Acnologia. The black dragon that no one could match 400 years ago. Mobai nodded bitterly. If nothing unexpected happens, the dragon-killing secret just now will definitely attract the black dragon. If I go back, I'm afraid it will only implicate others. Wait, how do you know the black dragon will come? This is very complicated to explain. First generation, anyway, you go by yourself first, I have to stay here. Mobai's expression was solemn, and there was no intention of joking. Slowly landed on the ground. Mobai turned around and said to Arusha and the others, I was originally planning to take you to find the other people of the witch's sin, but now you can only rely on yourselves. Can you really face that black dragon again? Arusha's eyes showed worry again. Although she had never seen a dragon before. But through the conversation between Mobai and the invisible first-generation president, one can also hear deep fear. For Mobai to be so cautious, the black dragon may have reached a terrifying level that she could not imagine. We have to try to know whether we can face it or not. Mobai smiled helplessly and was about to take the wind. The Tyrannosaurus wings returned to the air again. Mavis suddenly stretched out her arms and blocked him directly. Come back with me, I still have the super magic fairy ball, which will definitely protect you. The fairy ball is the top defensive magic among the three magics of fairy tale. In a sense, it can indeed resist the attack of the black dragon. But Mavis is in a ghost state. Even if she releases the fairy ball, the time and space inside it will be completely frozen to prevent external attacks. If she wants to unlock it again, it may take a full 7 years. Mobai doesn't want the tragedy of 7 years to happen again. When they return to the guild, everything has changed. The other partners in the guild have suffered humiliation in the past 7 years, but they are still waiting. No need, first generation. I attracted the black dragon, and I will face it alone. But Mavis wanted to say something else. Mobai's face suddenly flashed a strange look. It's too late. The black dragon is about to come. At the same time, the center of Tinlong Island, Fairy Tale Base. The candidates participating in the assessment, 3 S-class wizards and Makarov, gathered in the base to rest. Many people were injured. Really, the assessment was going well, and suddenly 3 inexplicable guys broke in, saying that they were from the Demon Heart Guild and wanted to annihilate our guild. Yeah, they were talking nonsense. And they said that Mobai was about to defect and join them. No one would believe it. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Mobai? Damn, that kid wouldn't sneak into the assessment while we were fighting the Demon Heart. So cunning. Makarov waved his hand irritably. Okay, this assessment has been suspended. Mobai probably met a powerful opponent, so just wait for him. The commotion gradually stopped. As for the 3 members of the 7 Purgatory who attacked with the Demon Heart, they had been defeated by everyone before. Except for Mobai, who has not returned yet, everyone else has arrived at the base safely, although they were injured. Natsu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Natsu seemed to have a strange expression, Gildarts beside him suddenly asked. Natsu stood up and cast his eyes to the sky in the distance. I always have a feeling of uneasiness, as if something is going to happen. Me too, Wendy echoed in a low voice. The perception of the Dragon Slayer is naturally stronger. Others couldn't help but become alert. It seems to be windy. No, something terrible is flying towards this side. Everyone get ready. Gildarts suddenly shouted, and immediately stood up and took a fighting stance. The strong wind swept in instantly. A huge shadow fell from the sky. Everyone looked up, with infinite shock on their faces, and their eyes froze. In front of them was a huge black dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Dragon. It's really a dragon. Many people saw this creature for the first time, and were immediately shocked by its terrifying pressure, unable to move. Gildarts shouted to his side, Natsu, this is the dragon I mentioned to you, the one that forced me to give up the 100-year mission. Will it know the whereabouts of Igneel? Even if it knows, it won't tell you. This black dragon is full of hostility towards us, be careful to protect yourself. Makarov looked the most nervous, always staring at the black dragon's every move, flying in the air, ready to grow huge at any time to resist. But the black dragon just flew straight past, as if it didn't see them. After a few seconds, looking up at the sky again, the black dragon had already flown away. Everyone suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. I say, does this black dragon have poor eyesight? Did it just ignore us? Ignoring is the best result, right? Obviously, even if we join forces, we can't be the opponent of this dragon. I didn't expect that creatures like dragons really exist. The sense of oppression is too strong. Hey, I've said it before, I was raised by a dragon. And my father Ignir is stronger and more handsome than this black dragon. Gildarts said nothing, silently watching the back of the black dragon. The scene of his first encounter with the black dragon is still fresh in his mind. In the third year of the 100 Years mission, he encountered the black dragon. In almost an instant, one arm and one leg were destroyed by the black dragon, and he was seriously injured. Gildarts deeply realized that even he was no match for this evil dragon. Just like an ant, it has no ability to resist. And at this moment in the air, the direction the black dragon is flying to is exactly where Mobai is. I can feel an extremely powerful dragon-killing force in this direction. It can even threaten me. I must destroy it completely. Chapter 129. The southernmost part of Tenro Island. After a big meal, Mobai's magic power has gradually recovered. Although it is still far from the peak state. The wind is howling. Mavis's face suddenly showed fear, and her voice became a little trembling. I can feel that there is a very huge force approaching this direction. As the first-generation president of Fairy Tale, Mavis's consciousness has existed for more than 100 years, but at this moment, she is particularly palpitating when she comes into contact with this terrifying magic breath. There is no doubt that the only one in the world who can reach this level of strength is the legendary black dragon, Acnologia. Mobai raised his head firmly, and the wings of the storm dragon appeared behind him. First generation, I will try to stay away from the black dragon when I fight later to prevent it from affecting Tenro Island. Be careful. The last word came out. Under the gaze of Ultir and others, Mobai leapt up and flew into the sky with his wings. The rising distance was just higher than the surrounding trees. Looking away, Mobai saw the huge monster rushing in the distance at a glance, a sturdy dragon with a black body and strange blue stripes, and his pupils kept expanding. Just staying in the air. He felt a huge pressure from the black dragon, which was completely different from Crescito. Mobai couldn't help smacking his lips, and his figure quickly flew away from Tinlong Island. This evil dragon is coming fiercely. Let's keep some distance from it first. On the other side, the black dragon has obviously noticed Mobai. Through the breath just now, it has completely locked the target. The wizard with wings on his back is exactly the person it is looking for with the powerful power to kill dragons. Roar. The roar was loud. Acnologia flapped its black wings that covered the sky and flew forward at an unstoppable speed. Mobai felt the pressure coming from behind him getting heavier and heavier. It really deserves to be the final boss. But now we are a distance away from Tinlong Island, right? Let's prepare for the battle here. In the consciousness space. The dark crystal seemed to be intelligent. After hearing the roar of the black dragon, it began to get restless. The 8 dragon-slaying crystals of different colors around it rotated around, each emitting an energy beam to connect with it and deliver the last magic power. The dark crystal unconsciously accelerated the vibration frequency. Mobai looked down at his arms. Completely different from every previous battle, the dragon-slaying power at this time no longer had the previous violent surge. Instead, it was ethereal and exceptionally quiet. Some black mist slowly seeped out from his body, indicating the activation of the crystal magic. What a strange power. Didn't you say you can turn into a dragon? Why haven't I changed physically? But the next moment, Mobai was about to use his consciousness to explore the truth again, but his whole body suddenly felt severe pain without any warning. The sudden tearing sensation seemed to devour every inch of his skin. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Mobai gritted his teeth and used his last strength to put his right arm against his chest, trying to find the location of the dark crystal in his body. This abnormal behavior was naturally seen by the black dragon. Seeing Mobai suddenly stagnated in midair, his expression was painful. Although Acnologia had doubts in his heart, he never forgot his original goal when he came, and opened his bloody mouth to accumulate magic power. No matter what tricks this human wizard was playing. Since his burst of dragon-killing power once made him feel threatened, he must die. As the energy of the black hole in the black dragon's mouth continued to accumulate. Under the shining black light, all living things seemed to be annihilated at this moment. The dragon's breath suddenly shot out forward, like a destructive deathlight that penetrated everything with a devastating force, and could destroy the world in an instant. In contrast, Mobai's human body seemed particularly small and fragile in front of the roar of the black dragon. It could be swallowed up in an instant, and not even a corpse would be left. The people who were still on Tinlong Island also felt huge pressure at this moment, and Gildarts's face suddenly showed unprecedented seriousness. It's the roar of that black dragon. Everyone use magic to protect yourself and be careful not to be affected. Urrutia and others were closer. Looking at Mobai's thin figure in the distance, they had already turned pale. They didn't even dare to look up. Boom! The dark magic wave raised thousands of black fogs the moment it touched Mobai's body, and the explosion shook the sky. Under the setting sun. As the black fog gradually dissipated, the arrogance on the head of the Acnologian dragon, the expression on his face froze at this moment, with surprise and shock flashing in his eyes. What? He looked forward along his sight. The place where Mobai was originally stagnant. At this moment, another giant dragon with a completely black body was suspended, and its size was even exactly the same as Acnologia. The only difference was that the black dragon that Mobai transformed into did not have any blue stripes on its body. Instead, on the chest and abdomen below the neck, a huge golden fairy tale emblem was engraved on it, shining brightly. The black dragon that Mobai transformed into breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Acnologia with a playful look. It was a close call. Fortunately it turned out at the last moment. Chapter 130. Acnologia's ferocious dragon eyes stared at Mobai, revealing a bit of fear that he had never seen before. Hundreds of years ago, he began to hunt dragons between heaven and earth, and his hands were stained with countless blood. But the dragon in front of him was the only opponent that made him feel threatened 100 years ago. Is it the black dragon Yakut? Didn't I devour all its flesh and blood? How could it still be alive? There is a difference in the breath. Yakut is indeed dead. I don't know where this kid learned the tricks to transform into its appearance before death. After confirming again and again. After a while, Acnologia finally opened his mouth and made a slightly low voice. I don't remember when this level of Dragon Slayer wizard has appeared on this continent. He can actually transform into a dragon. Who are you? The voice reached his ears. Mobai was stunned at first. I almost forgot that Acnologia can actually speak, but it just disdains to talk to weak humans. Now he actually took the initiative to ask about his identity. Before Mobai could respond, Acnologia's eyes suddenly surged with murderous intent, and his figure rushed directly in front of him. Your existence has threatened the order of this world. So, you'd better die in my hands. Wo shi nen dai. Acnologia came up without saying hello, and directly attacked at 0 frame. Mobai cursed him fiercely. Who told this guy to be unethical? As the sharp claws of the black dragon danced in the air. Mobai was also unwilling to be outdone, and swung his iron fist heavily, hitting it head-on. The collision between the two dragons swept between heaven and earth, the fists and claws collided, the sky changed drastically, and the sea under his feet set off waves. Roar! Acnologia roared angrily from his throat. If an ordinary human approached like Mobai now, he would probably be heartbroken on the spot. Seeing that he could not gain an advantage by confronting head-on. A strange black mist suddenly spread out of the black dragon's mouth, and it seized the opportunity to bite Mobai's neck. The sharp dragon teeth shone coldly under the setting sun. At the critical moment, Mobai quickly turned his body half a circle to dodge. After avoiding the attack, he stretched out his heavy foot and kicked the black dragon's face hard. Fuck you. In normal times, Mobai still cares about his personal qualities. But the current situation is special. Although he turned into a dragon and gained power for a short time, his consciousness could not immediately adapt to this intensity of battle. After all, the opponent is the top boss of this world. Mobai's spirit was fully invested in the battle, and he never slacked off for a second. His emotions had been suppressed for a long time. Besides, no one heard me, so what if I cursed? After the attack, Acnologia's figure instantly fell a long way in the air, shaking his head, and seemed a little confused. It's broken. Mobai was delighted. While the opponent hadn't reacted yet, he immediately activated the magic power around him again, and his figure dived forward and shot like an arrow. Mobai knew that it was better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. His target was very clear, it was Acnologia's right arm. As long as one arm was broken, even if it couldn't be destroyed this time, it would greatly weaken its power to a certain extent. On the other hand, Acnologia's eyes became more and more sinister at this time, staring closely at Mobai who was rushing forward. On the palms and claws, black magic light balls emerged. It also had a target to attack. Then for you human wizards, this pattern on the chest should have a very important meaning, right? Just as Mobai rushed down with unstoppable force. At the same time, Acnologia exerted force, and the dragon claw suddenly burst out with terrifying magic power, causing an explosion directly in front of Mobai's chest. Boom! Mobai rushed out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. And in his mouth, at this moment, he was holding a bloody dragon claw, which was Acnologia's right arm. Acnologia immediately let out a shrill roar, and for a moment his body vaguely lost balance and tilted to one side. But there was no joy of victory in Mobai's eyes. He looked down at himself. The golden fairy tale emblem that was still shining on his chest was hit by Acnologia in the previous exchange of fire, and it had already been blown into pieces and eclipsed. For a moment, Mobai was silent. Obviously, the emblem can still be seen on the body after turning into a dragon, which is due to the influence of the human body. But now the emblem is damaged along with his chest and abdomen. Even if he recovers his human form, it will probably leave a permanent scar on this part of his body, losing the glory of the emblem. Did you destroy the fairy tale emblem? In front of Mobai's eyes, the scene of the first day he joined Fairy Tale suddenly flashed. At that time, he came to this noisy guild under the guidance of Makarov. He was still under the guidance of Mirajan, and printed the Fairy Tale logo on his chest. But at this moment, the emblem was completely destroyed. After a while, Mobai raised his head coldly and threw the broken arm in his mouth into the sea like throwing away garbage. Looking at Acnologia still hovering in the air, endless murderous intent suddenly surged in his eyes. The dragon has reverse scales, and those who touch it will die. The phoenix has a hollow neck, and those who violate it will die. The light of the sun and the moon converged on the body again. The furious Mobai, in the form of a black dragon, once again activated the 6 crystals in his body, and the 10,000 footbeams of light emerged at this moment, pouring out the last magic power. Dragon Killing Secret, Dragon Jiao Sun and Moon. Chapter 131. In the black dragon form, all magics are enhanced to the maximum extent. The power that Mobai exploded when he used the 6 dragons' secret was countless times greater than when he dealt with Hades. Acnologia even smelled the breath of death in an instant. Ordinary magic could not cause harm to him, but the opponent was a genuine dragon slayer wizard, and the magic power in his hands was not inferior to his own. Roar. After a hoarse roar, Acnologia also exploded with magic power, forming a black barrier around himself to resist the impact of the Dragon Slayer secret. The two forces of magic attack and defense collided, and a huge wave had already been set off under their feet, and the waves even seemed to completely swallow up Tinlong Island. Go to hell. The black barrier suddenly broke. Although Acnologia had little resistance at this moment, Mobai's physique had also reached its limit, and he could no longer squeeze out a trace of magic power. 6 dragon-killing beams of light fell. Then came Mobai's dive, and his sharp dragon claws slammed hard on Acnologia's neck, venting his anger. Black mist spread from the wound. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a strange breath suddenly surged into his mind. He subconsciously raised his head, but suddenly found that there seemed to be a fiery red storm gathering at the edge of the sunset in the distance. What is that? The storm was mixed with extremely violent and strange energy, but the speed was extremely fast. It arrived at his side in an instant, engulfing Mobai and Acnologia. Acnologia immediately cursed under him. Idiot! This is a time-space storm. Your attack just now was too powerful, and it has torn open the time crack that originally existed in the world. Time crack. Mobai suddenly remembered. When I first met Sister Lei in the Haze Forest, she mentioned it to me. Because of his appearance, a new space-time rift was added to the world. As long as there is no human intervention, it will generally not have any impact. But the current battle with Acnologia has obviously erupted beyond imagination of magic power, and the space-time rift has also been affected, causing an energy storm. Mobai lowered his eyes and looked at the black dragon. If I remember correctly, this guy eats everything and can convert most of the magic into magic power and eat it into the body, even including time rifts and space-time storms. Although the black dragon was seriously injured at this time, I no longer have the strength to completely kill it. But then, Acnologia, who didn't want to sit and wait for death, opened his bloody mouth at this moment and began to frantically devour the power of the space-time storm. I am the king of all dragons. I can't die here. Roar. In this way, Acnologia is not only free from the danger of being caught in the storm, but also can recover a lot of magic power. This is not a solution. We can't let this guy recover. Although Mobai himself has turned into a black dragon without attributes, the most convenient thing he uses is still his 8 kinds of dragon-killing magic. Although the time-space storm can also be eaten into the stomach to replenish magic power, it is obviously not as fast as Acnologia's recovery speed. Mobai raised his head. Follow the direction of the time-space storm. Above the orange-red sky, a black crack was faintly cut, just above the Tinlong Island. A bad idea immediately popped up in his mind. Is that the space-time crack? I wonder what wonderful chemical reaction will happen if these storms are forced back. At the same time, 2 extremely violent energies are superimposed together. Even if you, Acnologia, can eat a lot, you will probably burst a layer of your belly. Thinking of this, Mobai suddenly grinned, and also opened his mouth to absorb a large amount of space-time storm power into his body. After a short recovery of strength, he suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged the body of Acnologia, who was eating crazily, and then directly waved his wings and flew into the sky. The power of the space-time storm surged around the 2 dragons. And the direction he flew to was the mysterious time crack. Acnologia immediately realized Mobai's dangerous move, and struggled and shouted. You lunatic! You actually want to fly directly into the crack with the space-time storm. Let me go. Save your energy. Otherwise, be careful that you can't get out later. Mobai smiled slightly. Using all his last strength, he sent Acnologia's huge body, himself and the surging energy storm into the time crack. He looked down at the Tenro Island below. At some point, the guild had gathered here. President Makarov, Urza, Mirajan, and other members of the guild, the first-generation Mavis, and Altair and the others. Perhaps they had seen it as early as when he turned into a dragon. Mobai thought secretly in his heart. Catch the scarf, Mobai. You must come back alive. A white scarf floated through the air and landed directly on his dragon claws, looking particularly small. Natsu. Mobai was startled to see Natsu being pulled by Happy not far away. This white scarf was the most precious thing given to Natsu by the fire dragon Igneel, and he always wore it. But at this moment, it was thrown directly over. Natsu put his hands to his mouth and continued to shout loudly, "Hey, did you hear me? Come back alive. I will beat you away again, and wait for you to tell me the whereabouts of Igneel." Mobai smiled faintly, and the belief of living against death in his heart suddenly ignited. That's right, I can't die either. Cobra's innocence hasn't been restored. Altia's mother is still waiting for me to rescue her, and I have to find a way to return Natsu's scarf. Also, the beast Acnologia was sucked into the crack, and it probably won't die completely. Maybe it will be even stronger. The next time we meet, we must kill it completely. As the two black dragons were carried by the time and space storm and drifted, until they finally entered the time crack. At this moment, the sea returned to tranquility. Only Natsu and the harpy behind him were left in the air. Harpy, do you think he can come back? Oh, don't worry, Tilda. Mobai is stronger than Gildarts. It's just dealing with a stinky dragon. He will come back sooner or later, Tilda. What no one noticed was. At the same time, in a corner of Tenro Island, a handsome young man with black hair also took in the scene in front of him. His eyes were slightly rippled. 3 days later, Makarov finally reluctantly issued an order to leave Tenro Island and return to the Fairy Tale Guild. On the ship, everyone looked into the distance, trying to see Mobai's safe return at the last moment. But they returned disappointed. The next day, Mobai's funeral was held in Magnolia. The sky was overcast and thunder rumbled. The cold wind brought a piercing chill. All the people in the Fairy Tale Guild wore black mourning clothes. Under the heavy rain, it was hard to tell whether it was rain or tears on everyone's face. Afterwards, Urza took all her luggage out of the girls' dormitory and moved it to the villa where Mobai once lived. Although she was the only one living there at this time, there was always a light in the living room at night. Urza still kept the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Her beloved may never come back, or maybe he will come back tomorrow. Mirajan put all her love into the toddler Mina, and she was determined to take good care of this child she had brought back with Mobai. Everyone and everything in the guild seemed to be gradually back on track. At the same time, in another corner of the world, Mobai opened his misty eyes and felt as if he was riding on a carriage, moving forward with slight bumps. Where am I? Before his vision was fully restored, a woman's surprised voice immediately rang in his ears. Kagura, come and see. This person is awake. Chapter 132. Well, it's okay as long as you're not dead. A cold girl's voice came from the other side. Wait, Kagura. Before Mobai could continue to think, a pair of gentle arms had already supported his back and helped him sit up. What came into view was a woman wearing a spider silk pattern tights, with an exceptionally slender figure. I didn't expect you to wake up. When I saw you on the side of the road, my heart almost stopped beating. Nice to meet you. My name is Alanya, and I'm a wizard of Mermaid Heel. Mermaid Heel. The memory in my mind came. Mobai tried to recall the scene before he fainted. He fought with Acnologia, but only ended in a draw, and finally they were both swept into the crack. Could it be after that? Was he teleported to the town where the Mermaid Heel Guild was located by the space-time storm? Mobai's eyes gradually became shiny, and he smiled back. Thank you. My name is Mobai. But Alanya waved her hand. Half an hour ago, you were lying on the side of the road, and I didn't notice it when I passed by. Fortunately, Kagura had sharp eyes and found you. Besides, you were naked at that time, without even a piece of clothing. Mobai was stunned, and subconsciously looked at his body. Fortunately, Natsu's white scarf was still there, just enough to cover Mo Xiaobai. Speaking of which, his original clothes should have been torn when he turned into a dragon, right? Here, put on your clothes first. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a black cloak was thrown directly over. Mobai raised his head. The girl in front of him was wearing an exquisite white dress, and her purple-black long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The delicate oval face was clearly outlined, her eyebrows were like distant black, and the slightly raised eyebrows revealed a hint of arrogance that was not easily detected. The pretty girl had a cold face like ice, which always gave people a feeling of being kept away from her. Alanya smiled immediately. Kagura, you are here. Well, we will reach Konkbei in 10 minutes, and we will take care of the rest of the way. Kagura nodded slightly, sitting beside Alanya, but still not smiling. Then he looked at Mobai, who was wearing a cloak casually, and there was a little surprise in his beautiful eyes. Before taking Mobai to the carriage, she had checked his injuries. There were more than 10 wounds of various sizes all over his body, which did not even look like injuries that could be caused by humans. Even during the coma, his breathing and heartbeat became very weak. Kagura was still worried whether Mobai could hold on until he was sent to the hospital, but he did not expect that he had regained consciousness in the carriage. You can wake up so quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a very powerful wizard, right? Mobai smiled helplessly. He also put Natsu's scarf on his neck. Sorry for the trouble. If you hadn't found me, I would have been taken away by the wild beasts in this mountain. A meaningful look flashed in Kagura's eyes. We don't have wild beasts here, only demons. Demons. Mobai was shocked. Alanya beside him sighed lightly and said anxiously, Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Alas, our town Konkbei has been in turmoil since a few years ago. Especially in recent days, demons have been particularly rampant, often attacking travelers and residents in the town. This is not the first time I've encountered a situation like yours. But you are lucky to survive. Obviously, she and Kagura have regarded Mobai as an innocent passerby attacked by a demon. Mobai didn't explain anything and chose to default. After all, the dragon transformation thing is too ridiculous. Even if I tell them, they will definitely not believe it, and they may have to send me to Lin Kie. Kagura still has no smile on her face, and continues, after this period of investigation and crusade, we found that this group of demons seems to be organized, just like the human guild. Their organization is called the Evil Spirit Temple. The voice fell. Mobai's expression became more stunned. Evil Spirit Temple. Isn't that the demon guild that he and Malaje encountered in Grak village before? Before beheading their leader Aniselan, it seems that he also heard the other party reveal some information. The Evil Spirit Temple in Grak village is just a branch, and their real headquarters is located in the southern kingdom of Fury. It is probably here in Konkbei. Moreover, the Evil Spirit Temple seems to have a darker background. One of the 3 giants of the Balam Alliance, the Gate of the Underworld. Mobai carefully recalled the details of the original battle. There is only one demon in Grak village, Aniselan, and the rest are humans enslaved by his spells. If Konkbei is their headquarters, maybe the Evil Spirit Temple here will be like the Gate of Hades, a guild composed entirely of demons. Kagura asked puzzledly after noticing the strangeness in Mobai's eyes. What's wrong? Have you heard about the Evil Spirit Temple? No, nothing. Mobai answered vaguely. Seeing that they did not ask again, Mobai kept silent and closed his eyes. His mind jumped to the consciousness space. Looking from a distance. In the darkness, 8 crystal lights of different colors were still flashing in front. Mobai immediately felt at ease. Fortunately, although the 8 dragon-killing crystals were seriously injured in the time and space storm, they were not damaged, and the magic power recovery speed is still as fast as before. The line of sight shifted. In the center of the 8 crystals, there was a group of extremely unstable black mist jumping, as if it was lacking something to restrain it, and it was ready to move. Mobai stroked his chin and thought. This should be the remnant of the dark crystal after the dragon transformation, right? Although it is a disposable item, looking at its current state, it seems to have retained some magic power. If conditions permit, maybe I can find a container for this group of magic power. Maybe I can turn into a dragon again. When I meet Acnologia again, it won't be just a 50-50 chance. Everything in the body is stable. Mobai simply sat down in the consciousness space, feeling the magic resonance between him and the 8 dragon-killing crystals, so as to speed up the healing of his injuries. The crystals rotated, transmitting shining beams one after another, irradiating into his body. The pain and fatigue of the wound were gradually eliminated. Time passed by minute. The silent space of consciousness was suddenly broken by the frightened voice from the outside world. Kagura, why is the horse suddenly frightened? There is something going on outside, you stay here and don't come out. Mobai suddenly opened his eyes from reality. But he saw Kagura had already jumped out of the carriage, and Alanya stared at her back in a daze, with worry on her face. At the same time, a familiar smell rushed into his nose, causing Mobai to frown. This disgusting smell, I also smelled it on Anna Surin. Could it be that the guy outside is the same species as him? Speaking of which, this year is still X784, right? There are still 7 years before the great magic battle in X791. No wonder Kagura looks more immature than I remember. She hasn't grown up yet at this time, and I'm afraid she will suffer when facing the devil. Chapter 133. On the hillside not far from the carriage. The girl Kagura had a cold look in her eyes, holding the sword tightly in her right hand, ready to attack at any time. And what appeared in front of her was a gray-haired man with a distorted and hideous face, exuding a strange aura that made people shudder. He was obviously not a normal human. Devil, Dizarok. Kagura stared at the other party intently and recognized his identity. According to the investigation during this period, the devil in front of her was the leader of the Dark Guild that had been constantly invading Konk Bay, Dizarok. Compared to the nervous and fearful Kagura, Dizarok licked his dry lips, his eyes swept over Kagura unscrupulously, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Miss Kagura, are you surprised to see me here? Kagura's face sank. The Mermaid Heel Guild is located on the edge of the town, and it can be reached in a few minutes by car. There are hundreds of wizards in the guild. But Dizarok happened to block his way back at this point, and no matter how he thought about it, he felt something was wrong. Wasn't he afraid that the reinforcements of Mermaid Heel would arrive and he would be surrounded? Unless. Kagura's face suddenly showed a look of fear. Where are your men? Are they going to attack the Mermaid Heel Guild? Hee hee. Dizarok laughed a few times like ghosts crying and wolves howling, his eyes were grim. I have been preparing for a long time, and I have waited for the opportunity for you to leave Konk Bay. If everything goes well, the demon army under my command has already begun to attack Mermaid Heel in a large scale, right? As long as you are sent away, your guild will be nothing but a pile of loose sand. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kagura's forehead. Although he was still confronting the demons on the surface, he had already lost his mind. She had fought with Dizarok before, and she could only fight him to a 50-50 scoreline at best, and most of the time the other party even had the upper hand afterwards. But now her guild has been attacked by other demons. If she can't make a quick decision, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't fear Daitien Tachi type. After a brief hesitation, Kagura gritted her teeth, rushed forward in one step, and slashed the unsheathed Tachi at Dizarok in the air. Dang! It was only a few centimeters away from Dizarok's head, but was blocked by 2 dark and withered demon giant hands, and the Tachi could not chop down any further. The pressure generated was directly transmitted to the feet of the 2 people, and the ground cracked instantly. Kagura, I'll help you. Uranya's call came from behind. Kagura had no time to split herself, and immediately shouted, Don't come over. You are not his opponent, go back to the Mermaid Heel first. As the magic power continued to be infused into the Tachi, Kagura's expression seemed to be getting more and more exhausted, and she couldn't break through for a while. Desaloc's face suddenly showed a playful look, as if he had discovered a secret. You just said, you. If I'm not mistaken, there should be your companions in the carriage. Is she afraid to come out? Oh no. Kagura felt bad immediately. Mobai had just woken up from a serious injury. If he became Desaloc's target, he would surely die. Although Mobai was just rescued by her and brought to the carriage. But if she was targeted by the devil and killed because of this, Kagura herself would not be able to forgive herself. Miss Kagura, you can't be distracted when fighting. Desaloc suddenly laughed sinisterly, and immediately freed up his right claw that had been accumulating magic power for a long time, and blasted it hard at Kagura's chest. From the beginning, Desaloc's target was only her. The so-called attack on her companions was just a cover to lure them into being deceived. The strongest force of Mermaid Heel is Kagura. As long as she is taken down, it will be easy to annihilate the entire guild. Kagura. Urania in the distance had already lost her color and rushed forward like crazy. Trying to stop Desaloc's attack at the last moment, but was forced to move forward by the pressure of his burst of cursed power. Kagura frowned, and wanted to raise the hand holding the katana to resist again, but was also suppressed by Desalok. The victory or defeat of a battle is often only a moment. If you are distracted for a moment, the magic aura will be suppressed by the opponent, and it will be difficult to counter it. The violent cursed power will soon attack her body. Kagura pursed her lips and closed her eyes in despair. As the end of Mermaid Heel coming. In a trance. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Kagura's eyes, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. As expected, the fatal blow that she should have received did not come. She opened her eyes hazily. The scene before her made her even more unbelievable. The demon claw that Desalok raised high was held by a wizard in a black cloak. As the flames on the cloak man's palm burned more and more vigorously, the demon's curse power disappeared little by little. Mobai. The black cloak was blown by the wind. Kagura finally realized that it was Mobai who had just woken up from a serious injury who blocked the attack for her. Alanya in the distance was also shocked. However, seeing that Kagura was fine, the big stone in her heart fell temporarily. You. On the other hand, Desaloc's face became more and more ugly at this time. He stared at Mobai and was about to ask. The intense burning sensation was transmitted directly from his arm to his whole body, and he was in excruciating pain. A heart-wrenching howl came from his throat. Desalok looked in horror and found that the right side of his body was empty, and the whole arm had been burned to ashes. Who are you? According to the original plan. As long as Kagura is separated from the rest of the guild, he can split up with his demon minions and take down the Mermaid Heel in one fell swoop. Kagura was also under Desaloc's surveillance when she left Conch Bay. But when did such a monster wizard appear beside her? Just a face-to-face encounter, the opponent can easily cut off one of his arms with fire. The strength is not at the same level at all. Desalok has already regretted it in his heart at this moment. If he knew in advance that Mobai would appear out of thin air, he would never continue to attack the Mermaid Heel. Now, whether he can leave alive is a question. As the fire in Mobai's hand obviously decreased, a cold voice came into Desaloc's ears. Now, let me ask you some questions about the evil spirit temple and the devil. If there is any answer that I am not satisfied with, I am afraid it will not just burn one arm. Do you understand? Chapter 134. Desalok nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face, and he wanted to flatter. But when he saw Mobai's cold eyes, he immediately shut up. Where is the headquarters of the evil spirit temple? This. Mobai got to the point and directly caught the most fatal question. Desalok's eyes rolled, and he wanted to quibble, but he found that the flame on Mobai's palm was actually showing signs of rekindling, so he quickly changed his mouth and answered honestly. The headquarters is in the western mountainous area of Conch Bay, sir. Mobai nodded slightly. How many people are there in the guild? About 400 or 500. No humans, all demons. Now they should all be attacking the mermaid's heel. Kagura next to him heard this, and his face immediately showed anxiety, and he was about to rush forward to ask clearly. But Mobai gently waved his hand, signaling her to calm down temporarily. Kagura bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and finally chose to remain silent. If it weren't for Mobai, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by Desalok in the previous battle. Now I'd better listen to him. Mobai paused, and then continued to ask. I met a demon named Aniselan before, and his aura is similar to yours. Do you know him? Aniselan. Hearing this name, Desalok's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. My lord, Aniselan. I killed him. This result is also expected. Fearing that Mobai's patience would run out, Desalok immediately said. Aniselan and I are two shadow messengers of the evil spirit temple, each of us leads a part of the demons. It's just that a year ago, he fled the guild for some reasons, and I don't know what happened after that. No wonder the auras of these two people are equally disgusting. There is indeed some origin. The information he mentioned roughly matched what Mobai had learned. Is there anyone more powerful than you two in the headquarters of the evil spirit temple? The voice fell. A panic suddenly appeared in Desalok's eyes, as if he had thought of something terrible, and his voice began to tremble. Originally, there was no. But a year ago, the Hades Gate suddenly sent a message saying that a female demon would be sent to take over everything in the evil spirit temple. Mobai frowned. The evil spirit temple is a subordinate guild of the dark guild Hades Gate. It is not surprising that some powerful demons were sent here, so why did he scare him so much? Is that female demon very powerful? Desalok was a little dazed for a moment, his throat seemed to be tightly strangled by an invisible hand, and he squeezed out some sounds after a long time. She is the leader of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate, Li Xingtian Kuangwa. The day after Kuangwa came to the evil spirit temple, she sacrificed most of the demons in the guild to Zirf in the name of opening a dark ritual. It was at that time that Aniselan disobeyed her orders and fled all the way to the north. Mobai's eyes also slightly rippled. Although most demons in the world were created by Zirf to kill themselves. But a considerable number of them have their own thoughts and begin to cherish their lives like humans. But the group of demons in the Hades Gate are different. Not only are they powerful, but they are also fanatical believers of Zirf, and are willing to sacrifice their lives for Zirf at any time. It is normal for Desalok to be afraid. After all, the difference in strength between him and the 9 ghost gates is too great. The last question, why did Kuangwa come to the evil spirit temple from the Hades Gate? What does she want to do? Desalok said anxiously. I don't know about this. Everyone has lived in fear since the dark ritual, and no one dares to ask. And Kuangwa didn't seem to have any special movements in the past year, just occasionally sending some people, as if she wanted to find something in Conch Bay. Looking for something. Mobai thought for a moment, and still couldn't figure out what Kuanghua's purpose was. But as the saying goes, meeting is fate. Since we can meet their members 7 years before the Hades Gate action, it's better to get rid of them and save trouble later. But look at Kagura, who is still thinking about the guild next to him. The first step now is to help them first. Seeing that Mobai had finished asking all the questions and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, Desalok was secretly delighted and asked tentatively. Sir, I will take you to the mermaid heel. As long as I give the order, they will never dare to act so recklessly again. No need, I will take care of it. Desalok suddenly realized that something was wrong with Mobai's words. Only then did he realize that his left palm, which was quietly hidden behind his back, was igniting flames again. Go and reunite with your good brother. The flames ruthlessly bombarded Desalok's body. Desalok's face was full of unwillingness. His dry mouth opened very wide, but only a faint roar came out. In an instant, only a piece of burnt black charcoal was left on the ground. Mobai immediately turned his head and looked at Kagura and Alanya, who were shocked, again, and smiled kindly. It took a long time. I will go back to the guild with you to support. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a little more respect in his eyes when he looked at Mobai, and said in a stern voice. Thank you, but when I was fighting with the devil just now, the horse was frightened and ran away. I may need to run back. Mobai shook his head gently. No, running is too slow. Come over and hold my arm tightly. Kagura and Alania looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what Mobai meant, they still did it. Storm Dragon Wings. As the dragon-killing crystal in their bodies was activated, the dazzling dragon wings quietly bloomed on their backs and soared into the sky. By the time the two women reacted, the mountains under their feet had already retreated rapidly to the back, and the outline of the Mermaid Heel Guild could already be seen in front of them. But what surprised them most was the terrifying strength displayed by Mobai. Not only did he recover at an amazing speed, he could even kill the demon leader who had been disturbing the mermaid heel for a long time in seconds, and now he had grown a pair of wings and flew up. What kind of monster is this wizard who was attacked by a demon on the roadside? Chapter 135. Conch Bay, the Heel of the Mermaid. The once magnificent guild building has now become a series of broken walls and ruins under the constant destruction of the demons. Everyone hold on. We must not let the demons continue to wreak havoc in our guild. Roosley shouted, and summoned a gravity magic circle with her palms together, suppressing the large number of alien demons in front of her so that they could not move. The girl Beth next to her took this opportunity to throw a carrot bomb without hesitation, and instantly exploded at the side of the demon. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air. The demons in front of them screamed and then stopped moving. But there was no trace of relief on their faces. Looking around, dozens of wizards in the guild were trying their best to resist the demons, and many of them were injured. What they just killed was just the tip of the iceberg. The two looked troubled. If this continues, the demons will conquer us sooner or later. Everyone, we are late. A familiar girl's voice came from midair, attracting everyone's attention. After seeing the figure in midair, everyone's face was filled with ecstasy. Kagura, and Alanya. Wait, who is the person who brought them back? Can he use flying magic? Deal with the current situation first. Anyway, Kagura is back, and the demons can't even think of stepping into the guild again. Although she is not old, Kagura has become the most recognized magician since she joined the Mermaid Heel. As long as she is present, everyone is full of fighting spirit. As Mobai landed smoothly, he turned to look at Kagura next to him and said, I will guard the outside, and you will be in charge of entering the guild. Be careful. Kagura hurriedly left a word, turned around, picked up the sword, and stood with Rosalie and others. Gravity magic. The magic circle emerged from the ground again. Compared with the gravity magic that Rui Silly had cast before, the power at this moment was obviously more powerful. Almost all the demons in the hall were restricted in their movements and stuck in place. The opportunity has come. The other guild members seized this opportunity and cast their powerful magics one after another, hitting the demons mercilessly. Now they didn't care whether the guild building would be destroyed or not, they had to annihilate the enemy first. In an instant, huge magical energy surged here, until the last layer of magic ripples dissipated, and no demon in the guild hall could stand up alive. The exhausted wizards finally breathed a sigh of relief, and many of them even softened and sat directly on the ground. Finally, they held on. Rui Silly couldn't help but ask, Kagura, who was the person who brought you back? Mobai picked him up on the road. Rui Silly was full of black lines. Although Kagura has a good personality and is always keen to help other members of the guild, she is particularly vigorous in doing things. She is very frugal with her words. This is completely unlike the behavior of a girl of this age. Ah, there are so many demons outside, can he handle it alone? I believe him. Outside the guild, Mobai turned around. As early as when he was hovering in the air, he had already roughly figured out the situation here. The girls of the Mermaid Heel Guild have a good strategy. They have been defending the periphery of the guild in a human wall-like manner, trying not to let in a demon to avoid being trapped. But there are too many demons, and they are so numerous that they even directly destroyed the buildings. This led to a small collapse of the situation. However, looking around, the demons that have invaded the interior of the guild are still only a minority, and the vast majority are still outside. Hiss. Looking at the various strange demons that were surrounding him from all directions, most of them were only half a meter tall. Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a violent dragon-killing force emanated from his body. It seems that they are just some of the lowest-level demons who can't even speak. Thunder and electric arcs were wrapped around his body, making sporadic electric explosions, indicating a danger signal. However, these alien demons with incomplete intelligence could not understand this. They showed their fangs like the death squads and rushed to Mobai to bite. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. A fist full of magic power was suddenly swung out, directly hitting the face of the little demon in front of him. But the thunder did not continue to explode on this demon. After completely seizing its life breath, it immediately split dozens of lightning chains in all directions with this as the center. The lightning chain quickly wandered between the venues, and each demon hit by it was in contact with they were instantly struck by strong thunder and died one by one. Outside the guild. In a blink of an eye, the bodies of the demons spread out in a radial pattern all over the street, and the number dropped sharply. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. It was too much trouble to fight them one by one. Besides, the power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong, and it felt a bit of a waste of magic to kill one with one punch. It would be better to use this method of dispersing magic power to directly clear the field with AoE range. At this moment, a dozen surviving demons finally realized the danger of Mobai, and their feet unconsciously moved away, turned around and ran away. Mobai flipped his palm casually. Several layers of lightning were released from his fingertips, hitting the fleeing alien again at a very fast speed. There was no other creature on the field except him. Call it a day. Mobai subconsciously wrapped Natsu's scarf around his neck again. Turning around, she saw the female wizards of Mermaid Heel standing in front of the ruins of the guild, staring at her in a daze. Is it over? You killed hundreds of demons in one go. Kagura rushed out of the crowd quickly, her cold face showing a little warmth, and asked with concern. Are you not hurt? Mobai smiled and asked directly, what do you think? Kagura obviously noticed the scene just now. As early as when she killed Dizarok, she realized that Mobai was very strong, even stronger than all the wizards of Mermaid Heel combined. But she didn't expect that hundreds of difficult demons were like a mob in front of him, and he killed them all in a flash. Kagura lowered her head, unconsciously getting closer to Mobai, and whispered. Thank you, not only for saving me, but also our entire guild. It's okay, it's just a small effort, it doesn't take much effort. Mobai was about to raise his arm to greet the female wizards of the Mermaid Heel Guild in front of him. Roosley suddenly shouted in the crowd. Sisters, Kagura brought a man back. Mobai almost vomited blood and looked at Kagura with resentment. Is this how you usually chat? Kagura's face rarely flushed with a faint blush, changing her usual cold look, and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, everyone in the guild is really used to being casual, don't take it to heart. Before she finished speaking, the girls in the guild had already rushed out, curiously surrounding the two of them to the center. Kagura, where did you bring this handsome guy back from? I heard from Alania that your name is Mobai, right? Hee, do you have a boyfriend? You are stupid, since Kagura brought him back, then they must have developed a good relationship. I have said it before, they left Conch Bay for more than just to execute the commission. Did they meet by chance? He was so handsome when he defeated the devil with lightning magic just now. The Mermaid Heel Guild is called the Dancer of the Sea. It is a very special guild with all members being girls. Mobai was surrounded by so many girls at once. Perhaps because of the battle just now, most of them had their dresses torn to some extent, exposing large areas of snow-white skin. Occasionally, he would accidentally touch some soft parts, causing the other party to scold him, but he did not mean to blame him. I have never had this experience in fairy tale.